Chapter 351. Yeah, it's not bad for you, isn't it? I think it's better to entrust this important task to you. It is very possible that you may still be able to obtain a lot of origin points by this. The more Tsunade talked, the more he felt that this idea was good, and he only looked at Tianchen Dao. All right, I agree. Tianchen nodded funny. Yeah, but 55 splits can't be less. Ah well. Hearing this, Tsunade's heart ached suddenly, dripping blood. Her little money. What? Tianchen shook his head funny, opened the Fei Lei Shin scroll in his hand, and looked at it seriously. In the past few days, he has set up several clones every day to learn the knowledge of ninja world, including the sealing technique piled up in his room. He has a very good understanding of many things in this world, and this flying thunder god's art naturally can't trouble him. It turns out that it is to use the space coordinate positioning to lock the positioning coordinates to move the space with the space positioning talent. It is a bit interesting. It is a kind of tricky method when the space talent is not enough, based on Tianchen's knowledge accumulation level and spatial understanding of abilities. However, within a few minutes, he had already figured out the essence of Flying Thunder God's technique. Those who don't understand, and those who are not talented enough, may not be able to find the way for a lifetime, but Tianchen is obviously not in this rank. So, can you learn? Tsunade asked curiously. Nonsense. I can even learn skills such as teleportation and dimensional slash. How can a mere pseudo-teleportation stump me? You are too underestimating me. Tianchen rolled his eyes and said, Can you create a universal version? Tsunade has always been envious of time and space ninjutsu. It's not that she hadn't rushed over to learn when Jalea was an idiot exchanged this before. It's just that I can't learn it at all. Of course, no problem. Give me some time. Tianchen nodded confidently, and then said, However, you want to teleport skills, why don't you contract a superpower elf? Didn't I tell you the last time? Who said I don't have it? I have already exchanged the contract. Doesn't it take some time to train to get strength feedback? Tsunade said helplessly. She has seen Nazi and others demonstrate superpowers. It is indeed very powerful and practical. Her superpower contract is a wonderful cat like Lisana, a pure superpower elf. In addition, we also contracted the walking grass of the grass system, the Jenny tortoise of the water system, and the ultrasonic larva of the ground system plus dragon system. They are all good elves. Then you wait. It shouldn't take a few days. However, even if you study it out, it's not so easy for you to learn it. I am definitely going to change it for the magic department. Tianchen shook his head. This is the simplest transformation method he currently has. As long as he successfully inscribes the teleport rune, he will be able to use the teleport at that time. Of course, there is a difference between Flying Thunder God and normal teleport, and it needs to use coordinates as the medium. Tianchen plans to name it Fixed Point Teleport. It's done. An hour later, Tianchen suddenly stood up and smiled. Then, take off the Thor ninjutsu scroll, stretch out his hand and gently press it on the table in front of him. One after another, the seal rune rushes out, and a space positioning coordinate is directly embedded in a corner of the table, and soon disappeared. Then, Tianchen's swiftly teleported, leaving a large number of Fei Lei Shin space positioning coordinates in the house and yard. Then, I gave up the use of teleport and started to lock the space position through these spatial positioning coordinates and tried to teleport. Shoo-hoo, the process did not go smoothly, and it succeeded once. After several times, Tianchen has fully adapted to this space movement method based on the space coordinate teleportation. After seeing Tianchen teleporting around the table several times, the spatial positioning coordinates that had been hidden before the table would appear in a flash, and Tsunade suddenly asked in surprise, Success? Yes. Tianchen nodded affirmatively. I have completely mastered the Flying Thunder God. Next, I will be able to study the magical version of Flying Thunder God by testing the transfer techniques such as the Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder. From his personal experience, this Flying Thunder God is more than 10 times easier than Fairy Tail's simple teleporting skill. He is confident to transform a magical version that can be used without too good spatial talent, Flying Thunder God. However, this study is not without benefits. At least, let him have more understanding of space, and after sorting it out for a period of time, he may be able to develop several more space methods. Hee, that's great. I'm waiting for your good news. I'm going to practice first. Tsunade listened, got up happily, and said something, and was about to leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn her head and tell Tianchen, Hey, that's right. You can also perfect a very good practice method as soon as possible about Mudun. I feel that I want to synthesize Mudun Shui Jitai by myself. It's too difficult. I guess it will take a long time. I'll leave this burden to you. 4 flowers at the end. She hesitated and said to Tianchen, If it is really difficult, I can go to She want to see if I can get a little bit of my grandfather's Mudun cells. It is already the limit to let her say such a thing. For the benefit of seeing, Tsunade hopes that she can awaken Mudun, whether it is to satisfy her long-cherished wish for many years or for the sake of the Senju clan. She does not want to give up. No, give me a few days. Tianchen shook his head directly and refused Tsunade's kindness. For one thing, he didn't want Tsunade to be embarrassed. Secondly, he believed in his talent. That's good. Hard work. 00 after that. She went to the pirate world for bodybuilding. I can only take you to get familiar with and adapt to the tasks as soon as possible these days. After that, I may not be able to take you on missions for the time being, and I need you to act on your own. War? With whom? Hong and Xian asked curiously. He rushed straight to the woods on the right. When they were 50 miles away from Konoha's camp, Tianchen suddenly shouted to remind the three teammates, and he quickly drew the long knife from his waist. Tsunade followed closely and stepped into a pothole on the ground with one foot, and the whole person was like a female Tyrannosaurus, killing it aggressively. Tsunade smiled happily and immediately stepped into the small space to begin today's meditation practice. Follow me. This mission is not easy. There are 5 missions, with the lowest level being C. The war is about to start, and the village has begun to deploy troops. Someone, be careful. With that said, Tsunade took the 3 of them out of the village quickly and started the first mission. Chapter 352. Kill. At the same time, 12 ninjas rushed out from the woods over there, killing Xiang Tianchen and Tsunade, respectively. This is the assassinated unit of Sha-in, composed of 2 teams. It consists of 2 elite upper ninjas, 4 ordinary upper ninjas, and 6 middle ninjas. The strength is very strong. Be careful. That yellow-haired woman is Tsunadeheim among the 3 Konohas. Don't be careless. Qixien, I will come here to help you after killing 3 imps. At the moment of rushing, one of the elite Shangren reminded the other elite Shangren and drew his sword and rushed towards Tianchen, unexpectedly planning to fight Tianchen melee. And the 2 ordinary upper ninjas behind him, one on the left and the other on the right, Jia-in at the same time. Wind escape. The art of wind cutting. X2. Suddenly, 2 sharp and huge wind blades tore the air, pinching left and right to cut towards Tianchen. The Gale Slash. At the same time, the Elite 303 in front of Tianchen even directly covered the sharp wind escape chakra on the knife, from top to bottom, like the momentum of the sky, directly slashed to Tianchen's neck. The incomparable tacit understanding of the 3 Shangren cooperation almost sealed all Tianchen's retreat. The only one who could retreat was behind Tianchen, but Tianchen was telling the 3 Shangren to charge at this time, and the strong inertia simply did not allow him to do so. A rookie is a rookie, you're done. At this moment, the 3 of them said proudly. Cut. However, Tianchen didn't panic at this moment, and the knife in his hand directly lit up with a golden light. At the next moment, his whole person turned into a thin golden line. First, a slash flew out, smashing the wind blades from both sides. Then, one was hit by the knife. Strong stopped the elite Shangnin's slash and directly picked up the elite Shangnin's sword with his own powerful force, making him lean towards the upper back. One sword stream flashed slash. In the next instant, the 3 upper ninjas only saw a golden streamer flashing past their eyes. Ouch! They only felt a cold neck, a sharp pain hit, and their eyes started to spin. The heads of the 3 people directly flew up and threw them towards the rear. No, Captain. The 4 at the rear, who had intended to attack Hong and Xian at the rear of Tianchen's side, saw Zhongren and suddenly roared out with cracked eyes. Kill Xiang Tianchen desperately one after another. One sword flow, instant light, continuous cutting. Another golden light bounced back and forth between the 4 in an instant, and their voices stopped abruptly. Following in the footsteps of his captain, he died unexpectedly. What? I just used ninjutsu to retreat from Tsunade, avoiding Tsunade's hard steel called Qixien Elite Shangnin, and the 2 ordinary people around him and the Zongnin all heard the roar from his companions next to him. Suddenly couldn't help but divide a snack and glanced at Tianchen's side. How is this possible? It just happened to see the scene where 3 shinins and 4 people were flying their heads one after another, dying in an unfavorable manner. Suddenly, my mind was shocked, and I couldn't believe it, and my spirit appeared in a trance. Fighting with me is also distracting. Go to hell. Weird power punch. Boom. Tsunade rushed to the elite Kameninchi at an extremely fast speed and punched him in the chest. Wow. There was a sound of sore-teeth bone cracking, and the chest of this elite Shangren directly collapsed, and then the whole person flew out in the same direction as the flow of light. After smashing a dozen big trees along the way, he dared to sit on the trunk of a big tree with a thick waist and swallowed his last breath with his binocular stool. The final look seemed extremely unwilling. Not good. The remaining 2 Shangren felt shocked. Their complexions changed drastically, and their excellent combat literacy made them react instantly, and the injue that was already in their hands was completed in an instant. At the same time, he took a deep breath and spouted at Tsunade's mouth. Wind escaped, 1,000 faces wind. Suddenly, countless small and sharp wind blades continuously sprayed from the 2 populations, directly attacking Tsunade's front door. The 3 of them were standing very close at this time, so Tsunade couldn't avoid it. However, she was not prepared to evade. Strange power fist, continuous fight. I saw that Chakraga shook all over her body, almost turning into substance, her hands bursting forward like 1,000 hands in an instant. Directly in an extremely tough and savage way, relying on the violent shock wave brought up by the strange power fist, violently crushed the 2 wind escapes of Shinobu. Then, with one punch and one kick, he banged directly on the 2 Shangren. As the fairy body was initially perfected and awakened, her strength and combat effectiveness have not only increased several times. Once they met, they directly killed the 2 Shangren. One neck shattered, and one abdominal internal organs shattered into a paste and fell directly to the ground and died. Whether it is the battle on Tianchen's side or the battle on Tsunade's side, it is just a matter of a few breaths. Escape. The remaining 4 Zhongren reluctantly reacted from the upheaval. Without even thinking about it, they stopped their advancing figure and turned abruptly to escape back. Now, Tianchen used the instantaneous technique to appear directly behind the four people at a speed of almost teleportation, and his figure once again transformed into a golden light, which flashed 4 times among the four. These 4 people were killed directly. Driven by inertia, the body ran for several meters before falling to the ground with a few plops. Tianchen stood in front of them, took the blood stains that did not exist on the knife, and slowly put it into the scabbard. During the battle, he had actually been covering the long knife with the chakra of the light attribute to increase the long knife, while avoiding blood stains on the long knife. The knowledge of using a knife is just to pretend to be. It's over? Tianchen, can't you leave us 2 practice hands? Seeing that more than a dozen enemies were wiped out by Tianchen and teacher Tsunade in the blink of an eye, Hong and Xian, who were still excitedly rushing over to fight to kill, suddenly stopped running with a little dumbfounded, and looked at it with a grudge. Turning to Tianchen. Ahaha. Sorry, time kills smoothly. I can't hold back. I will definitely save some for you in the future. Tianchen suddenly turned around and touched the back of his head with a smile. Really? Next time you don't allow it. If we don't get experience, we will be drawn further and further by you. Although Hong was satisfied with Tianchen's explanation, he still grumbled. 3.9 In fact, our strength is too weak. Among these people, the weakest is the elite ninja. We really may not have played any of them. We need to strengthen training. Xian frowned slightly and said, obviously very dissatisfied with his own strength. Look at Tianchen. It was also just a few months after graduation, he was able to instantly kill elite Shangnin, even with 2 ordinary Shangnin and 8 elite Zongnin. It seems that the record is even stronger than that of Tsunade-sensei. Too strong and unreasonable. Rao has done several tasks together in the past few days and was shocked by Tianchen's strength several times, and it is difficult to conceal the turbulent waves in their hearts. Chapter 353. Don't worry. Teacher Tsunade and I will help you improve. As long as you don't slacken yourselves, you will grow up soon. Tianchen said with a smile. Yes. Don't compare with Tianchen, this little pervert. He is different. Tsunade shook his head helplessly, let alone Hong and Xian. Even she herself was shocked by Tianchen's strength. Tsunade knew that Tianchen didn't use magic methods at all and only used kendo and physical skills, plus a little light chakra. One can imagine its strength. The light attribute chakra is a special attribute chakra transformed by Tianchen based on its own light and magic characteristics with the help of the chakra conversion rune. The entire ninja world should be his only one. Okay. Although Hong and Xian were a little unwilling, they could only nod their heads. Although I really want to catch up with Tianchen, at least don't be left behind. It's just that from now on, they have long been used far away, and they can't even help in a battle. I have to work harder. However, the 2 of them were not discouraged and secretly encouraged themselves in their hearts. Okay, clean up the battlefield quickly. It's already close to the front line. There are no such enemy assassination units. The movement of the battle just now is not small. Can't delay. Tsunade greeted the 3 of Tianchen and began to help clean up the spoils and information together. Fire Road, the art of fireball. Finally, in addition to sealing the corpses of the 2 elite Shangnin into the seal scroll, the corpses of the others were all piled together, and Tianchen ejected a huge fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. These corpses ignited a raging fire, and under extremely high temperatures, it only took more than 10 seconds to turn to ashes. Go! Tsunade immediately waved his big hand, leading Tianchen and the others on the road, rushing to Konoha Station. Along the way, he encountered another wave of Sharon Assassination Advance Team, which was also quickly solved by Tianchen and Tsunade. This time Tianchen also specially reserved a Zongnin for the 2 women to practice hands. In the end, this Zhongren was successfully killed by the 2 women. The 2 women were not injured except for a little embarrassment and exhaustion. It's pretty good. After that, I didn't encounter the enemy again. After all, it was so close to Konoha camp, and there were Umbu and Konoha patrol troops all around. After Tsunade arrived at the camp, he took Tianchen and the 3 people to the coach's camp for the first time. Whoa, Tsunade, you're here. Just waiting for you. Huh. Seeing Tsunade coming in, Jirai, who is the commander of the Wind Nation Theater commander, suddenly brightened his eyes and smiled and stood up to welcome him. At the same time, he smiled and nodded with the 3 of Tianchen, which was regarded as a greeting. Is there anything wrong with calling me over in a hurry? You know, Tianchen and the others haven't had a few missions yet. If possible, I would like to bring them more. The battle hasn't really started yet, right? Tsunade sat down directly on a chair by the side and asked Xiangeli. They are all excuses for leading Tianchen and the others, but Tsunade actually wants to be lazy. At the same time, you can have more free time to practice in the small space and pirate world. Knowing all the original plot, she felt that this war was boring and didn't want to participate too much. Ji Lai also smiled bitterly. Although the real battle has not yet started, the tentative attacks of the small units are already being staged continuously. You must have encountered Sha Ren's advanced assassination unit on your way here, right? Zilai also saw this from Hong and Xian's somewhat embarrassed figure. However, Tianchen and Tsunade were neatly dressed, which made him a little confused. That's it for Tsunade. Is this kid Tianchen so strong? Zilai also secretly asked in shock. So, what does this have to do with me? Tsunade spread out his hands speechlessly. Ahem. Zilai was sprayed with an awkward dry cough and said, the main thing is that the Chio woman has also come over. She has produced a lot of new toxins. No one on our side can crack it. Now they are already in the resident hospital. A lot of ninjas are poisoned. You need to take action while sitting in the battlefield hospital at the same time. Just leave it to us during the battle. Speaking of this, Jilai also glanced at the three of Tianchen and said to Tsunade, of course, I can arrange for the three of Tianchen to merge with the group on the Watergate and let him take the area, or you can take it to the battlefield hospital. You can also help. What do you think? Tsunade fell into a deep thought. She can crack the toxin of the 1,000 generations, but some are unwilling to stay on the front line all the time. Sister Tsunade, promise him. I'll explain to you later. Tianchen suddenly transmitted to Tsunadido. He hasn't done anything else in the past few days. At least, some layout plans for this world have been determined. Tsunade's help is currently needed. Tsunade glanced at Tianchen for a moment, before turning to Jilai with Tianchen's smiling expression. Okay, I agree. Put Tianchen and the others. Arrange, let's act alone. I will cover Hong and Xian. Tianchen immediately transmitted to Tsunadido. Unfortunately, Tsunade shook his head directly, and then waved his big hand. Just arrange to be with Mizamon. Let Mizamon take care of me. Don't let them go wrong. Otherwise, you know. Tsunade glared at Jiraru as he said. His eyes were full of threats. Don't worry. You know the strength of Watergate. Jiraiya smiled happily and looked at Tsunade and said, the hospital. I'll be over. Human life is a matter of life. Tsunade got up immediately, and when he passed by Tianchen, he said to him, Tianchen, come out with me. Okay. Soon, the two of them walked out dozens of meters and came to a place where no one was around except for the commander's account. Tsunade turned around, holding his hands and looking at Tianchen with scrutiny eyes, and asked, let's talk about it. What do you want to do? Hey, no, just have a plan. Tianchen smiled, and immediately started 303 to tell Tsunade about his plans. Others are not important for the time being, mainly because he wants Tsunade to accumulate enough prestige in the three wars to make her the fourth generation of Hokage, completely change the history of Konoha that follows. Only when Tsunade becomes the fourth generation of Hokage, many of his plans can proceed. Otherwise, too much time system. Maybe he can't change Konoha's situation before the death of 3 generations. This is not conducive for him to carry out more ninja transformation plans. For generations? What are you kidding? When Tsunade heard this, he suddenly said different things. Then, he said with disdain, you don't know that I am completely disinterested in the position of Hokage. You don't want to waste so much time and energy worrying about Konoha. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about the 4 generations. After knowing the plot of the original, she has no interest in being even the 5th generation. Improve your strength. Do you want it to be unsavory if you go to another world to play? After a few years, her strength will rise, and she will directly crush Uchiha Madara, Kurizutsu, and Kagaya. Wasted youth. No, don't rush to refuse. Tianchen suddenly became a little anxious, and quickly persuaded him. After you are in office, you can completely promote Mizamon and Nara Luji to help you handle most of your official duties. You can also reform Konoha's administrative structure. Reduce Hokage's administrative burden. Chapter 354. Speaking of this, Tianchen paused, and then said, in this way, you don't have to deal with too many chores and waste time, and you can provoke Konoha's resources for your own use at any time. At that time, it is not a problem for you to exchange all the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing into points, and you can also let all Konoha recognize ninjas to help you collect all kinds of rare materials. How great! How great! The benefits of being Hokage are indeed numerous. It's not that Tianchen didn't think about being by herself. It's just that his status here is not suitable, and his age is too young to be able to turn him. Moreover, he did not stay in Konoha for so long as the village head. After much deliberation, Tsunade is the most suitable. If she becomes Hokage, she will not be emptied into a puppet by the 3 generations, and she will be able to thoroughly implement Tianchen's reform plan. The benefits are numerous. That's what I said, but Sandai and Danzo probably won't let us do what we want. You should be very clear about this. Tell me about your plans, right? Tsunade was moved for a while, but still wanted to hear Tianchen's plan. She knew that since Tianchen had said so, she must have considered these and had a perfect plan. I am going to kill Danzo secretly. Take the root over, pretend to be Danzo with the clone, and let the root help you. What do you think? Tianchen said with a smile. After seeing Danzo in the Hokage Tower last time, he had this plan. Otherwise, there is always an old coin in his idea, although he is not afraid, but it is also very disgusting. Do you want to make it simple? Kill Danzo, and the root of the tongue will be eliminated, and you will be exposed. How can you pretend to be? Tsunade felt that Tianchen took it for granted. Tianchen smiled and waved his hand. Just leave it alone. I have a way to fix it. Just say that you don't agree. Well, Tsunade put his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Tianchen helplessly. Okay, I lost to you. I agree. But, in exchange, are you not going to give me some benefits? Tianchen with Tsunade slanted. Konoha's resources and all ninjutsu are not enough to satisfy your ambitions. Tianchen was a little speechless. Sister, you have to be an inch. Just kidding. What is this? Tsunade smiled disdainfully and said, the source points you get through these are the real gains, okay? Don't think I don't understand. I'm not greedy. Don't you share my roots. You just need to provide me with 30 more bottles of spirit wine every month, and you don't need to be free. How? Tianchen. Feelings. This sister was seduced by spirit wine. He doesn't understand the world of drunks. 30 is too much. 15 bottles. Can't be more. Don't forget that I will also provide you with some dash pills every month. The monthly output is so big, there is no more. Tianchen shook his head helplessly. Okay, 15 bottles to 15 bottles. That's a deal. You can get Danzo as soon as possible. I'm leaving. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the battlefield hospital. Tianchen reunited with Hong and Xian, and under the arrangement of Zilai, he waited in a tent first. When Shuimin and the others came back from their mission, he would take them to meet Shuimin. In the next few days, the Tianchen trio and the Watergate squad acted together, doing a lot of patrol and exploration missions. During the period, Kakashi was quite happy. It happened to be pestering Tianchen about some things about Kendo. Only bringing soil is very uncomfortable, because after Tianchen joined, Lin didn't care much about him, and her eyes basically fell on Tianchen. Huh. Tianchen B ******** D. So handsome is so great. Little white face. Just as annoying as Kakashi. Daitu thought angrily in his heart. 5 days later, the war between Shine and Konoha officially started. It was very fierce at the beginning, and Sha Ren's attack was exceptionally fierce, and he felt desperate. The scene of thousands of ninjas fighting was very tragic, and a large number of ninjas were killed every moment, whether Konoha or murder. Even, because the number of Shine participating in the battle was twice as many as Konoha, Konoha suffered more deaths and injuries. The situation is so fierce, Watergate naturally has no time to take them these adorable newbies to do tasks, but to participate in the frontline war. With his strength plus Flying Thunder God, one can top dozens of shinobu, and his lethality is extremely powerful. Every war can bring huge casualties to Sha Ren. Reluctantly regained the decline. Damn its golden glitter. I'll deal with him. I'll leave it to you. Seeing that this was not going to work, the fourth-generation agent Feng Ing Luosha greeted Ileo Zong and handed her opponent over to Ileo Zong. He controlled the magnetic flux to fly to the battle circle on the side of the Watergate and stop the Watergate. Fought with him. Chio stopped Tsunade. Slash with a flash. Tianchen took Hong. Kakashi and others also participated in the battle. While using the life of Sharon, who is constantly flooding with powerful swordsmanship reapers, he divided part of his experience to protect Hong, Kakashi, and others. It's a lively fight. Soon, one of Sha Ren's elite Shangren stared at him. After that person got rid of his opponent, he rushed towards Tianchen. Yufeng Dun God. A terrifying wind swept across the sky and killed them towards Tianchen. Wherever I passed, the sky was full of dust. Tianchen, be careful. Watergate, who was fighting with Rasha in the distance, noticed this scene and suddenly shouted at Tianchen, and then, swipe, disappeared in place, avoiding Rasha's Shajin attack. Fighting with me. You still have time to take care of others? Don't underestimate people. Rosa stepped up the attack and shouted angrily. Tianchen naturally noticed the attack of this elite Shangren immediately, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Cut. Strong. Pregnant. This elite Shangren grinned with a sullen face, and directly drew out the short knife on his back and rushed towards Tianchen, unexpectedly preparing to fight Tianchen in close quarters. The two immediately collided, and the two knives intersected with a roar. What? Okay, good. This little devil looks young, so he can break his powerful wind escape with a single slash? Boom. Tianchen saw him, chuckled lightly, and shook his figure, and a clone separated from him and continued to protect Hong and the others. Strong. Boom. Chapter 355. Die. The elite Shangren's face was slightly condensed when he failed to achieve meritorious service in one blow. Immediately exerting his physique and swordsmanship with all his strength, he fought with Tianchen. The sound of the collision of the two knives continued to sound, and this person was in a posture of putting Tianchen to death. However, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He only felt that the kid on the opposite side seemed to be a bottomless pit, and his strength could not be seen at all. No matter how he improves his attack power, he cannot always cause damage. Moreover, this kid always showed a calm and unhurried manner, which made him both annoyed and frightened. So Tianchen is so strong. I underestimated him. The Watergate, who had been watching the battle in the distance, saw him, but he was relieved and began to concentrate on fighting Rasha. The four-generation Fenging agent in front of him is not weak, but difficult to get around. His magnetic flux is very difficult to deal with, very restrained from the Watergate. His tactics of Flying Thunder God did not work well in front of Luosha. The Flying Thunder God Kou that was thrown out hadn't been able to play a role, so it was controlled by Luosha using magnetic flux. It is impossible for Watergate to use the technique of the Thunder God to fight against Rasha as he wants, making his battle very passive. For a time, neither of the two sides can do anything about it. Watergate wanted to escape, and Rasha did nothing with him. Rosa said that she was disgusted by the technique of the Flying Thunder God. 303 Damn its kid. What a strong physical skill and swordsmanship. What a strong power. It's just like a monster. Over there, the Sand Ninja elite who fought against Tianchen, Shangren became more passive and tired as he fought. Every time Tianchen's attack was terrifying, his strength was also surprisingly great, and it was very difficult for him to deal with it. Within a few minutes, the jaws of his hands cracked. Blood was flowing, and his hands were stinging. Tired of playing. It's time to end the battle. After basically figuring out the swordsmanship and physical skills of this elite Shangren, he has no value in Tianchen's eyes. When Shinobu heard Tianchen say this, he felt embarrassed and resentful in his heart. He hates genius. Mu done, tree-bound kill. In the next moment, Tianchen slammed on his feet, and 4 or 5 huge tree roots sprang out from the ground quickly, crazily winding towards the opposite elite Shangren. What? Mu done? Na Shirnin saw the living tree roots emerging from the ground, and he was shocked. It seemed to see something unthinkable. Therefore, the reaction was slow, and he was directly entangled by a few tree roots. After struggling for a few times, he failed to break free. Mu done. What's the situation? That kid actually mastered Mu done? What's his background? The wooden escape between thousands of hands? Mu done is the Mu done of the first generation of adults. Isn't that little brother Tsunade-sama's disciple? He actually awakened Mu done? It's incredible. The moment Mu done appeared, not only this Shinobu, but others who saw it, whether it was San Shinobu or Konoha's ninja, screamed in exclamation. Sharin is more afraid and fearful. Konoha's ninja was horrified, unbelievable, and then ecstatic. This is Mu done? Boy Tianchen. When did it happen? Zilai, who was fighting with Hai Laozong over there, also noticed this, and suddenly murmured in a bit of astonishment. Mu done? Konoha is really talented. This kid can't stay. He Laozong, who was opposite him, suddenly withdrew more than 10 meters. Looking at Tianchen over there, he rushed over with murderous intent. Mu done? Damn this kid. Chio had the same idea as him. It should be said that the two are worthy of their own brothers and sisters, and their thoughts are so synchronized. They wanted to abandon their opponents and wanted to kill Tianchen. Where to go? Tsunade saw it, and suppressed the ecstasy in the bottom of her heart for Tianchen's awakening Mu done, stepped on her foot, and the sand directly exploded a deep pit. Weird power fist. Chio sensed the danger behind him, and could only control the puppets to counterattack and defend. Hey, what a pity. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. Missed this opportunity, it will only be more difficult to kill Tianchen in the future. Konoha must be prepared. However, there are still opportunities in the future, and she did not give up on this, and will calculate, CDDJ-2 after preparation, absolutely to kill this wooden escape genius. Thinking of this, she began to concentrate on fighting Tsunade again. The battle became more intense. The same goes for Ileo Zong and Jalea. Ilea Zhang, who wanted to run to kill Tianchen, was stopped by Zilaya within a few meters. Hey, you should fight me obediently. Don't want to get closer to Tianchen. Hey, he Laozong sighed, and could only give up his previous plan. Kill him. Kill him. Rasha over there also wanted to kill Tianchen, but was stopped by the water gate. Unable to get away, he immediately distracted and roared at the upper ninjas on his side. He would never allow such genius to live. He absolutely did not allow Konoha to appear in the Senjujiku room. This shows how terrifying the deterrence of the first generation is. Decades later, only a relatively low-level Mu done appeared, making Sharin so hysterical. One sword flow, instant light, continuous cutting. In the face of countless influx of Sharin, Tianchen rushed to the Sharin elite who was bound by Mu done without hesitation, and the long knife in his hand turned into a golden light, under his wide-eyed gaze, across his neck. Grumbling, a head rolled directly to the ground, and Tianchen had already rushed into the crowd of Shanin who had been killed without stopping, and the whole person turned into a golden light, and began to harvest the lives of these Shanin madly. Efficiency is terrifying. However, within a few breaths, more than a dozen Sharin died under his sword. What? Retreat. Compared with Mu done, they are now more shocking Tianchen's sword skills and speed. After hearing this, Tianchen paused, exited from the golden light mode, killed the Sharin in front of him, and shook his head slightly. Pity. Luosha and others commanded Sharin to retreat, while being obstructed by Shuemin and others, rushed towards Tianchen. If he let him go on like this, Sharin had to suffer heavy casualties. This boy, Jalea and the others also made Tianchen retreat while pursuing. After a few breaths, he returned to Hong and the others, leading them back. Stop him. Quick. Otherwise, if this goes on, Rasha and others will have to go crazy and fight him to the end. It turned out that he was playing before, but now he is showing his hideousness. After discovering all this, Chio and Rasha were horrified, and while trying to get rid of their opponents, they rushed down to Tianchen. Chapter 356. Damn it. The retreating Tianchen looked at the Sharin who was killed by Tianchen all the way, including at least a dozen Shangren. Luosha and others looked at Tianchen bitterly and felt heartache. However, in the end, the battle was temporarily suspended. Can't fight anymore. 10 minutes later, in Konoha camp, in the commander's camp, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Nara Shikahiza, Hyuga Nissa, and others all gathered here and looked at Tianchen. That Tianchen, when will you awaken Mu done? To what extent can you do it now? Like the first generation what? In the end, Zilai also took the lead to ask. Awakened 2 days ago. It's still relatively junior. Of course it can't be compared with the original. Any ninjutsu is strong or not depends on people, isn't it? Tianchen chuckled. Fudge you. I don't know if they're a first generation strong, but they won't be weak either. Number 1. Zilai raised his brows and wanted to continue to ask questions. At this time, Tsunade stood up and interrupted his questioning. Okay, I will ask him alone. Later, I will give a report to the third generation. Don't talk about it. Let's discuss the battlefield. Good too. Zilai also nodded. He knew that Tsunade was protecting Tianchen, and he had no objection. Both of them have decided. Even if the others present are curious, they are not good to say anything. It's just that he glanced at Tianchen with different expressions, with his own cares in his heart. Jilai also cleared his throat and said, although Tianchen accidentally beat the opponent back this time, they will never give up. Next time, they will definitely launch a more violent attack. Maybe even Rinsley will be invested. Everyone can't relax their vigilance. Speaking of this, Jilai also took a look at Tianchen and reminded him. In addition, Tianchen has shown such strength and mood done this time, so be careful next. Sha Rin will definitely make a lore arrangement for you. No, main idea. I see. Tianchen nodded, not caring too much in his heart. He has a lot of hidden strength. Other than teleportation alone can make him out of danger at any time and remain invincible. Next, Zilai also waited for a long time to discuss with others before the meeting adjourned. Say, when did the awaken mood done? He didn't tell me. As soon as she returned to Tsunade's tent, she held her hands and stared at Tianchen Dao inquisitively. Just 2 days ago, you were busy in the hospital before, and you couldn't spare any time to deal with me, so I temporarily suppressed it. Tianchen glanced at the big white rabbit whose Tsunade was protruding sharply, and then quickly retracted his eyes, spreading his hands. You can't blame him for this. Then do you know how much danger and trouble you will bring to you if you rashly expose Mu Dun and your powerful strength? Tsunade stared at Tianchen. Not only was he not worried, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade's heart suddenly moved, and he stared at Tianchen and asked, you didn't mean it, did you? Yes. Tianchen nodded without denying. Snapped. Tsunade clapped his forehead with one hand, looking at Tianchen puzzled. Why? What do you want to do? Of course Yin Tuanzong shot. That way I can find his lair and kill him. Tianchen went to Tanshou Dao. Before, he hadn't tried to find the location of the general base of Danzong's roots, but his base was obviously hidden by a higher-level seal enchantment. Tianchen could find similar barriers in many places in Konoha, but the internal situation could not be explored. Obviously not all of them are Danzo's bases, and he doesn't bother to eliminate them one by one. Isn't it good to wait for the root ninja to come directly to the door? Save trouble and effort. As for the root ninja being controlled, won't he betray Danzo? With mind-reading skills, Tianchen can get the information he wants without their betrayal. Really, Tsunade's face was clear. I knew you had your own plan, otherwise I wouldn't do it rashly. But except for Danzo, you are not afraid that the 3 generations will trouble you? That old man is not fuel efficient. Before I cared about you because you were a genius, but now this genius is far beyond his control. He probably will be jealous and jealous again. This is his consistent style. As a student of 3 generations, Tsunade understands the character of his teacher very well. Maybe it was better before. As he got older, his spirit became smaller and his scheming became more gloomy. Tianchen smiled. Hey, isn't there you still Tsunade, sister? I will give you Mu Dun's cultivation and awakening method. With your immortal body and aptitude, you can learn quickly. At that time, there will be you in the front. What should I be afraid of? The deterrence of the 2 wooden awakeners is not as simple as 1 + 1. Besides, now that the 3 wars have started, Konoha will be busy with the war for several years. Even if the 3 generations have suspicion, they don't have the energy to deal with themselves. Please ask for flowers. On the contrary, he still needs to rely more on his own strength. You guy? How about this idea? Tsunade ran out angrily and suddenly touched Tianchen's brain a few times, and after messing up Tianchen's hair, he stopped and said, okay, give me the Mu Dun cultivation method. You can go away. She didn't have to worry about what she planned. Tianchen was not a real kid. Have to. Tianchen chuckled, flipped his hand, and took out a ninjutsu scroll and handed it to Tsunade, and then left Tsunade's tent. After running to chat with Hong and the others for a while, they returned to their tent and continued to think about Mu Dun ninjutsu. At present, with the exception of Shinfa, Wooden Dun, True Thousands of Hands, he has basically learned all the other wooden skills. As long as he is given a few days, he can improve his proficiency in these wooden ninjutsu. Tsunade suddenly became interested. Think about that life. It's absolutely pleasant. Do you want to act in parallel for multiple circles? Then try it. I'm also very interested. Thousands of Hands have not succeeded for the time being because of chakra. It always feels like something is missing. Tianchen has been studying it all the time. Tianchen thought to himself. At the end, he handed the scroll back to Tsunade and said, it just so happens that you are here, Tsunade. Help me test whether the Maki Dunkage clone can maintain its existence when my body leaves the Naruto world. Huh? What's the problem? At that time, she can leave a wooden clone in the Naruto world, and the body will go to the pirate world. Early the next morning, Tsunade came over. I don't understand a few things about Mu Dun's practice. You can analyze it for me. Although his spiritual power is equivalent to the moderate version of Xianshu Chakra, there are still many differences from the Xianshu Chakra and cannot be generalized. If Tianchen's experiment is successful, doesn't it mean that she can do the same after she awakens Mu Dun? 0. Tianchen raised his brows, took the scroll that Tsunade handed over, read the question recorded on it, and immediately answered Tsunade. Chapter 357. Mu Dun, the Art of Wood Clone. Immediately, Tianchen thought, chakra appeared on the body surface. Then a wooden hand stretched out from behind him, and quickly walked out a complete humanoid clone. The texture of the clone disappeared. Looking closely, it is clearly another Tianchen. Okay, this wooden clone owns half of my chakras. You can show it. I'm going back to the small space first. With that said, Tianchen left the Hokage world when he thought about it. Well, sure enough, Can't you perceive and contact Mukava? When he came here, Tianchen found that his contact with Mu Clone was temporarily interrupted. He immediately opened the group chat and contacted Tsunade through the group chat at the exchange center. Tianchen, what's the situation on your side? Is there any problem with my Mu Clone? If possible, let me see if you can open a live broadcast. Tsunade, okay, I don't see any 303 disease at the moment. I will start a live broadcast. Let your clone tell you by yourself. Having said that, Tsunade opened the live broadcast, and Tianchen once again descended into the world of Naruto in the form of a phantom and directly talked with his wooden clone. Knowing that Mu Chibi could not be connected to the main body, other than that, it was no different from Tianchen main body in the Naruto world, and Tianchen nodded with satisfaction. I'm going to another world to test it. Don't close the live broadcast. Good. With that said, Tianchen left the live broadcast room, and through time and space came to the pirate world, Xuanyue Island. It's early Tianchen. As soon as it appeared, it was seen by Erzo and others. Everyone greeted him one after another. Morning. Tianchen also smiled and waved in response. Tianchen, miss you. At this moment, Nazi walked over, holding Tianchen's hand, fixedly looking at him. Hehe, I miss you too. Tianchen smiled and gently touched Nazi's head with his hand. I will test a project first. You will wait. With that said, he has entered Tsunade's live broadcast room. What? As soon as he came in, he found that Nazi had also followed in. He smiled and shook his head. Recently, he has been busy and has less time to meet with Nazi, and she has become clingy. How does it feel? Tianchen didn't control Nazi for the time being, but asked about Mukava's feelings again. It's the same as before. Perhaps, the cross-border communication function of the system's chat group has played a role, so that the Mu clone can be maintained across the border. Tianchen's wooden avatar analyzed. Maybe. Wait until I come back to confirm. With that said, Tianchen quit the live broadcast room again. Tsunade also shut down the live broadcast altogether and waited on the sidelines. I still have business over there. I can't accompany you today. It will be much better in a few days. How about accompany you on the Great Route? Out of the live broadcast room, Tianchen looked at Nazi and said softly. Nazi nodded obediently and actively let go of Tianchen's hand. The probe touched Tianchen's cheek with her vermilion lips, and she blushed and ran away. Wow. Seeing this scene, Gray and the others suddenly hummed. Urza, Mila, and others have a dark face. Nazi is really getting bolder and bolder. Huh. Sirona looked at Nazi who hid behind her funny, and shook her head funny. I go first. Tianchen waved at everyone, and walked away from the pirate world, turned around in a small space, and returned to the Hokage world. Then, the wooden avatar was cancelled directly. Suddenly, some memories were returned to him from Yufin, even with a large amount of chakras that had not been consumed. How about it? Tsunade came over and asked curiously. It's a success. Tianchen quickly finished checking the memories of Mu Clone before opening his eyes and squinting with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Tsunade and said, This way, many of my plans will work. Don't worry about getting too busy. Hehe. Huh, great. I have to awaken Mudon as soon as possible. I won't tell you more. I'm going to practice. Bye. With that said, Tsunade rushed out of Tianchen's tent, separated two shadow clones, and went to the hospital where he was busy, while the main body returned to his tent and continued to practice mutant. Half a day later, Konoha, Hokage office. Master Naruto. The emergency report from the front line. It was passed by Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya quickly. Only you can open it. An Umbu presents a reel of sealed newsletter to the 3 generations of cooking reports. What? The 3rd generation of Weiwei was a little surprised. What kind of news could make Tsunade and Jiraiya be so cautious? Immediately, the 3rd generation took over the scroll and waved at this Umbu. You go down first. Yes. After the Umbu withdrew, the 3rd generation used a specific decryption method to unlock the seal on the scroll, opened the scroll, and looked at it seriously. Huh? What? That little guy Tianchen has awakened Mudon. Moreover, his combat power is comparable to that of a shadow rank, killing more than a dozen Shayin Shangren in one fell swoop, including 5 elite Shangren. How is this possible? Seeing the content in the scroll, the 3 generations were shocked, straightened up with a face of disbelief, and stared at the content on the scroll repeatedly and read it several times. After a long time, he sighed, and a ball of flame burst out of his hand, burning the letter clean, and then he picked up his dry tobacco rod, took a deep breath of dry tobacco, and frowned. His expression was a little uncertain. He actually awakened Mu Dun. Moreover, he has hidden so much strength. Was Mu Tong awakening brought about, or was he premeditated? What does he want to do? Judging from the strength that Tianchen has shown on the frontline battlefield, it has undoubtedly reached the shadow level. With such strength and age, the 3 generations are both happy and worried. More worry and 3 generations finally decided to Tao. Danzo also received the news from the roots of the front line. Now that he decided to put aside Tianchen's affairs temporarily, he couldn't allow Danzong to come in disorder. Damn Saratobi Reshop. I told him long ago that Shinsho Tianchen was handed over to me, but he just wouldn't listen. Now, luckily, this little devil has quietly elevated to shadow level strength, and he has also awakened Mu Dun. But Mu Dun is truly consciously awakened. No, I'll go to him and give him a warning. Chapter 358. No. Immediately Danzo made up his mind. You can't let this kid grow anymore. Either catch him back and brainwash him, or he will be destroyed. Otherwise, many of his plans will be disrupted. Even his dream of becoming Hokage will be completely broken. He is too aware of Konoha's position. Once the kid has mastered Mudun's matter and Konoha's masses know about it, Tianchen will gain extremely high support. It won't be so easy to move him by then. If that kid wants to become Hokage, with the support of Tsunade and others, I am afraid it will be very simple. In addition, Tianchen's terrifying speed of progress also made Danzo very jealous. He couldn't allow Tianchen to continue to grow. At this time, a root ninja came in, and the ticket reported, "Master Danzo, Ambi is here. Said that the 3 generations of adults would like you to come over." Huh. It seems that Sarutobi Ryzen has also received news. Otherwise, he won't call me over at this time. Danzo thought with a sneer in his heart. However, he didn't mean to refuse, and immediately got up and walked towards the Hokage Tower. He wanted to see what the 3 generations thought. Soon, Danzo came to the office of the 3rd generation. 3 generations stared at him and said directly, "Presumably you have also received the news about Tianchen from the front line? I warn you again, don't plan to attack Tianchen. Have you heard? It is rare that the 3 generations are so serious and serious." "What?" Danzo smiled contemptuously. "So, is this what you want to say to me in a hurry? You and I know that this kid has started to lose control now. If you don't deal with it now, with his qualifications, it won't be long before this what ye do will be threatened, and our decades of efforts may be subverted. Are you sure this is what you want to see?" After finishing speaking, Danzo stared at 3 generations with one-eyed eyes, hoping that he could give himself a satisfactory answer. It's just that he is destined to be disappointed today. I saw that the 3 generations shook their heads. Tianchen is a good boy. Besides, with Tsunade in charge, he won't have any problems. Moreover, it is a time of war. We can't engage in internal fighting. Every high-level combat power is very important. Except for Shine, the other 3 countries are all about to move. You should know this better than me. Say it again. Don't take action against Tianchen. It's not that he doesn't know Tianchen's threat, but he at least has reason. Knowing that Tianchen shouldn't be moved at this time. Otherwise Konoha would be really dangerous. Unreasonable. If you just want to say these things, then I'm leaving. Tuan Zongxuan shook his head with a smile and walked out of the office directly with a cane. He didn't want to argue with the 3 generations on this issue at all. He has his considerations. 3 generations have 3 generations of plans. He is not going to interfere with 3 generations, and those 3 generations don't care about him. The same is because this is a time of war. He knows that it is impossible for 3 generations to deal with him because of this. Therefore, Danzo has no fear. Bump. Seeing that Danzo left like this, the 3 generations slapped the table angrily and said angrily, "This be asterisk 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 D Danzo. Don't care about the overall situation at all. You always say that others are a threat, and whether you have discovered it, you have already has become the biggest threat in the village. It's just that you can't say this clearly, otherwise, it will cause turbulence in the village. It seems that I can only send a letter to Tsunade. Let him remind Tianchen. Release my goodwill." 3 generations thought. Since he can't control what Danzong does, he must at least control the scope of Tianchen's hatred, and he can't let Tianchen have resentment towards the village because of this. As for his fight with Danzo, the 3 generations are temporarily powerless. Let them go. He felt that Danzong should have nothing to do with Tianchen, and Tianchen could not do with Danzo. It's just that sometimes, will things really develop as he thinks? After one day, front line of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. Inside Konoha camp, in Tianchen's tent. "Gu, take a look. Letter from the 3rd generation." Tsunade handed the letter in his hand to Tianchen Dao. "What?" Tianchen opened it and browsed it quickly, and suddenly couldn't help but chuckle, and said, "Aha, 3 generations of this person is a bit interesting. I can't control Danzo, so I can only use this method to exert my influence." He immediately saw the intention of the 3 generations to send this letter. "What?" Tsunade sneered. "After all, it's not enough courage. It's time to clean up Danzo. Maybe when he first inherited the position of Naruto, Danzo did help him a lot. But today, Danzo it has long become Konoha's biggest tumor. It's useless to stay." Tsunade suspected that Danzo was present in the death of the Senju clan and even her brother Yukiki. Therefore, she has a hatred of Tuanzong. There is no evidence. She will not do it herself. But if Tianchen wants to do it, she will not stop it. If he had enough courage, he wouldn't need Danzo's help to consolidate the position of Hokage back then. Tianchen shook his head funny. In his opinion, whether it is Danzo or the 3rd generation, there are obvious defects in character. In the young 3 generations, the character defects were not obvious, and when they were older, the courage was not enough, and they always thought of Gu Quan's so-called overall situation. But there is a lot of confusion. The constant compromise and connivance of Danzo led to Konoha's increasing weakness and decay. 2. Tsunade nodded, agreeing with Tianchen's statement. "Then what are you going to do next?" Tsunade asked. How to deal with it?" The corner of Tianchen's mouth turned for a moment, and he said with a playful smile, "Of course it is to hum. I am worried about how to draw the roots and Danzo out." "La." Tsunade didn't believe 303. "All of this is in your calculations, right? I'm thinking about it now. On the battlefield a few days ago, you should have deliberately exposed Mudun and your strength, in order to lead Tuanzong wrong. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from Tsunade-san." Tianchen smiled and nodded, and directly admitted. He really planned it. "Do you need my cooperation?" Tsunade asked. Immediately afterwards, she added, "Say okay first." I won't allow you to take Hong and Shiyin into danger. Don't worry. I wouldn't do it if you didn't say it. Tianchen gave her an angry look. Who do you consider him? He is not an unscrupulous person to achieve an end. Besides, even if he is this kind of person, a mere Danzo is not qualified to let him do this. In the last few days, you can arrange a mission to return to Konoha alone to deliver the letter. Remember to accidentally reveal the news to the root members in the camp. Tianchen decided to say. In fact, he can now obtain Danzo's location information directly from the brains of the root members in the camp. It's just that he didn't do it. He needs a legitimate reason to take action and wait for the day of exposure, which can be used to perfuse 3 generations. Chapter 360. Tianchen, you think too much. Devil fruit is just another name for it in this world. Whether there is a devil is still unknown. Besides, even if there is, with your current strength, you can't accept the opponent. You should be very clear about the limits of your receiving magic. Beyond Myra's strength is too much, she can't accept success at all, and the possibility of being anti-accepted is even greater. At that time, Myra succeeded in receiving the soul of Satan. It was only because the demon called Satan was sealed for thousands of years, and his strength was extremely weak. No, it should be said that it is not only the soul of Satan. At that time, Myra received a total of 3 demon souls. It's just that she hasn't been able to control the other 2 for the time being. They are Majin Shutley and Majin Halfos. Urza, that's right. Stop daydreaming. You have enough hangs-on. Practice steadily. Humph. Myra Jane cut. You can control it. Urza, you are jealous. 3 days later. This task is left to you. Bring me the medicinal materials I need as soon as possible. I am waiting for urgent use here. Tsunade called Tianchen from the coach's tent, handed the one-person task scroll to Tianchen, and blinked vaguely 307. Thank you. Tianchen, there is a shortage of urgent medical supplies. Recently, Sha Ren's Chio has been using a variety of new toxins, and the logistics resources have not been able to keep up for a while. You are fast, so please run first. That's it. No problem, right? Jilai also followed the instructions. Okay, leave it to me. I will get the medicinal materials as soon as possible and rush back. Tianchen nodded, took the quest scroll, and put it in his arms. If there is nothing else, then I will set off. Okay, be safe on the road. Jalea and Tsunade nodded, and then they sent Tianchen out of the teacher's account together. Looking at Tianchen who was going away, the smile on Jalea's face narrowed, and he said to Tsunade, Are you sure you can let him go back alone, so there is no problem? You and I know that the village now is not safe for Tianchen. I'm afraid Danzong will be tempted to attack Tianchen. Speaking of this, Jaleda turned his head to look at Tsunade solemnly. Or, this is yours. No, it's you and Tianchen's plan? What do you want to do? Oh, very sensitive. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in a strange way. After thinking about it for a moment, seated EJ, he replied, Don't worry about this for now. Anyway, nothing will happen to Tianchen, and nothing will happen to the village. On the contrary, after success, it will be good for everyone. Ji Lai also listened. Not only did he feel less relaxed, but heavier. Sure enough, Tianchen and Tsunade were planning something. Hope, don't do too much. Otherwise, I will stop you. With such a sentence, Ji Lai turned around and returned to the teacher-in-chief. Hee, this guy? Tsunade chuckled and shook his head. After thinking about it, he also walked to the battlefield hospital. The lack of some precious medicinal materials to configure antidote is true, so Tianchen's mission is also true. Tsunade. Next, it's up to you, Tianchen. I also released the news a few hours in advance. Tianchen, okay. Don't worry. Tuanzong can't run. The land of the earth, the rock is hidden. Oyemu also got news about Tianchen from the frontline spies. A little devil has awakened Mudan, and his strength has been raised to a level comparable to the shadow level? Damn, why did you receive the news now? Did the intelligence personnel eat shit in the past? Yemu furiously said. Master Hui Tukich, don't talk about us. Even Konoha village knows about it. I can only say that that kid was so good to hide before. In the past, only physical skills and swordsmanship have been used to show people. Everyone was cheated by him. The head of Awagiru's intelligence department, who came to send the information, reluctantly shook his head. This kid has grown up. It's not that simple to deal with. Yes. 3 generations of Tying and Libra Onomu nodded his head with furrowed brows, and said with a sad expression, It seems that it is not so easy to deal with this kid. We need to carefully prepare and plan. We must not let it go anymore. This kid has grown up. The ninja world can't tolerate the existence of another Senjujuma. In addition, spread the information about this little ghost, and make sure that both Yunin and Wuin get the news. I don't believe they can sit still. Humph. The scene where Uchiha Madara humiliated him and his teacher back then, Onogi felt that it was still vivid. Even now, I feel that Uchiha Madara at the time was so strong that it was terrifying. It can be imagined how strong Senjujuin, who is at least the same level as Uchiha Madara, will be. Yes, I'll do it now. Head of Intelligence Iwanakura bowed his orders. Within a few days, Tianchen's intelligence was placed on the desks of the 3rd generation of Lei Ying and the 3rd generation of Shui Ying. For a time, the high levels of the 2 shinobu villages were alert and made arrangements similar to Inoki, preparing to kill Tianchen in advance. Somewhere under the mountain on the border between the land of the land and the land of fire, inside a huge dim underground space. Chapter 361. Okay, Tianchen, who was constantly jumping on the branches of the big tree and on his way, suddenly stopped. Is it finally here? There are still a lot of people. This breath. This evil chakra wave. Danzong actually came? Great. Sensing the situation 5 kilometers ahead through his mental power, Tianchen's smile became more and more victorious. Let me count 1. 2 elite top ninjas are 6, and ordinary top ninjas are 12, plus a movie-level Danzo, a good lineup. Then let me meet you. Thinking about this, Tianchen left again and hurried towards the ambush position of Tuanzong. Come, prepare, don't kill it. Try to catch it alive first. Tuanzang's perception is good. When Tianchen approached them 1 kilometer, he had already spotted the approaching Tianchen first and immediately ordered. A distance of 1 kilometer at the speed of Tianchen, even at a normal speed, it will arrive in a moment. Kill. Wind escape. Vacuum jade. Secret technique. Send bad worm. Secret technique. Shadow imitation technique. Secret technique. The technique of confusing heart. Ninfa point 4 purple flame array. In an instant, an overwhelming attack attacked Tianchen from 3 directions. At the same time, the 4 elites stood in one direction and Jane slammed on the ground, and 4 purple lights rose into the sky. All of a sudden, it condensed into a huge square with 4 sides of 100 meters and a height of 100 meters. Wrapped Tianchen, Danzo, and the other 14 root ninjas in the enchantment of the 4 purple flame formations. The enchantment light film is covered with purple dangerous flames. Not only is the defense extremely strong, but it will be burned by the purple fire when touched. It is a very powerful and terrifying formation enchantment. Yeah? It's interesting. Is this afraid of me running? Tianchen smiled when he saw it, which was just what he wanted. Cut. At the next moment, he drew out the pheasant sword, waved his hand fast forward, left and right. Each slammed a huge blow, smashed, and stopped the chaotic ninjutsu attacks of wind done, earth done, and fire done. Then, he took a deep breath and blasted out a burst of flames at the black worm cloud that hid in front of him. Fire escape. Extinguish the fire. Boom. A sea of fire instantly swallowed the worm cloud and covered several root ninjas and Danzo in front. Earth, Tulu City Wall. Seeing the sea of fire, the 2 Shangren on the left and right of Danzong did not even think about it, and quickly nodded, crouched down, and patted the ground with both hands. 2 huge earthen walls with a thickness of 6 or 7 meters and a height of several tens of meters rose into the sky. Boom! Hokage slammed into the dirt wall, directly smashing and piercing the first dirt wall, and finally bombarded the second dirt wall. The earth wall was also burned and bombarded into a huge pit before it dissipated. Unexpectedly, you little devil is so good at even Huadan. It seems that we have been deceived by you all these years. After the earth wall was removed, Tuanzong stared at Tianchen Road coldly. He absolutely didn't believe that Tianchen was a ninjutsu only recently. Before he wants to come, I am afraid that Tianchen has already started to learn ninjutsu under Tsunade's teaching, right? I just don't know what method they use to hide their perception and exploration. It should be some kind of sealing technique of Uzumaki Kushina, Tuanzong secretly speculated. Sa, do whatever you want. I didn't expect you to go out in person. I am a little flattered. Danzo, Tianchen stood more than 10 meters away, looking at Tuanzong with a sneer. The pheasant sword in his hand pointed diagonally to the ground, glowing with a blue gloom, and his aura began to slowly increase. Cole. Is the name of Master Danzo what you can call? Little devil. You can still survive if you are obedient. Otherwise, you will only have a dead end today. Hearing Tianchen calling Danzong's name directly, several root ninjas suddenly yelled angrily. Danzo is their belief. They can't tolerate the slightest disrespect for Danzo. Little devil, let me say one more thing. Give you a choice. Surrender. Join the roots, and let me plant the art of extinction. This is your only way to survive today. Danzo also ignored this Tianchen Dao with a look of victory in his hand. Looking at his eyes, it seemed that Tianchen was already a caged bird at this time and couldn't fly out of his palm at all. Ahem. When Tianchen heard this, he shook his head with a sarcasm. It's really a scorpion. I don't know who gave you the courage. I really disdain your so-called choice. I have a better choice. In the next moment, Tianchen burst out with an extremely strong dazzling light. Light escape. The art of brightening the blind dog's eyes. Okay. No. My eyes. For flowers, it just so happened that the previous attack almost cleared all the trees in the range of the 4 purple flame formations, and there was no obstacle to sight. Without precautions, all the ninjas present were taken by Tianchen's ninjutsu. They all screamed, hung their eyes, and kept tears streaming down. For a while, the eyes were burned by the bright light and could not see. Even Danzo was not spared. Damn it. While Danzo was angry, his vigilance rose to the highest level. Without even thinking about it, he stretched out his hand to unblock the bandaged right eye. Brush. However, at this time, Tianchen, whose teleportation appeared behind him, with one hand on Tuanzang's shoulder. Then, with a swipe, he took Danzo and teleported directly to a shielded valley more than 10 kilometers away. Not good. Vaguely feeling a sense of dizziness, Danzo, who had just exposed his right eye, suddenly realized that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. He was horrified, and at the same time a ninjutsu name appeared. The technique of Flying Thunder God? Does this kid have even learned the art of Flying Thunder God? To the effect. Danzo thought in horror. Just when he was about to punch Tianchen behind him, suddenly, he felt a terrifying mental power hit his mind. How huge is this mental power? It is like the bottomless sea of Wangyang. Its quality is also extremely high, and Tuanzong subconsciously organizes his own mental power, and with the increase of the right Isangi Yushalunyan, he wants to fight back. But his mental power was instantly defeated. All of the mental defenses were breached by Tianchen's mental power at once, and he lost his control over the body and the ability to sense the outside world. There is actually such a complicated brain sealing technique, but it's useless. After Tianchen's mental power broke into Danzang's mind, he found that Danzang's mind was full of spiritual seals. It is a pity that these sealing techniques are not in his eyes at all. Before, he could only break open forcibly, but after learning the seal technique for a while, after the integration, these spiritual seals were as simple as elementary school mathematics in his eyes, and he could easily break them. Mind reading. Immediately Tianchen began to read Danzang's memory. Chapter 362. Depend on. After a while, Tianchen had to withdraw from the memory reading. No way. It's really that Danzang's memory is too gloomy. He watched it for minutes and had an urge to kill Danzang. I've decided. I still don't kill this old thing. Let's brainwash it instead. Well, it was such a happy decision. Immediately, Tianchen input more terrifying mental power into Danzang's mind and began to brainwash and rewrite Danzang's memory. Once, twice, 3 times, 100 times. With a ruthless attack, Tianchen thoroughly brainwashed Tibet 100 times, and the idea of being loyal to Tianchen, supporting Tsunade to become Hokage, and not being able to fight against Tianchen's friends was completely implanted in the depths of Danzo's consciousness. Turned into a stamp of thought. Make it the deepest thought of Danzo, unbreakable. Perhaps only the highest illusion in the ninja world, Don God, can change it. 307 Call. After doing all this, Tianchen regained his mental strength and released Danzo. In the next moment, Danzo knelt on the ground with a thump and confessed to Tianchen, Master, I am your loyal servant, Danzo. I have offended you before. I am damned. Get up. I forgive you. Let's not take this as an example. Tianchen waved his hand and controlled Danzo to stand up and said with a smile. This old coin of Tuanzong knelt in front of him and confessed, it feels pretty good. Yes, my master. Danzo bowed slightly in gratitude. Okay, let's go back. Next, those root ninjas still need you to fix it. Don't kill them, they are all talents. With that said, Tianchen reached out and put his hand on one of Danzong's shoulders, swipe, and took Danzong back to where he was before. At this time, the 4 purple flame formations on this side have been lifted, except for the 4 upper endurance who stayed here. The others are spreading out to find Danzo. Master Danzo, are you all right? The moment Tianchen and Danzo appeared, they were discovered by a few root ninjas, and they suddenly exclaimed. Suddenly came over. At the same time, they looked at Tianchen with a wary face, and were ready to take action. An XIN. It's okay. Tianchen is also his own now. Go and call others back. I'm waiting for them here. Danzo stopped these root ninjas' actions against Tianchen and ordered. Yes, Lord Danzo. Although these root ninjas had doubts, they didn't ask anything and immediately dispersed to call back the other root ninjas. One of them took out a signal flare and launched it into the sky, sending out an emergency assembly signal to the root ninjas. At the root, Danzo's order is absolute. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. This is also a hidden rule. These roots are all well trained by Danzo, so naturally they will not do unnecessary things. Soon, all the root ninjas gathered together and knelt down on one knee to plead guilty to Danzo. Okay, I forgive you this time. Tianchen will be my spokesperson in the future. His commands are like mine, understand? Tuanzong waved his hand and said solemnly, Yes, Lord Danzo. Everyone said in unison. When they thought about it, it should be that Master Danzong had already conquered Tianchen and controlled him. As for listening to Tianchen's orders, they are completely acceptable to this, not to mention the strength that Tianchen had shown before and the ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. Only the shadow-level strength on the face of Tianchen had this qualification. Okay, come back to Konoha with me now. Yes. Immediately, a group of roots rushed to Konoha under the leadership of Danzo. On the way, Danzo handed a scroll to Tianchen and lowered his voice. This is for you. There is the main reason for the control of the tongue curse art. I will give you the control authority, and you can also control the life and death of the root ninja in the future. Danzo did not call the master at this time, although the ninjas were scattered around to follow up. But this is what Tianchen requested. Except when Tianchen is alone with him, you don't need to call him master at other times, just call him by name. Although the root ninja is brainwashed and controlled by Danzo, it is better to show fewer flaws. Interested. Tianchen took it, flipped through it quickly, and wrote it down directly. However, he was not in a hurry to practice this. Instead, he said to Tuanzong, I have a few more things to explain. You don't need to reply, just listen and remember. Next, I am going to push the outline to become the 4th generation of Hokage. I need you to cooperate with all this and do it beautifully without being exposed. Second, gradually cancel the targeting of the Uchiha clan, and the real use is basically for the growth of Konoha for tangible benefits. Third, sometimes when I don't have time to contact you, I will ask Tsunade to come over and contact you secretly. You must listen to her orders, for the time being only these 3 points, understand? Yes, I remember it. Danzo nodded and replied. That's good. Tianchen nodded in satisfaction, and then said, I have to explain everything that should be explained. I will go ahead and go. With that said, Tianchen accelerated suddenly and hurried to Konoha. It took more than 2 hours to reach Konoha's gate. registered at the door, and then walked to the Hokage tower. Master Hokage, Shinsho Tianchen is back. Go and bring him to see me. The third generation here received the news from Umbu for the first time and immediately ordered an Umbu to recruit Tianchen. Regardless of whether the three generations have faith in 3.9, he believes it himself anyway. Haha, Tianchen, you are back. Tianchen took the warrant and gave a slight salute to the third generation. After the third generation nodded in greeting, he quickly left the Huiying building and rushed to the hospital. Then, I shifted the topic to the main topic. I have received a letter from Tsunade and Jiraiya about the task. All the medicinal materials have been prepared. It is at the hospital, and it has been sealed with a large seal scroll. Take my warrant to get it. Then go ahead as soon as possible. The front line is in a hurry. Tianchen nodded at the third generation. Tianchen also dealt with it and nodded with a smile, and then told the three generations about the statement he had compiled a long time ago. Fortunately, the three generations did not ask much about this matter, but patted Tianchen on the shoulder, let him continue to work hard, and make more contributions to Konoha. Going out for a while, I have matured a lot. I have heard about your deeds. You really deserve to be our wood. The most talented Tianchen of the new generation of Yi. Can you tell me about your awakening Mudun? After the Ambi left, the three generations breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's okay. It seems that Danzo was not able to succeed. I just don't know what the loss on Danzo is. At this time, any loss is not for the village. Good thing. Having said that, the three generations handed a stamped warrant to Tianchen. Master Naruto. Chapter 363. Go. Invite Elder Danzong. Looking at the distant figure of Tianchen from the window, the three generations evoked an Umbu Shangren with no expression and ordered. Yes. This Umbu Delying disappeared in place with a brush. I hope there is nothing wrong. Hey, after the Ambi left, the three generations sighed. At this time, Danzo Kankan returned to his base, and it didn't take long for the ninja from Ambi to come over. Danzo just sneered and didn't say much, and followed Umbu. After seeing Danzo, the three generations temporarily retreated from the dark parts around the office, frowned, and looked up and down Danzo, and asked, You fought against Tianchen? How is the situation? Is there a loss? He did not see any damage from Danzo. The more so, the more strange the three generations. Faced with the questioning of the three generations, Danzo denied. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. There is no loss at the root. Tianchen, that kid is Konoha's genius. How can he do anything against him? Don't talk nonsense. Three generations. Meow meow, what's going on? Danzo, you took the wrong medicine, or am I dazzled? 23, is this kind of something you would say? Sunslash, are you trying to pit me? Last time you said that you were not allowed to do anything to that kid. You are Hokage. How would I defy? If it weren't for Danzo's mocking look when he said this, Sandai would have really believed it. Are you defying my orders less often? However, since Danzo is unwilling to say that, on the face of it, neither Tianchen nor Danzo can see the problem, and the three generations can't continue to question Danzo, so they can only give up. Turning to the movement of the land and the land of thunder. After Tianchen went to the seal scroll containing medicinal materials from Konoha Hospital, he set off again without stopping. However, this time he was not going to run with his legs. After more than 10 kilometers out of Konoha, he sensed that there were no patrolling ninjas in the Anbi within a few kilometers. He directly released Bai Jiao and let Bai Jiao carry him to the front line of the battlefield in the Kingdom of Wind. It took only 2 hours to get there at the speed of an eagle. No obstacles were encountered on the road. The main reason was that it was too fast in the carving, but Tianchen felt several strokes of Sha Ren, but he didn't stop to do it. The medicinal materials are here. After rushing to Konoha's front camp, Tianchen found Tsunade the first time and handed the seal scroll containing the medicinal materials to Tsunade. The Danzo matter has been resolved. He is dead. Tsunade took the scroll, put it aside without caring, and asked Tianchen. No, I changed it. I chose to brainwash him and control him. With that said, Tianchen told Tsunade the entire battle process. At the same time, I also talked about my thoughts on changing the plan at that time. Instead of leaving a wooden clone to pretend to be Danzo, I suddenly felt that it is better to brainwash and control Danzo, which is more convenient. Sister Tsunade will use Danzo if you need it in the future. Even if you go to him, he will do it. After speaking, Tianchen finally said, If you can use control to achieve your goals, why do you do it yourself? Oh, I see. Tsunade was a little surprised, but the old stubborn Danzo also had a day of brainwashing. He has always been the one who brainwashed and controlled others. Haha, is this retribution? But, are you sure that your control won't go wrong? Tsunade asked uneasily. Tianchen shook his head. Of course it's okay. Unless you meet another god, you can partly break free. However, Uchiha Shursui is still very small now. When he awakens Kaleidoscope, maybe we don't need Danzo anymore. However, I have given Danzo to change the order to gradually change the Uchiha clan. In the future, whether the Uchiha clan will go in the same direction as the original drama, and whether Uchiha Shursui will awaken or not god, is unknown. The Kaleidoscope is the portrayal eye of the soul. Whether it is the condition of eye-opening or the type of pupil surgery for eye-opening and awakening, it is related to one's own fortunes and the strongest thoughts in the heart. Many things may not be the same when relocating. His plan to change the fate of the Uchiha clan's destruction is not how much he likes the Uchiha clan, but mainly for the origin point reward. Tsunade listened and nodded. Yes. Then continued to follow the plan. Next, you continue to perform tasks with Hong and the others. Become. Tianchen nodded and agreed, and then said, however, in the future, I will use the wooden clone most of the time. He has too many things to learn and research. This time he came to Naruto World and added the in-depth study of ninjutsu and the study of ninjutsu, transforming magic. In addition to previous research projects, even if there is a shadow clone, it is not easy. However, he did enjoy it. The reason why he is so keen to transform the skills of various power systems into magic is also because he has been thinking of ways to integrate various training systems, absorb the advantages of them, and strengthen his own magic. Whatever. Tsunade listened and waved his hand indifferently. When I successfully awaken Mudun and learn Mudun as a clone, I will do the same. It's boring to stay in the same world all the time. Looking at the reward points, Tianchen nodded in satisfaction. Then you have to come on. I'm leaving now. Tianchen, the Mu clone is. Of course, this cannot be compared with the world-saving operations of biochemistry and Plants vs. Zombies, but the future can be expected. System. Give me a phase settlement of Naruto World's 307 rewards. Tianchen smiled and clenched a fist to give Tsunade a cheer, and with a thought, he separated a wooden clone and asked it to join Hong and the others. His body directly returned to the small space. Zyrona, when will you finish? We are ready to set off on the Great Route. Waiting for Tianchen to unify the ninja world and eliminate Heijua and Kagayaji, the reward may not be lower than that of the biochemical world. Yes, the host killed a large number of elite ninjas on the battlefield, revealing the wooden escape, resulting in a series of changes, brainwashing control of Danzo, and issuing a series of orders, which have a profound impact on the future. Stage settlement reward. 567 origin point. Tianchen, I have freed my hands. Come here soon. With the wood clone skill, I will have no problem with multi-line operations in the future. Hey, especially after she already knew most of the original trajectory of this world. Is it 567? Not bad. Sirona, wooden clone? What do you mean? Ding. As the influence intensifies in the follow-up, you will get more original point rewards. Please keep up the efforts of the host. Laxus, the same curiosity. I can't separate myself now. Can your method be popularized? If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. Chapter 364. Immediately, Tianchen gave the people in the group a detailed scientific study of the wooden clone and the shadow clone's information. When everyone heard that this skill can separate entity clones and cross-border multi-line parallel, they all boiled. Laxus, there is actually such a magical skill. Why didn't you say it earlier? Did you get the magical version? Makarov, this skill is similar to the mind-body, but the practicality and use requirements are much lower than those of high-level mind-body. Tianchen, have you not seen the ninjutsu uploaded by Tsunade's sister? There are shadow clones in it. As for the magic version, it hasn't been released yet. However, I'm already working on the general version of Chakra Transformation Rune. However, as for everyone who condenses the Chakra Rune in the Sea of Consciousness, they can transform the magic into Chakra at will. Later, I want to use the Shadow Clone technique. And even other ninjutsu will no longer be a problem. This is to solve the problem from the source. Of course, there is research on the transformation of ninjutsu into magic, and Tianchen will not end. This is related to his grand scheme of magic. Laxus, great. You get it out as soon as possible, so that I can be liberated from the position of Lieutenant Admiral. Tianchen, I will try my best. In addition, ordinary shadow clones are not as durable and easy to use as expected. At that time, you will have to create special shadow clones with attributes based on your own attributes. Tianchen is not untested. Ordinary shadow clones are indeed too fragile, not suitable for multi-line operations. Laxus, this is nothing. Makarov, Laxus, when did you become a Lieutenant Admiral? Aren't you Major Admiral? Laxus, humph. After eating the thunder fruit a few days ago, I made a big ticket and arrested a pirate with a bounty of 200 million yuan. By the way, I destroyed their pirate group and accumulated enough merits. I will be promoted naturally. Now my redemption authority in the Navy has also increased. Natsu, Laxus, is there a fire dragon devil fruit in the naval treasury? Gray second goods. How could this powerful devil fruit be kept? If so, it would have been exchanged for a long time, right? Laxus. Natsu, your boy's thoughts are really unusual. Yes, I don't have fire dragon devil fruits, but I have some dragon fruits. Do you want it? Natsu, Tianchen, there shouldn't be any good devil fruits in the naval treasury, right? With Tianchen's understanding of the Navy, it is impossible to keep good things. Either they were exchanged early, or they were taken out to cultivate elites. How could they be put there to eat ashes? Speaking of powerful devil fruits, there are much more in Tianlong people than the Navy. Those garbage gadgets are very good at burying good things. Laxus, it's your kid who understands the market. In the treasure house, I only see 12 devil fruits with my authority, but they are all relatively wasteful animal devil fruits, such as the animal department cat fruit orange cat mentality animals, canine fruits, corgi forms, etc. It's not really impossible. No one will exchange it. In exchange for this, it is better to exchange for a few very quick knives and treasure medicines. In addition to the extremely rich resources of animals and sea animals, Pirate World also has a lot of treasure medicine resources. The functions of many precious medicines have long been studied by the Navy. Naturally, such good things will not be missing in the treasure house, Gray. This kind of thing, forget it. It's an insult to personality. Urza, dignified naval treasure house. Don't you even have a big knife? Laxus, at least the lieutenant general does not have the authority. I don't know the higher one. Hawkeye my hawk. What do you think is the big knife? This thing is considered a rare treasure in the pirate world, and, in the case of the Navy, even if it has been exchanged for the first time, it is almost impossible. It might be left in the treasure house. There are quite a few swordsmen in the Navy, even the big guys. Urza, yes. It seems I can only hope that you Tianchen can help me build it. Tianchen, haha, I will try my best. As long as you can get enough good materials, the Lianquai knife, the big knife, and even the supreme knife and the spirit tool are not a problem. If the forging level is not enough, can I use enchanting to make it together? If it doesn't work, just work hard for a while. Compared with the forgers of Pirate World's body, Tianchen has the advantages and the methods they master are far beyond their ability to compare. Urzum, I will try to collect materials. Pirate World, the port of Frost Moon Island. At this time, this originally extremely crude port has been expanded and transformed by engineering robots sent by Tianchen, so that it can dock large ships. The sides are much neater. Urza, come here. Going to go. At this time, on a medium-sized yacht in the port, Kana beckoned to Urza who was running in the distance. Come on, Kana, wait for me too. This time, to go to the Great Route, except for Natsu, Wendy Kagura, and a few little guys. Tianchen even took Gray and Sauron. Hey, the two of them are mainly doing chores. Set off quickly with the yacht. Looking at the yacht going away, on the side of the dock, Natsu said with an aggrieved expression, Damn it, you didn't take me. Tianchen is too damn it. Why can Gray Guy go? I can't just go. In fact, after changing the original work, the strengths of Natsu and Gray in this period are not much different. But now it's completely different. Gray, who joined Fairy Tail more than a year earlier than Natsu. After Tianchen's training, his strength has reached the level of a B-level wizard. Coupled with his physical skills, he has a proper B-level peak combat power. Even if Natsu has the Fire Dragon King to help, it can't compare with Gray's for the time being. Wendy and Kagura on the side also admire Kana, and they can follow. They didn't make trouble, because they knew that their strength was too weak to hold back everyone, didn't they? Even Lisana and Aluffman were not able to follow, and the two of them were cute and new. On the yacht. We won't stop on the way, right? Go straight to the Great Route? Sirona turned her head and said to Tianchen, who was lying on a lounger, basking in the sun. Of course, Tianchen nodded and instructed Hong Empress. After Hong, good Zhao, choose the closest road to Upside Down Mountain and move forward at full speed. This time the yacht has undergone a second modification, a small nuclear power engine has been added, and other aspects have also been greatly optimized and strengthened, and the speed is more than 10 times faster than the earliest yacht. Okay, Master, the route is being calculated. The calculation is complete. It is estimated that it will reach the foot of the Upside Down Mountain in 32 hours, 43 minutes, and 45 seconds. Next, I will activate the wind barrier on the outside of the yacht. Please pay attention to it. The Red Queen projected a palm-sized projection over the deck and said to everyone, Wong. Just finished speaking, a light blue magic shield enveloped the upper half of the entire yacht, filtering out most of the sea breeze caused by super high-speed driving, leaving only the gentle breeze blowing on this deck, making everyone feel very refreshing. Chapter 365. Some boring Tianchen opened the group chat on the way to the Upside Down Mountain. Tianchen, Little Master, where have you traveled now? Little Master, well, to be honest, I am a little confused. I just left the city a few days ago and made the Milky Way noodles. I helped a couple of lovers become dependents, and now I seem to be lost. Hey, this guy still revealed a silly feeling when he spoke. Tianchen, are you lost? Can I help you locate it? I can launch a few satellites in your world and guide you in real time. In addition, can you give me 20 minutes from your Milky Way? What is needed? You can redeem the materials on the exchange platform. Regarding the launch of satellites in the world of Xidangia, Tianchen has long determined the idea. Recently, the Red Queen has been distracted to build satellites. Not only in the world of Little Master, but in other worlds, such as the world of pirates and fairy tale, he has this plan. In a world with extraordinary powers, it is impossible to directly use ordinary technological satellites. The fairy tale world needs to be transformed into a magical satellite because of the existence of magic power. The pirate world also needs to consider the interference of special heaven and earth vitality. Little Master, yes. It just happens that I just got up here, so let's do it together. Tianchen, 307, then, thank you. Master G. Little Master, remember to be careful and take care of Dudu. If you can't find the way, don't try your best. Ask everyone for help in time. Did you hear that? Little Master, yes. Master, after more than an hour. Come on. Everyone tastes the newly invented Milky Way noodles of Little Master. Tianchen received the red envelope from Xiao Dongjia and sent him a bonus red envelope backhand before calling everyone to come and eat noodles together. Oh, Galaxy Face? Let me see. Huh? How dark is this side? It looks like ink. Is it really edible? Sure, it's not dark food. The girls who came together looked at the dark noodle soup, questioning them all. However, they were still very honest under their hands. Although this looks a bit weird, but since the young people have never let everyone down in cooking, the girls are still ready to try it. After waiting for Urza and others to take a copy, Gray and Sauron walked over from the side corner. Each took a bowl and ran to the other side to eat. This group of women, They can't afford to provoke them at all. Therefore, they never thought of robbing them. Wow, delicious. Yes, unexpectedly delicious. Sure enough, Xiaodo's cooking has never disappointed us. What's the shining thing in it? It looks so good. I just found it. If you block most of the light to see, it really feels like a galaxy. No wonder the little master named the Milky Way surface. The women ate, admiring and talking. Tianchen himself just ate his mouthfuls. Hearing the women's discussion, he smiled and replied, "It's pearl powder that shines." There is another interesting story about this noodle. You know again. Come and listen. Zyrona squinted Tianchen and said with a hint of interest. Yeah, Tianchen say it. Mila and others also urged. Good. Immediately, Tianchen began to talk about the dog-blood love triangle encountered by Zaidangjia. In a flash, more than a day passed, except that everyone played a little more at first. After that, everyone worked hard to start practicing. There are a lot of training rooms on the yacht, not to mention that the yacht is only medium-sized. But there is a space extension magic developed by Tianchen through the combination of HP World's traceless expansion curse and space bracelet technology. The space inside the yacht is much larger than what you can see from the outside. On this yacht, there are more than 30 large suites, and one suite is not less than 500 square meters. Each suite has a complete training room, bedroom, etc. There are also large-scale public battle training grounds. It can meet almost all the needs of everyone, CDD. Master, it is expected that there will be 3 minutes to reach Upside Down Mountain. The yacht is about to start slowing down. Please pay attention. Tianchen, who was working hard to practice bodybuilding and domineering, suddenly received the news from the Red Queen. Huh, is that so? Come right away. You can let others know by the way. Tianchen took a long sigh of relief after completing a complete set of exercises. He raised his hand and applied a cleansing magic to himself to clear all sweat stains on his body, so that his body and his pair became refreshed again, and he ordered Hong Empress. In one sentence, he stepped out of the training room and came to the deck. At this time, on the deck, the Red Earth continent can already be seen from a distance. Wow. Although I already know that it will be spectacular after reading the original work, but when I actually saw it, I felt that I still underestimated this miraculous Red Earth continent. Tianchen raised his head and looked around, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. I checked it visually. It was over 10,000 meters. It feels so unreal. At this moment, Sirona and the others also walked out. Sirona stood beside Tianchen with her hands in her arms and looked at the Red Earth continent in the distance, and looked at it meaningfully. This Red Earth continent felt like a miracle, and it was a bit strange, as if it was deliberately done by a god, not like a normal natural scenery. Otherwise, how could it happen to circle the whole world exactly? Such a regularity. In addition, there has also been a strange sea phenomenon that does not conform to the laws of nature, such as the flying ocean currents. Wow, I rely on. I feel like I can't see the end at a glance. The upper part is deep into the clouds. I can't see it at all. Sister Sirona, how did you calculate the height through the clouds? You will know when you reach my strength. Okay. At this moment, Ying and Yan were on the deck, and all the women looked at the magnificent Red Earth continent with discussions. It is the first time that Sauron and Grey have seen the Red Earth continent. The same was inevitable with a look of consternation. It's like a miracle. Wow, I'm going to hit the Red Soil continent. Red Queen sister, hurry up and slow down and stop the ship. What? 2 minutes later, seeing the Red Earth continent in front of him getting closer and getting bigger and bigger, Kana's a few courageous people already made horrified calls. Okay, nothing will happen. Didn't they look at Tianchen and Sister Ziliona? They are calm? Urza reminded Kana, looking at Kana with her hands and feet wrapped around her. Number? Kana then reacted and turned to look at Tianchen and Sirona. It's okay. It's just an illusion when I hit something. There is a tunnel ahead. It's just not visible yet. Tianchen smiled and shook his head. Chapter 366. While Tianchen was talking, the yacht was still swiftly smashing into the Red Earth continent. Goo. The channel has appeared. At this time, the scene in the distance changed, and Tianchen made a stubborn mouth. Everyone looked forward and saw that the distant sea and the bottom of the Red Soil continent actually intersect the sea. There is a waterway with a width of more than 20 meters straight into the sky, like a road leading to the sky. Wow. Let me go? Isn't it? The sky and ocean currents? How can such unscientific things exist? The ocean current is climbing to the sky. The first time I saw the ocean current through the sky, everyone looked incredulous, and then they were deeply shocked and amazed. It's like a miracle. Urza stared at Tongshanhai Ludao blankly. I want to start a live broadcast. Share it with everyone. With that said, Kana directly turned on the group live chat function, and at everyone in the group. Kana, at all members, fast forward to my live broadcast room. Peerless spectacle, you will regret it if you don't watch it. Gildarts, what makes my Kana sauce so amazing? Dad is here. After speaking, Gildarts went directly into the live broadcast room and descended on the yacht in the form of projection. Then, he saw the ocean current in the distance at a glance, and he suddenly said, "It turns out to be the ocean current in the sky." The first time I saw it, it was really shocking. Count, Dad, have you seen it before? Kana tilted her head and asked. Gildarts reached out and touched Kana's little head, smiled and nodded. Yeah, don't forget. I'm in the new world now. Naturally, I crossed the Red Earth continent. Although I walked to the bottom of the sea, there were some near the Chambord Islands. I have seen the sea current near Merigioa from a distance, which is similar to here. It's just that the ocean current over there is controlled by the world government, and ordinary people can't pass it anywhere. I see. Kana nodded after eating. Wow, nature is amazing. I think it's more like a person or something for God. This is the amazing wonder of the world. Next, people in the group entered the live broadcast room one after another, projected over, and watched the sky and ocean currents. One by one, they all exclaimed. Only the few people with Hawkeye were not surprised, because they have watched too much. I thought it was something. It turned out to be the sky and ocean currents. The first time I saw it, I would really feel very shocked. Hawkeye smiled and nodded to Gildarts and Kana. This should be one of the most spectacular spectacles in our pirate world. Kashiro also held the sword and came to Guena and said, Hey, your father has seen this before? Why don't I know? Guena raised her head curiously and looked at Kashiro. In her impression, it seemed that her father had never left the vicinity of Shuangyue Island. I did see it many times when I was young. You weren't born at that time. Naturally, I don't know. Kashiro also smiled and reached out and touched Guena's head. Although it was a phantom and couldn't touch the entity, Koshiro and Gildarts did so subconsciously. Tianchen was amused. Preparing to wait for the sky and ocean currents. Please find something and hurry up. I will make more calls next. At this time, the Red Queen reminded. After listening, everyone found something nearby and grabbed it, and only Tianchen stood on the deck with his hands and arms. However, when you look at his feet, you will find that he has used chakra to secure himself to the deck. Boom. At this moment, the yacht officially boarded the ocean current, and the sound of huge waves continued to ring in everyone's ears. Riding on the current, the yacht galloped toward the top of the Red Earth continent like a sharp arrow. The entire waterway is extremely steep. If it weren't for the oppression of the air current, the ship would have reversed and fell. It's the top. Wow, what an open sight. In a short while, the ship rushed through the clouds and rushed to the top of the red soil continent. The side of the ship opened up suddenly, which made people feel like their hearts opened up. List of small hills. Probably this is the feeling. Suddenly, everyone felt that the bow of the ship was falling, and the whole ship quickly seemed to stand straight down. Everyone screamed again and grabbed the yacht. Gray turned pale and hugged a fixed pole and looked down. Hey, 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 isn't it going to rush down next? What? Kana and others screamed wildly. The scream broke through the clouds, as if torn to space, and heard the black line on Tianchen's forehead. Do you want this? It's like killing a pig. Ha. I like this exciting sense of adventure. I have decided, and I must try it realistically next time. Ha. Four Flowers' Uncle G laughed openly. Dad, I want to kill you. How can you experience this kind of thing? Kana stopped screaming and snarled at Gildarts with a blue face. Yaha, it's really dangerous and exciting. Fortunately, it's not at the scene, otherwise my old man's heart will not be able to stand it. Dumbledore smiled cheerfully. Yes. The old man Makarov on the side nodded in agreement. It's just that Tianchen didn't seem to be scared at such a fast time, but seemed to be gloating at misfortune, and he was suddenly speechless. What? Help! It's going to die. Soon, the yacht dived faster and faster, just as it was about to rush out of the sky-high current and into the ocean on the other side. Zero, not good. What's that in front of the wall? Brother Tianchen. It's dangerous. Help! Gray and the others suddenly discovered that a tall white wall had been erected at the entrance of the passage in front of them. Suddenly, they screamed for help at Tianchen in horror. If it really crashes at the speed of the current yacht, they will have to be seriously injured if they don't die, but they are not afraid. Won't. Suddenly, Nazi glowed with blue light all over her body, and her thoughts were full of energy, ready to smash the wall in front of her at any time. Gray started to feel cold all over. Others have shown their own means one after another, ready to launch an attack at any time. Rise. At this time, Tianchen's natural voice sounded. I saw that the entire yacht was directly out of the waterway. Under his control, the yacht activated the floating magic circle, floated in the air, and began to fly down with the inertial speed. Under Tianchen's control, the entire yacht directly drew a circular arc in midair, crossed the wall below, and slowly landed next to a lighthouse on the sea. Woohoo! Saved. Almost hung up. Pick up a life. Feeling the yacht landed steadily again, everyone on the yacht breathed a sigh of relief, quite a feeling of aftermath. Kana and others couldn't help but shed tears in their hearts. They are too difficult. Duh. Chapter 367. Really? That be asterisk 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 D did it? He actually made a wall at this exit, the wall. No, this is not a wall. It is actually a giant whale. Sauron got up from the deck and looked at the exit over there cursingly. He suddenly stammered and became sluggish. What did he see? The white wall is actually just the belly of a whale. What a big whale. Really big. Neptune class? Urza and others opened their mouths wide, looking at the giant whale not far away in amazement. Huh, I remember. This should be the island Rabu mentioned in the Tianchen materials. Sirona only reacted at this time, and she was a little surprised. Yes, I remember it too. Nazi also calmed down in front of her and nodded. I was so scared that my mind went blank before, but I forgot about it. Island whale. Rab? 3 zeros. Urza and others have not purchased the special information of Pirate World uploaded by Tianchen, but they are not clear. Instead, they look at Zyrona and Tianchen with puzzled expressions. Yes. Tianchen smiled and nodded, and immediately began to tell the story of Rab and the Rumba Pirates. Woo. It's so touching. Rab is so pitiful. He's been waiting here for the Rumba Pirates for decades. Yeah, those guys are too untrustworthy. They have never come to the appointment. Unforgivable. Girls are more emotional. Kana and Hermione cried after listening to them. It should be due to an accident around you. You can't come to the appointment, right? Gray said hesitantly. He doesn't believe that the Rumba Pirates is so betrayed. How to look at it? From the story told by Tianchen, that group of pirates are not dishonest people. Boy, where did you hear the story about Rab? Do you know the information about the Rumba Pirates? At this time, an old man with a weird headdress like a coxcomb walked out of the lighthouse beside him, staring at him, and asked unceremoniously, "Huh? There are still people here." Gray and the others looked at the visitor strangely. The former ship doctor on the one-piece ship, Kur Rockers. "Hello, I do know the news about the Rumba Pirates." Tianchen smiled at Mimi and turned her head to see the strangely dressed old man replied. "It's him. I remember too. Both Laxus and Uncle G have purchased the special edition information of One Piece World, and I think about it now. One Piece, the ship doctor on board Gore D. Roger? It was Hawkeye, Kashiro, Sauron, and Guena who listened, and their gaze at Kur Rockers was even more surprised. I didn't expect that there is still a crew member of One Piece here. Interesting." The corners of Hawkeye's mouth raised slightly. However, they are now in a live projection state, and non-group members cannot see them. Therefore, Ku Rockers did not see Hawkeye and Koshiro, otherwise they might be surprised too. That's it for Koshiro. He may not know each other. However, the reputation of the world's largest swordsman is still very loud. "What? Boy, are you serious? Do you really know?" Ku Rocker's eyes widened, and a little excited stepped forward, looking at Tianchen and asking, "Oh." At this time, a stunned whale roar sounded, and the vibrating sound wave directly caused huge waves to be set off in the nearby sea. Urza and others covered their ears in pain. "It's noisy." At this time, the island whale Rab had already swam over, looking at Tianchen with the same excitement and expectation. "Nature." Tianchen nodded, and did not sell Guanzi. He said directly, "The Rumba pirate group was infected with the disease decades ago, and then defeated again. Almost all of them were killed." "What? Fake?" Before Tianchen finished speaking, Ku Rockers interrupted with a look of disbelief. Rab's eyes fell into dead silence, and he was going crazy. Tianchen waved his hand quickly and added, "Nevertheless, that guy Brook is still alive. In a sense." Then, Tianchen told Rockers about Brook's situation. "Huanquan fruit. Resurrected from the dead? Only skeletons and explosive heads are left." Ku Rocker's face was dull. He had completely believed Tianchen's words at this time. He remembers that guy Brook. He will never forget his iconic explosive head and the sword. Oh, hearing that Brook was still alive, Lab suddenly burst into tears in his eyes and screamed excitedly. Although the voice was equally loud this time, it was unexpectedly not so harsh. Urza and others will also smile. This result couldn't be better. It's just that since that guy Brook is still alive, why doesn't he come here for the appointment? At this time, Ku Rockers asked again very puzzled. It doesn't make sense. Because he is now in the Death Triangle, and the shadow is cut off by the Moonlight Moria in the 7 martial seas of the king, and he cannot see the sun, otherwise he will be directly annihilated by the sun. These years, he has stayed in the Death Triangle. Tianchen went to Tenshou Dao. In fact, there are some unexplainable timings here. It stands to reason that Brook's pirate group has been perished for decades, right? At that time, Moria hadn't occupied the Death Triangle Sea area and became the king of Kauai, right? Tianchen himself didn't know the question inside. All the information he got was learned from the original animation. I see. Ku Rockers didn't think so deeply, but nodded clearly. Since you know so well, kid, could you please help Rab and me find Brook and bring him a sentence? Just say Rab is waiting for him. Of course, if you can defeat Moria, help regain Brooks. Shadow, it would be better for him to come back for the appointment. In return, I am willing to give you the medical books I have compiled for many years. How about? With that said, Ku Rockers didn't have any ink marks and directly handed a medical book in front of Tianchen. Although he feels that his medical books are not too precious, this is already the best reward he can come up with. Okay, I promise this. Tianchen took the medical book without reading it and nodded in response. Whether in sympathy for Rab or for the sake of origin, he is willing to help Kur Rockers and Rab once. Of course, he also has some interest in the medical book of Rockers 3.9. To be the ship doctor of One Piece, Ku Rocker's medical skills must be unique. That is, he can give it to Barusuka's mother-in-law if he doesn't study it himself. Thank you then. Ku Rockers thanked him sincerely. Oh, Rab over there also yelled at Tianchen with eyes full of excitement, and then spouted a mouthful of water. This way of thanking you is really special. But Tianchen obviously wasn't ready to accept it in its entirety. He directly used his mind to form a barrier to block the water. What's a joke? Don't say he doesn't like wet. There are so many girls on the boat, so he won't be cheap with other men present. Chapter 368. The live broadcast is over. Dad, you can go back. Bye-bye he. After finishing up here, Tianchen and the others are ready to set off immediately. After watching the excitement, Kana smiled and waved goodbye to Gildarts and others and interrupted the live broadcast. Go, Rockers. Rab. Be careful. The sea is not easy. Boy, know it. Oh, Lab, be good. Don't hit the wall and block the channel anymore. Oh, Tsunade, Tianchen, why didn't you take me when you went out? Is there still my sister in your eyes? Tianchen, don't you want to sit on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind? Let's say that. You are going to be the 4th generation of Hokage. If you want to get away, then awaken Mu done early. The method is left to you. If he can't do it yet, Tianchen can only think that Tsunade is stupid. This must not be directly said to Tsunade. Otherwise, this girl is determined to turn her face. Tsunade, it's hard, okay? How can it be so easy? Do you think everyone is like you? Originally, Tsunade watched Tianchen easily awakening since 23, and he could create a way to help her practice awakening Mudong within a few days, thinking it would be easy. As a result, this is not the case at all. Mudun is still that Mudun, it's hard to force. At this time, she had to sigh that people are really incomparable with people in many cases. Tianchen, I can't help it. If you have any questions, you can come to me, or you can directly find me. The wooden clones left there are the same. I wish you an early awakening of Mudun. Tsunade, huh? Saying it is the same as not saying it. I won't talk to you. I'm going to practice. Laxus, Tianchen, have you worked out the chakra rune? We are still waiting to learn the shadow clone art. Guildarts, same question. Tianchen, wait. How can it be so fast? It's very complicated, okay? In addition, the S-level assessment is about to begin, so you should consolidate your cultivation base. God knows what problems the old man will give us. Tianchen didn't believe the old man's morals in such matters. Don't think that the S-level assessment is the same as the original Natsu and the others in Sirius Island, and then divided into 2 or 3 stages. According to the information Tianchen learned from the old man and Guildarts, the content of each assessment is set by the chairman, and they are not the same. Laxus, shout. With my strength, can a mere S-level assessment stump me? It won't make the old man shameless and end himself, right? Laxus started to flag himself without instinct at all. Makarov, you be asterisk 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 D. Who do you scold? Who shameless? You wait for me. Laxus. Ahem. He forgot that it was in the group, and he said the words and went out, saying, is it too late for me to regret now? Laxus thought a little nervously. Although taking the enhanced version of Thunderfruit, his strength greatly increased. But against the old man who has broken through the legendary level and is still walking a considerable distance from the legendary level, Laxus has no information now. Although he is not forgiving, he has always admired his grandfather, and he knows how terrifying his strength is. Guildarts, I know the content of your S-level assessment this time. The president has already told me. I look forward to your performance. Makarov, Guildarts, pay attention to confidentiality. Don't do unnecessary things. Leaking secrets in advance is not fun. Guildarts, no problem. Looking at the dialogue between these two people, Tianchen and Laxus always had a bad feeling for some reason. On the yacht, the front is the pirate island on the side of Gaia Island. Do you have anything to explain? Sirona looked at Tianchen and asked. Others are also eager to try. Tianchen shook his head. No, let's make trouble. Attention, just kill those pirates who are full of evil. Okay, no problem. I can finally do it. Let's go. Wait, Ikana. The next moment, whether it was Hirona, Urza, Layla, Guena, Gray and others, they rushed into Pirate Island at the moment the yacht docked, ready to start collecting the necessary information. Damn, what a big and beautiful ship. This ship wouldn't be made of steel, right? How could it float? In this way, if a ship is snatched, it will surely be able to sell for a lot of money. I've decided. This ship, Lousy wants it. From now on it will be the pirate ship of our black rhinoceros pirates. The moment the yacht appeared in the port, it was spotted by countless pirates near the port. These pirates all made no secret of their greed for Tianchen yacht, and they began to figure out how to seize the yacht. Whether it's for sale or personal use, it's an excellent choice. Look, there are so many beauties on the boat. I'm going. Really, this boat will not be full of beauties, right? Daiha. Lousy is getting more and more excited. Go, little ones. Let me meet these big and small beauties. There are a lot of pirates who have such thoughts, and all of a sudden, they saw more than a dozen pirate teams approaching Zyrona and the others, looking as if they were satisfied. Kill. Just waiting for my sister's words. Among them, Urza and Hermione, the weakest in strength, have the strength of no less than a captain of the Navy headquarters. This is only the first half of the Great Route, a small town in front of the pirates. One by one, they used their own means to rush down the pirates in all directions, and each of them found a target and killed them. The group of them is still headed by Sirona, who is the oldest in age and strength. What? Sirona smiled and shook her head. Do you treat Sister Me as a pedantic person? Kill all this kind of rubbish. Let them be our source point reward. Just at the beginning of the fight, there was a trend of one-sidedness. Sister Sirona, do you still need information to confirm this rubbish? Kana glanced with disgust at the pirates who had come around maliciously and asked 310 Sirona. None. On weekdays, Sirona also takes care of them, so even a rebellious girl like Mira respects and convinces her. They look at the case and wait for her decision. Chapter 369. Urza is dressed as a swordsman, uses magic power to drive the boosting runes in the armor and long sword, and uses physical skills in Kendo to kill the 4 directions. Gray didn't use ice magic directly to attack, but used ice magic to create an extremely hard ice magic sword, and also used body arts and swordsmanship to kill the enemy. Others also use their own methods, and the efficiency of killing is terrifying. All of a sudden, sword light, screams, and blood burst all around. The bloody atmosphere soon began to diffuse, and it became more and more intense. The difference in strength makes Urza and others feel like no one. Often a pirate is a one-shot deal, and he won't be screaming with them at all. because it doesn't make sense. These people all have a way to die. Regarding the killing, whether it was Gray who joined first or Urza and Mila who joined later, they have all been tested in this regard, but there is nothing unusual. Are you sure you won't go? There will be no source point rewards. On the yacht, Tianchen held Nazi's waist and asked with a chuckle. No. Nazi leaned her head on Tianchen's shoulder and shook her head slightly. These pirates are not strong. There are not many rewards for killing. Didn't you see Shilua that sister did not do anything? Still give the opportunity to Gu Aina and others. 2. Tianchen nodded. At this time, Tianchen unfolded his mental power to cover the pirate town and quickly checked it. What? Suddenly, there was a dissent from his mouth. What's wrong? Nazi raised up curiously and asked. Found an interesting character. Go. Come and meet with me. The corner of Tianchen's mouth turned for a moment, and he moved Nazi's waist. Jahaha. Nicole Robin, you'd better be obedient. When I take you for the bounty, I will be grateful to you. Ha ha ha. At this time, in the room, a one-eyed fierce pirate leader looked at the tall black-haired girl on the opposite side with a grinning expression. Seeing him holding the winning ticket, he obviously felt that the girl on the other side was already dead. That's right, what Tianchen accidentally discovered just now was Nicole Robin. He didn't expect to meet Robin here. It seems that she has left the West Sea a long time ago and entered the Great Sea route. It's a bit miserable. Tianchen shook his head. At this moment, Robin looked hateful and blamed himself for carelessness. In fact, this drama of betrayal and betrayal, she has experienced countless times in these years, and she has long been used to it. This time, even if the pirate leader Jace didn't betray her, she was ready to cheat him for a fortune, so she changed her head and stayed with another power. This is the way to survive, that she has experienced countless life and death crises over the years. Now that there is an accident in the plan, she can only find a way to get out. At this moment, she and even Jess and the others saw Tianchen and Nazi who were suddenly appearing in this room. Who are you? How did you appear here? Is it a devil fruit-capable person? Jace and a group of his men immediately looked at Tianchen and Nazi Dao, who suddenly appeared in the room. Good chance. Robin over there saw Jace, and they were distracted and temporarily shifted the target. She immediately used the flower and fruit ability to control the growth of a few arms on the pirates who were blocking the road. Yesterday. With a few sounds, several pirates broke their necks directly by their arms and fell to the ground with loose eyes. Robin broke through from the side of the fallen pirates and hurried to a window not far away. Not good. Chase. In addition, give me these two troublemakers, the man chopped up and the woman arrested. When Najes saw him, he was furious. With a big wave of his hand, he directly led people to chase Robin. At the same time, he gave Tianchen and Nazi a fierce look and commanded the pirates on the right. Good, Captain. The pirates smiled suddenly, and they walked towards Tianchen and Nazi with the knife, their eyes still staying on Nazi. Tianchen looked very upset. Court death. I saw that Tianchen directly raised his hand and shook the void of these pirates. Smell it. Suddenly, a terrifying sound of bone cracking sounded. Those pirates were directly crushed by Tianchen's neck and limbs with thought force, turned into a few corpses, and fell to the ground. Guru. This scene directly stunned Jace and the others, and at the same time, their heart was full of chills. Who the hell are you? Jace stopped stiffly, turned his head to look at Tianchen and Nazi. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and asked. If it weren't for his courage, he would have been frightened and ready to escape just now. Killing is nothing, and he often kills himself. But he is not afraid of such a weird method. If you don't understand, it means it is difficult to deal with. Robin, who was about to climb the window to escape, was also stunned at this time, and for a while forgot to escape. Noisy. Faced with Jace's question, Tianchen hadn't said anything yet, and there was a blue light in Nazi's eyes, and she spit out 2 words in a cold voice. At the next moment, all the pirates, including Jace, were locked in their necks by Nian Li, and were directly lifted up out of thin air. Ching ching. Jace and the others immediately flushed with their fingers on their necks, and their feet were constantly struggling in the air. They felt that they were about to suffocate. Unfortunately, they didn't even know what the other party was using. They only felt that their necks were tightly strangled. Die. Taste. Nazi didn't plan to talk nonsense with these people at all, spit out a dead word in a cold voice, and broke the neck of these people directly. Then, the power of mind was removed. These corpses fell to the ground and died unexpectedly. After disposing of the pirate garbage, Tianchen and Nazi turned to look at Robin on the other side of the window. Tianchen smiled and said hello. In recent years, she has also seen some devil fruit-capable people, but none are like Tianchen and Nazi. These 2 people are not only strong and terrifying, but their methods are also very powerful and weird. Is it over here? Are you looking for her child again? This made Robin doubt whether this is really the devil fruit ability. Miss Robin over there saw this scene, and her face turned pale with fright. Chapter 370. It was the second time that Robin felt so desperate when she fled and wandered for many years. The last time was in O'Hara. At this moment, her mother, Albia, Zoro, Dr. Kloba, even the green pheasant that frightened her came to her mind. Boom. At this time, Tianchen didn't know when she brought Nazi to her reluctantly. Seeing her look desperate and dazed, he couldn't help reaching out and tapping on her forehead lightly. What are you thinking about? Talking to you? Oh. Robin only felt a pain in his forehead, and he suddenly woke up from his fantasy. Looking at Tianchen in front of him, he wanted to retreat with a little horror, but with the walls and windows behind her, she couldn't retreat at all. He could only look at Tianchen in two pitiful appearances and ask, "Who are you on earth? What do you want to do? Don't pretend. I'm not here to catch you, nor do I lack your bounty." Tianchen looked at this brain supplement girl funny. The more betrayals experienced, the more thoughts in this sister's mind. "Really? You didn't come to catch me? Then you." A touch of joy appeared on Robin's face, but he did not let go of his guard, and it was impossible to let go of 310 so easily. She is not silly and sweet. If she were so naive, she would have died so many times over the years. It's more real than real gold. Tianchen nodded and beckoned to Robin. "Follow me. You will be mine from now on." When Robin listened, his pretty face blushed slightly while he was a little surprised. This guy speaks domineeringly. Is he still so explicit? When Nazi heard this, she glanced at Tianchen, then turned her head and glanced at Robin. But she didn't say anything, just turned her head back and held Tianchen's hand. Robin hesitated and walked to Tianchen's side. Tianchen smiled softly, put his hand on Robin's shoulder, and moved her directly back to the yacht with a thought. Robin only felt a flower in front of him, but the surrounding scenes had changed drastically. Looking at the sea in the distance and the yachts under his feet, it was clearly a port pier. "This is a space ability? You are a space devil fruit ability person?" "Wrong." Robin first looked at Tianchen in surprise, then shook his head abruptly. The methods Tianchen and Nazi used to kill those pirates before were not like the use of spatial ability, CDD. She feels that this teenager is even more mysterious. "I just don't know what she wants to bring me back." Robin thought nervously. "Say that Tianchen is for bounty, right?" Seeing this super luxurious yacht at my feet, Tianchen doesn't look like a person lacking money. Combined with Tianchen's demonstrated ability and strength, Robin denied this idea in her heart, and she was even more confused. I don't know Tianchen's thoughts at all. The only certainty is that Tianchen has no malice towards him. For the time being, this is enough. Robin felt calm. "I just got 4 origin points." Nazi leaned in Tianchen's arms and said cheerfully, "Oh, those pirates are quite valuable." Tianchen raised his brows in surprise. How Robin's former captain saw the strength of tens of millions of bounty. It was surprising that Nazi could get 4 origin points. It is estimated that it is related to Robin. Tianchen speculated. Isn't he the former captain of an important supporting role? Maybe, if they don't intervene this time, this incident is still a more important turning point in Robin's life. "I think so too." Nazi nodded. The two did not bother Robin, but ordered a robot to provide services to Robin, and then let her go. This sister is too vigilant, too much contact hastily, but will make her more vigilant. It is better to let her go. Anyway, Tianchen has no plans to treat her right now. Saving her is easy. In his hands, it is better than to continue to flee and wander like the original. By the way, Tianchen and Nazi can also get another source point reward. Pouch. Ding ding. Crack. At this time, the battle in Pirate Town continued. Hey, in other words, it gets more intense. This pirate town is a recognized den for pirates on this route and nearby. Now that some people dare to provoke and kill here, how can the pirates in the small town allow it? Urza and others, who had killed hundreds of pirates, immediately discovered that not only did the number of pirates besieging them have not decreased, but more and more, and the number of people who came was getting stronger and stronger. However, this is just what they want. If they are asked to find it on their own, they still don't know when they will be screened. No need to worry now. Anyone who shoots at them deserves to die, and Urza and the others can kill these people reluctantly. The fighting continued for more than an hour. At this time, the whole street in the center of the port passage was full of corpses. The blood gathered into small streams and flowed directly into the sea along the ditches on both sides of the street, dyeing the sea water within 100 meters of the port into red, which could not be dispersed for a long time. A sea breeze blows, and the strong smell of blood makes people dizzy and chilling. Guru, where is the group of killing gods? God knows. But as long as they don't take the initiative to attack them, they won't attack people indiscriminately. Have you not found it yet? Anyone killed by them was either actively attacking them or was full of sins. These guys are more like a navy than a navy. The survivors in the shops shrunken on both sides of the street couldn't help whispering. Looking along the street, the dead bodies on the ground are endless. Tianchen calculated that there are more than 2,000. It's almost there. Go back. Killed the last pirate who rushed over, and investigated the situation in the pirate town. After confirming that there was no guilty pirate surviving, Sirona put away the long knife and turned to the group of Urza. Said, "Good. It's really time to stop. Otherwise, I feel like I'm throwing up. I feel that the killing intent in my heart is a bit heavy. Then go back and practice quietly, and wait until you understand the influence of the evil spirit." All right. More than 2,000 people died at one time. Urza, Gray and others killed at least 50 people on average. It's a big killing. They are not very old, and they will inevitably be affected by the murderous aura for a while. When they returned to the yacht, Tianchen also suggested that, except for Hirona and Nazi, everyone else should practice quietly on the yacht or in the small space for a while. Okay, go and clean it all. There is blood all over your body. Smell and eat your nose. Seeing that a group of little guys were murderous at this time, and their emotions were a little depressed, Tianchen slapped his nose gently with his hand and said jokingly, "Duh." Chapter 371. Hehe. I know. Now go. Big brother Tianchen actually dislikes us, really. When everyone listened, they all showed a smiling face and walked to their respective suites. Call. Sirona took a long sigh of relief. walked to the chair next to Tianchen and sat down, took the wine bottle from the table, poured herself a glass of wine, and said to Tianchen while drinking, "This kind of large-scale killing will still be due as little as possible. Not to mention them. I feel that my xinqing is somewhat affected. Then go take a shower, change clothes, and go fishing with me. How about?" Tianchen stretched out his hand to treat Lisalona's sweaty bangs and comforted. "Yeah, good suggestion." Sirona smiled and nodded, and got up to go to her suite. But when Robin was sitting not far away, she suddenly turned her head to look at Tianchen with some curiosity and confusion and asked, "This is?" She always felt that the girl in front of her was a little familiar. She knows? Or an important figure in the original work. She believes it is the latter even more. Nicole Robin, the poor archaeologist who was hunted down by the world government. You should know. Tianchen smiled and shrugged. Roar. Sirona nodded suddenly when she heard the name. So it's her. Hello. Sirona greeted Robin more casually, and then walked away like Nene's song. Hello. It wasn't until Hirona's figure almost disappeared that Robin responded with a somewhat complicated expression. Sirona, over there, listened, and the corners of her mouth made a slight moment. Isn't this interesting? Sirona was sympathetic to Robin's past experience. As a Pokemon trainer who is very interested in history, archaeology, and mythology, she doesn't think there is anything wrong with studying and digging into history. She naturally cannot agree with the actions of the Navy and the world government towards O'Hara. Sure enough, the world government is the world's largest dark organization, right? Sirona thought to herself. This strengthened her idea of overthrowing the world government. It is no longer purely for rewarding the origin point. When Tianchen was fishing, he received from the group. The group chat was opened immediately. Gildarts. The devil fruit capable person you want is here. When do you come to my side or what? It is a superhuman type, fruit crushing ability person. I finally found it. Laxus. No? Uncle really let you find the crushed fruit. Gildarts. Yeah. It's a pity that it has been eaten. If you kill it directly, the rebirth fruit will not know that it will go to that corner of the world. It's very distressing. No, Tianchen said that he is studying how recently I want to try to control the rebirth of devil fruit. In addition, by the way, Uncle G felt that this product completely wasted the ability of the dam at demon fruit. The strength of a suit is not very good. Let's take a look at the reward of 100 million. Laxus. Oh, if it can happen, then everyone will be happy. In the future, just find the corresponding devil fruit ability. This is much easier than looking for devil fruit. Tianchen, I'll come directly to you. Give me a few days. In addition, I suggest you grab a few other types of devil fruit abilities for experimentation. Because I'm not sure if I can succeed, or don't it's good to experiment directly with the one with the ability to crush fruits. Otherwise, the product is hung up, and the experiment is unsuccessful. Doesn't it mean that Uncle G will search again? Gildarts. That's right. Then I'll go grab a few more devil fruit capable people. It just so happens that there is a big pirate den on this small island where I am now, and there is no shortage of devil fruit capable people. Tianchen, come. I'll start now. At the speed of the fire-breathing dragons, it takes a lot of time. Gildarts. Okay. I will send you the rough map. After speaking, Gildarts sent a document. Tianchen accepted it, glanced at it, and memorized the entire map. He immediately put away the fishing rod and said to Sirona and Nazi next to him, I'm going to Gildarts. I will leave a wooden clone here. If you have something to do, you can find the wooden clone. There are so many little guys on the boat, you two. Take care of it. Go. Sirona waved her hand. Can't we be together? Nazi looked at Tianchen eagerly. She didn't want to be separated from Tianchen. Good. Obedient. Lead people to influence speed. I will be back soon. Tianchen smiled and stretched out his hand and touched Nazi's head comfortingly. Nazi nodded obediently and could only agree. She is not a stubborn character. Mudun, the art of wood clone. Immediately, Tianchen separated a wooden clone. Asked for flowers. Come out. Fire-breathing dragon. Roar. Then, Tianchen released the fire-breathing dragon, jumped directly on the back of the fire dragons, waved goodbye to Sirona and Nazi, and smiled at Robin who was looking over there. It drove the fire-breathing dragon to the new world. Naturally, it will not be smooth sailing on the road, whether it is a great route or a new world. The weather is very changeable and weird. Tianchen encountered storms, tornadoes, blizzards, torrential rains, etc., a series of severe weather during the journey to the new world. It took 5 days to finally reach the new world, Paros Island, where Gildarts is located. After meeting with Uncle G at the port, Tianchen asked, Is anyone ready? Where is it? Hotel. You still need to find a place to experiment. You know, I haven't been able to master the transformation magic. This is a bit difficult for me. Zero Gildarts touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and smiled. No way. Even though he has improved his magic control a lot by relying on physical skills, the transformation magic that requires more detailed manipulation is still a bit difficult for him. He felt that if he was given another year, he should be able to get started. Geniuses like Gildarts are not all powerful. You can. Tianchen shook his head speechlessly. Let's go. Go to the hotel you mentioned first. Is it the first floor? Is there a basement? Yes, it's the first floor. There is no basement. With that, Gildarts led Tianchen in front. Then it will be easy. Tianchen nodded. In this way, he can set up a temporary laboratory directly under the hotel. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel and entered the room booked by Gildarts. As soon as he entered the door, Tianchen saw 3 pirates who were locked by Hailu Shi, paralyzed there. Wow! Seeing Tianchen Gildarts and coming in, the 3 of them were all agitated, their teeth trembled, and they looked at Gildarts with horror. Tianchen suddenly turned his head to Gildarts a little speechlessly. What did you do to them? How do I feel that they were all broken by you? Duh. Chapter 372. Uncle G touched the back of his head in embarrassment. Nothing. The main reason is that they were disobedient at first, so I had to teach them with the smash magic lesson and let them be honest. Tianchen heard it, and it was clear. Gildart's smashing magic is divided into 2 types, lethal and non-lethal. The former can directly smash the target into small squares and kill it directly. Although the latter is also a decomposition, it only divides an individual into countless reduced versions of individuals. For example, in the original S-level assessment of Sirius Island, this happened when Gildarts versus Natsu. Natsu was hit by the crushing magic and was divided into thousands of pocket editions of Natsu. These 3 guys probably feared him so much after being tortured by Uncle G, and were so honest. It's okay to be honest, you can start right away. As he said, Tianchen raised his right foot slightly, and lightly stepped on the ground. A magic circle flashed 3-0 and passed away. Suddenly the ground in this room came alive like a wave. At the same time, more drastic changes have taken place in the underground. Gildarts looked at the ground from wood to stone with admiration and the continuously deforming soil layer underneath. He wants this kind of ability too. It's just that I can't get started. At this point, he is not even as good as his daughter Kana. After learning the Transfiguration Mantra, and later I learned the Transforming Magic Kana developed by Tianchen based on the Transfiguration Mantra, he is already very proficient in this magic. Guru, this. As soon as the young man stepped on the ground turned from wood to stone, and an entrance appeared in the middle, and the stairs down from the entrance could be vaguely seen. The 3 pirates set off a stormy sea in their hearts. What devil fruit ability is this? In Pirate World, when people see extraordinary abilities, the first thing people think of is devil fruit ability. No need to explain. Let's go down. Tianchen turned his head and greeted Gildarts, waved his hand, and controlled the 3 pirates to float up, followed him, and walked down the stairs. At the same time, a few palm-sized balls of light popped out from the space below with a wave as a lighting source. Okay, Gildarts quickly followed. Wow, so fast. I am more interested in this magic. It seems that I need to spend more time practicing. In this way, I don't have to worry about having no place to live in the wild in the future. Down, Gildarts found out that this place has completely changed. An underground space with an area of more than 100 square meters caught his eye. Neat, strong, all 6 sides are made of iron, and there are some iron seats. I'll sit down and prepare for work first. Uncle, sit down first. After throwing the 3 pirates to the ground on one side, Tianchen spoke to Gildarts and began to take out some materials and arrange the space magic enchantment. This time, I'm going to set up a more powerful space barrier, just in case. After more than 10 minutes, Tianchen completed the layout of the space enchantment. Wang directly activated this space enchantment. Suddenly, this enchantment directly enveloped and wrapped the entire basement, faintly separating the entire underground space from the outside space. Then, he waved his hand and took out some fruits produced in the small space from the space bracelet, divided them into 2 batches. One batch was placed around the underground space, and the other was placed in the metal fruit tray on the middle table. Then he turned his head and said to Gildarts, Uncle, please also take out the local fruits I asked you to collect. After all, Tianchen is not sure if he must have local fruits. Okay. Gildarts naturally wouldn't refuse, and immediately took out the various fruits collected yesterday from the space bracelet that he opened, and placed them in 2 batches as well. Start, experiment. Uncle, stand back a little. Also, what kind of fruit abilities are these 3? Tianchen asked Gildarts. On the left, that is the animal type and night cat fruit ability. The middle one is the superhuman type fruit crushing ability, and the far right one is the superhuman type / fruit impact ability. Gildarts walked back and introduced Tianchen one by one. Huh? Impact fruit. This seems pretty good, right? Tianchen asked somewhat unexpectedly. Developed. The impact ability should be very strong. However, according to Uncle G's introduction, none of these 3 people has a bounty of more than 200 million. Although bounty may not represent strength, it can also reflect a lot of information. Gildarts nodded. It's really good. He is even better than this fruit crusher. But that's it. Whether you are strong or not depends on who you are with. To him, it was just 1 or 2 punches. Especially those with the ability to crush fruits. In front of him, the crushing magician, his ability is completely unable to play a role. Then use the animal fruit ability person to do the first experiment. Tianchen nodded, and immediately waved the frightened night cat with fruit ability to fly over. Then, a magic circle enveloped the devil fruit capable person along with the fruit on the table below. Space magic. Dimensional space. Suddenly, the space of the basement fluctuated, and then, a transparent space ball enveloped the pirate and fruit. Even the table under the fruit bowl was cut away, and the rest exposed outside the dimensional space ball was directly cut apart, separated from the spatial level. Oh, is this the space magic you developed to test the rebirth of the devil fruit? Suddenly, the apple began to change rapidly under the gaze of Tianchen and Gildarts. Haha, so too. A gleam of golden light penetrated the pirate's head directly. This wave flew out of the pirate's body, and then began to fly through the entire dimensional spaceball at a high speed. At first, he wanted to leave this dimensional space. Suddenly, the pirate's pupils began to dissipate, making a faint sound, and he died in a short while. But after struggling, it was discovered that it could not break through Tianchen's dimensional spaceball magic. It turned its target again, and finally sank directly into an apple. When Tianchen saw him, he didn't pay any attention to him either. When his thoughts moved, he teleported directly into the dimensional spaceball, raising his hand to point at the pirate's brow. At the moment when the pirate's breath was completely short, Tianchen's mental power barely caught a special wave. At the same time, Tianchen's mental power has already expanded, covering the entire dimensional spaceball, watching all the changes inside with 3.9 concentrated attention. Gildarts asked with some curiosity, rubbing his chin and looking at the dimensional spaceball in front of him. After a while, a dark blue devil fruit with a spiral pattern appeared in front of the two of them. Tianchen rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not so superficial yet. This is the dimensional space magic that I developed, group and defense in one." Wong. Gildart smiled and stroked the back of his head. Chapter 373. This succeeded? Gildarts asked differently. So simple? Yes. Very successful. Next, it depends on whether the Superman department will be the same. Tianchen also nodded with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that his conjecture would really come true. The blockade of dimensional space directly makes the law see that the devil fruit's ability transforms into unable to break through the limitation of space, and finally can only enter a fruit in the space, artificially controlling the rebirth of the devil fruit. The two remaining pirates over there obviously saw the rebirth of the devil fruit. Their eyes widened, and they looked incredulous. At the same time, he suddenly guessed the identity of Tianchen and Gildarts. However, the next moment, bitterness and despair appeared on their faces. Does the identity still matter? It must be their turn next, right? The two suddenly wanted to scream in horror. It's just that before they could yell out, Tianchen's finger directly penetrated the space, appeared in front of the two of them, and made two virtual taps at them. They directly blocked their vocal cords with magic power, making them unable to make a sound. Then, he waved his hand to send the demon fruit ability past 23 into the dimensional spaceball, and through the corpse of the animal-type demon fruit ability. Then, following the same procedure, the finger pierced the eyebrows of those with the ability to impact the devil fruit. At the moment when he completely died, Tianchen once again discovered that the seed of the law in his body rushed out. After a brainless mess, the seed of the law finally sank into a pineapple below. Whoa! Suddenly, the appearance of the pineapple began to change, from orange to gray-brown, covered with shock wave-like patterns. Tianchen grinned and waved his hand to collect the two devil fruits. Tianchen aimed his gaze at the last person with the ability to crush the devil fruit. 2 minutes later, the pirate also turned into a corpse, and a rectangular pineapple-shaped devil fruit was born. Gildarts looked over directly. Tianchen shook his head funny, waved his hand to disarm the dimensional space magic, and threw the newly born Superman series, smashing devil fruit to Gildarts. "Give you. Haha. Thanks." Gildarts excitedly caught the devil fruit and looked at it carefully. "I'll be back when I go." Then, he walked straight back to the small space, communicated with the Red Queen, and spent 1,000 source points to strengthen the crushed fruit, wipe out the defects, and strengthen the law seeds inside. Then, he ate the whole crushed fruit without hesitation. It's not unpalatable. Is it because of strengthening? Uncle G murmured a little strangely. Coming. Ability is coming. At this time, Gildarts found that the body began to change. The seeds of the law of crushing condensed directly from his stomach and went straight into his eyebrows from the meridians. Then, without stopping, he was immersed in Uncle G's smashing natal magic rune. Suddenly, Uncle G's smashing magic rune shined brightly and began to undergo drastic changes. Uncle G can feel that his crushing ability is starting to rapidly improve, and the related talents are also the same. After half an hour, the change stopped. Gildarts tested it, and his smashing talent increased by 1 level, reaching the SSS level. In addition, he could feel that he could break through to the legendary realm at any time. It's just that he suppressed it before and was ready to sort out and make a breakthrough. The key is, Gildarts felt that the crushing ability had become his instinct, and he could control the crushing ability extremely high. It's not like before, it's hard to control, and it's easy to run away. This is his most pleasant surprise. Even, he feels that he no longer needs to separate most of his mental power all the time to suppress the crushing ability. This means that his learning ability has also been liberated and improved. Congratulations. Congratulations. At this time, Gildarts received from the group. He opened it quickly. Tianchen, at Gildarts' uncle. How is it? Have you eaten it? How do you feel? Gildarts, hey. 8. Very good. Laxus : What's the situation? What did you eat? Sirona. Tianchen, your experiment is over? Has it succeeded? Nazi. Same question. Makarov, what experiment? Tianchen, did you go to Gildarts? Kana. Experiment? Dad, what's the situation? Tianchen, ahem. Yeah, I'm on Gildart's side, experimenting with the ability to artificially control the devil fruit's ability to rebirth after the death of the devil fruit. As a result, Makarov, what's the result? Don't sell off. Brat, this is a very important thing. Gray, unexpectedly to make such a big move silently. Did it succeed? Others started to speak rushingly, and even Takayan Kashiro, and others appeared. For them, natives in the pirate world, controlling the rebirth of the devil fruit is a very shocking thing. Tianchen, of course it succeeded. Don't look at who shot it. Ha ha ha. Laxus, damn, really made you do it. What exactly did it do? Is it reproducible? Makarov, wow ha ha. Asked the same. Space magic at that time, Mest only taught Tianchen to teleport. Otherwise, it cannot be done. At this point, Dumbledore and Laxus also thought about it. Makarov, is it originally done using space magic? This is not something ordinary people can do. Your dimensional space magic level must not be low, right? As a legendary wizard who has initially understood the law, he is relatively familiar with the nature of the seed of the law. Tianchen, it's nothing, just use. Dumbledore, awesome. It seems that the legendary rank is no longer an obstacle for you. Chapter 374. Kana: What are you talking about? Why don't you understand? Urza, same question. Makarov, ahem. Simply put, the level of the dimensional space magic created by Tianchen that can trap the seed of the law is very high, and it is close to the level of the law seed. It is also because of this that it can be trapped. The seed of the law, do what you think you want to control the rebirth of the devil fruit. But, Dumbledore. However, this trick has a high probability of being useless with the devil fruit ability of the space type. Unless Tianchen's dimensional space magic goes further, it will be possible. More than that, but at least it must be level with the seed of the space law to trap the seed of the space law. Unlike other seeds of the law, even the lower half, or even the first level can play a deterrent effect. Gray, amazing. Mira-Jane, I said, have you overlooked something at Gildarts, uncle? What you eat is not crushing devil fruits, right? Everyone, huh? Everyone suddenly woke up. Gildarts, ha ha ha. Yeah, I was lucky enough to find a superhuman demon fruit crushing ability, so I asked Tianchen to help with the experiment. I didn't expect it to be a success. Laxus, I'm sour. It's too easy for you to come here, right? Moreover, Laxus only realized that the uncle's so-called eating before means eating the crushed fruit, right? In other words, the uncle's origin point is enough, and it is directly strengthened. Think about how long it took him to get enough source points to strengthen the thunder fruit. The torment of waiting. People can't be compared with people. Gray. Uncle, you are too lucky, right? How about my Zuexuego situation? Gildarts, late? You asked this. I have already inquired clearly. This thing was obtained by Nambu Kaido Flamenco. It should have been obtained 2 days ago, and I don't know that it was eaten by his subordinates. No, as mentioned in the special edition information given by Tianchen, this devil fruit was eaten by Doflamingo's men in the original work by Monet. Uncle G can only hope that Doflamingo will not distribute it to Monet so quickly. Otherwise, he can only destroy the flowers. As a sweetheart gentleman, Uncle G feels that it is best not to do this kind of thing, even if that beauty is sinful. Laxus, shout. This is terrible. Maybe it has been eaten by Doflamingo's men. This is what Tianchen gave in the message, right? Gray, isn't it? Tianchen, that's true. That person's name is Monet, and he will be named Snow Girl in the future. My side is not too far away from Dressrosa. It should be enough to sit on the fire-breathing dragon for a day, that's it. Maybe it's too late. Gray, really? Then please Tianchen you. Tianchen, no problem. At Gildarts, when will you come back here? Hurry up. Together. I really may not be able to get everyone in the Don Quixote family. Tianchen's current strength should be between the general and the quasi-general. Switching to Naruto world is between shadow level and super shadow. Specifically, he had to fight with all his strength before he knew it. Doflamingo's strength during this period is estimated to be not much different from him. But this product has a helper. It is also very troublesome for a group of devil fruit-capable people to join forces to besiege. Gildarts, haha, I'll be back. Thank you very much this time. By smashing the seed of the law, my control over the smashing ability has been greatly improved, and I will be more comfortable in the future. Hehe. With that, Gildarts returned directly from the small space to the basement of the hotel. What are you going to do here? Once back here, Uncle G pointed to the 3 corpses in the underground space and asked, just bury it. With that said, Tianchen came to Uncle G and put a hand on one of his shoulders. I will take you up. Then, Uncle G only felt the surrounding scenes flash, and they went back to the hotel room above. Tianchen gently stepped on the ground with his foot again. A large amount of magic power poured into the ground through the hidden magic circle, and within a few breaths, the ground was filled and restored to its original soil structure. Let's go. Get there as soon as possible. Save the shueshua fruit from being eaten. Good. Immediately, the 2 of them left the hotel and came to an uninhabited beach on the island. Tianchen released the fire-breathing dragon, and the 2 jumped on the back of the fire dragons and rushed to Dressrosa. Fortunately, Tianchen's fire-breathing dragon has greatly improved both its size and strength as the dragonization intensifies. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to fly long distances with 2 people on its back. At this time, the group is still very lively. Obviously, because Tianchen and they successfully tested the method of obtaining the corresponding devil fruit by killing the devil fruit ability. Everyone was looking forward to it. Gray, speaking of which, will I have the opportunity to catch the Admiral Blue Pheasant, kill it, and get frozen fruits? Compared to shueshua fruit, frozen fruit is what Gray really wants. He really woke up. Of course, few people in the group can be sure to kill the green pheasant, let alone catch it alive. Gray thought to himself, being able to join Fairy Tail and Fairy Tail is the luckiest and happiest thing in my life. At this stage, Pirate World is still very important to most of the people in the group. Guildarts, yes. Don't get lost because of your strength. There is still a long time to come in the future. Don't cause another regret because of one regret. Sirona, it's not that much. We have rewards for making good contributions to the world, but if you mess up, you will also be punished. Be careful to be blacklisted, then you will lose more than the gains. Gray, I was wrong. Makarov, it's good to know what's wrong. I know you are eager to get your Master Ulu, but now you are growing fast enough. It's too late. Be patient. Boy, in addition, all of us will help. Yours. I also felt deep concern from everyone's words. This is a great, good world for bodybuilding to lay the foundation. Makarov, A****. What nonsense. In order to gain strength, don't care about everything? Forget the wicked. If you kill it, you will kill. That green pheasant itself is not a wicked person, right? Laxus, you really have such power. At that time, you may not have seen the demon fruit ability of the green pheasant. Laxus, it's true. Of the three admirals, Qing Xiong is the most principled, and the justice in his heart is the most righteous. Other red dogs and yellow monkeys are inferior to him in this respect. It is not recommended to kill him. When Gray heard this, he was in a cold sweat. Chapter 375. Makarov ahem. Let's get back to business. Now that Tianchen has worked out a way to artificially regenerate devil fruits, then everyone will have one more task. That is to inquire and pay attention to all kinds of devil fruit abilities. News. Any devil fruit ability that everyone needs, as long as the target is a villain, then you can announce it in the group, and we will find a way to catch it and extract the devil fruit. Don't you have any comments? Guildarts. Of course. Tianchen. I'm definitely fine. This time I'm going to Deers Rosa. I'm also going to have a good negotiation with Doflamingo, and let him use his information channels to help collect devil fruit and devil fruit ability the information of the person. Guildarts looked at Tianchen on the side and smiled. Haha, you have a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Tianchen Chicken Thief smiled. This can be regarded as his best use. When Doflamingo has no value to use, then it's time for him to give the lead. Laxus, what you think is really thoughtful. According to the information I learned from the Navy, Doflamingo's intelligence network in the entire pirate world is quite powerful. Otherwise, he will not be able to general fire smuggling 313, slave auctions, and devil fruit auctions are so good. Urza, it is recommended to have a separate devil fruit demand list in the task list. You can add the type of devil fruit you need, so that everyone can check it at any time. Tianchen, good suggestion. Urza, I'll let the Red Queen set it up. With that said, Tianchen directly communicated with Hong Empress in the small space, and asked Hong Empress to complete the demon fruit demand task list. Then, he was the first to publish the demand information for space, time, and light devil fruits. Tianchen, it's done. You can open the task board to upload and query. After hearing this, everyone opened the task board for inquiries. After seeing the task information released by Tianchen, everyone was speechless. Laxus, you want so much. Time, space, and light are scarce. You have to wait. Huh. Tianchen, I feel okay. I know the future goals of space and time, but the light system is really a bit troublesome. Huang Yuan is a bit disgusting. I can only hope that the Eudemons or Superman there are fruits with corresponding attributes in the department. What he cares about is not the specific ability of the fruit, but the seed of the law attached to the attributes of the fruit. Obtaining this can save him a lot of time. Ability development. He can fully understand and expand on his own through the seed of the law. Laxus, oh, congratulations. But, can one person consume more than one devil fruit? It will explode, right? Laxus himself doesn't care much about the tenderness and not being able to take more pills. Anyway, he specializes in the thunder element. Other types, except for super magic, he is not interested. Eagle Eye Myhawk, this should be really impossible, right? Can it? Since entering the group chat, Hawkeye has found that his 3 views have been repeatedly broken. Is it so again this time? Tianchen, I have never taken devil fruit, so I don't know if it can be possible, but I want to come and master a seed of the law provided by devil fruit. It shouldn't be a big problem to take another one. In addition, Pirate World will have it in the future. A guy named Blackbeard, because of the specificity of his body, took 2 devil fruits. Hawkeye Myhawk, huh? Blackbeard? It won't be the one from the Whitebeard pirates, right? I heard Red Hair mention it. It seems to be an old coin with very simple strength. He actually has this ability? Tianchen, yes. So, I'm going to find an opportunity to tie him up in the future and take a look at it. Hawkeye Myhawk, huh? You have a good idea. If you need it, call me at any time. Just treat it as a red-haired friend. Spray. Being watched by Tianchen, Hawkeye mourned for Blackbeard in his heart for half a second, and then began to laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha. When they rushed to the kingdom of Dressrosa at Tianchen, Laxus rarely, CJ, took a 1-month vacation and returned to Donghai Windmill Town with Carp. Windmill Town, I'm back. Luffy Ace, don't hurry up to visit your eldest brother. Going ashore, Laxus sticks in his waist and shouts loudly. That voice, passing through the amplitude of thunder and lightning ability, was like thunder, deafening. For a time, his voice seemed to be heard all over the island. In a tree hole deeper on the island, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo heard this huge sound, and they all poked their heads out of the tree hole. What is this voice? Ace heard this familiar voice, and his face was a little bad guess. It's Brother Laxus. It seems. Luffy felt a little numb all over when he spoke of the name. This reminded him of the unbearable past more than a year ago. Ace is the same. At that time, they were handed over by the old man to Laxus as AB************** D to practice. As a result, learn about electric shock therapy. Of course, Laxus also taught them a lot of work, such as thunder forging. This helped them a lot, allowing them to grow faster than the original text after more than a year. Ace, what should I do? Are you going to see Brother Laxus? Luffy looked forward to it and asked timidly. Go with. Ace gritted his teeth and finally decided. The main reason is that since Laxus is here, they may not be able to escape, so they might as well face it directly. Maybe you can give a little more benefit, so that you can improve your strength faster? Moreover, on Sabo's side, they had taught the bodybuilding technique without Laxus' permission, and they had to talk to Laxus. Let's go, can't hide. Even, I suspect that the old smelly man is coming with me too. When Ace heard this, he also shivered, and his courage was half vented. Sabo asked unclearly. Now Ace and Luffy are married brothers anyway, so it would be bad not to meet their elders. Compared to Laxus, Luffy was still more afraid of his grandfather Garp. Sabo hesitated for a while, and finally decided to follow him. I'm not scary. You will see it soon. Follow me. Wait for me. Ace. Sabo still pays attention to courtesy. Let's check it out too. Ace dropped such a sentence with an ugly expression and took the lead, rushing out of the tree hole and heading to Windmill Town. Grandpa is back with me too? Then let's not go, right? This is the first time he has seen Ace and Luffy like this. When Luffy saw it, he grumbled quickly, crawling out of the tree hole with his hands and feet, and quickly followed. In the past, when Ace and Luffy weren't afraid of the sky or the earth. Chapter 376. Soon, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo rushed to Windmill Town. The bureau from far away saw Laxus and Garp chatting around by a group of enthusiastic villagers. Well, is it still in the past? Luffy looked at Ace who had stopped, leaving Laxus and Garp not far away, and asked cautiously. Go with. Ace gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and walked over there. This is the grandfather and eldest brother of Ace and Luffy. They are actually the Navy Army. Sabo was surprised to see Garp and Laxus in the crowd, and the two huge warships at the port pier. He really didn't expect this. On weekdays, Ace and Luffy also avoided mentioning their grandfather, and didn't want to mention it at all. Now he understands a bit. After changing him, there are two grandsons who want to be pirates, and they will be shit, right? Thinking of this, Sabo suddenly had a bad feeling. I shouldn't have followed. Sabo thought with regret. Sabo, come here now. At this time, Luffy's call came not far in front. Sabo's face went dark. He could only gritted his teeth and followed up with his scalp. Die to die? You two guys are finally here. Law, are you still bringing this kid? No introduction. Watching the three of Ace coming from a distance, Laxus apologized to the enthusiastic villagers. You walked out of the crowd and came to Ace and Luffy. He turned their heads and looked at Sabo again. Said, Luffy, Ace, Grandpa came to see you. Gao was not happy. At this moment, Garp also came over, grinning, showing 2 rows of neat teeth, and said with a smile, Grandfather, smelly old man. Ace and Luffy were suddenly excited, and they shouted in fear. Ahaha, I feel that you are a lot stronger. Not bad, not bad. Garp also reached out and touched their heads a few times, applauded. Ace and Luffy. We are people, not dogs. Don't you always carry our hair? Ace and Luffy complained full of resentment. 1 or 2, both like this. Grandpa, Brother Laxus. This is our brother Sabo. Sabo. This is my grandfather and elder brother Luffy, and I recognize. The thunder forging technique I taught you was taught by my eldest brother. Just right, Brother Laxus. I have to tell you about this. I will teach it to others without your permission, sorry. After Ace introduced the two sides, he actually bowed honestly to apologize to Laxus. Sabo, it's okay, just as I agreed in advance. Let's not take it as an example. Laxus said quite openly. Of course he knows who Sab is, and the special edition information is not bought for nothing. The General Staff of the future Revolutionary Army. He is very interested. Thank you, brother. Ace and Luffy listened and said happily. Thank you, brother. Sabo was pulled out of the corner by Isle, and he immediately reacted and then thanked him. Haha, stop talking here. Go. I will take you to check your practice results during this period of time. If you fail to meet my requirements, you will be punished. Laxus smiled with Mimi's hand and pressed it on the shoulders of Ace and Luffy, then greeted Sabo and took the 3 of them to Dayton's hut. They leave it to you first. Laxus, I have to talk to the village chief and them. Garp did not follow, but said loudly to Laxus. Know it. Laxus took the 3 little ghosts to the mountain without turning his head. After that, he conducted a detailed test on the 3 brothers. After learning about the progress of the 3, Laxus nodded in satisfaction. The talents of the 3 people are very good, and they are also working hard enough, and their strength is no worse than that of Sauron. It's all good. Laxus praised. Hey. The 3 of Ace received a positive compliment, and they all smiled heartily. Then Brother Laxus, can you teach us something new? Ace hesitated for a while, still asked. Then, all 3 of them looked at Laxus expectantly. To become stronger is their unanimous desire. It's not impossible. Laxus touched his chin, his eyes flickered, and he muttered. I will teach you a set of 6 Navy styles. This is a super physical skill that can only be mastered by Navy elites. Very difficult to learn. Real. We are not afraid of difficulties. The 3 of Ace were overjoyed and said one after another. Hehe. It's okay if you don't be afraid. But, it's getting late today, let's start tomorrow morning. Wait for you to have a big meal. Now you go and clean it. Your body is too dirty. For flowers, Laxus said, and slapped his hand in front of his nose. Hey, let's go now. With that said, Ace took Luffy and Sabo and ran into the house. Interesting. Looking at the backs of the three of them leaving happily, the corner of Laxus's mouth turned for a moment. It immediately turned into a flash of lightning, and after a few breaths, he returned to the upper and lower tavern. Whoa, Mackinaw, it's beautiful again. Raising his hand to say hello to Magino. In response to Magino's laughter, Laxus dragged Cap aside, who was fighting the village chief. He said, let's go. Let's go. Finally, under Carp's sinister smile, he concluded. So, I am going to take the three of Ace on board my ship temporarily, take them to experience and learn more about the viciousness and ugliness of the pirates, and dispel their hearts. What do you think of the longing for the pirate? That's right. Train Ace, Luffy, and even Sob into a navy. He felt that the reason why Luffy and Ace were so resistant was not unrelated to Carp's high-pressure Iron Fist education. Laxus is ready to make a big plan. These three are either protagonists or important supporting roles. If the plan is successful, the rewards will definitely be very generous. In that case, everything is in vain. Carp touched his chin, gurgling his eyes, and looked at Laxus and asked, what you said seems to make sense. Actually, I have been having a headache for this thing too. It's not that I never thought of using your method, but they were too resistant. They have not been able to make it. Are you sure it's okay? Don't worry. I have already figured out a solution. Yesterday I was stimulated by guild arts. He now wants to earn more root points. Just say to take them to a long-term experience, and at the beginning, it is good not to mention that they should join the Navy. Chapter 377. Before becoming the Navy, you will always be taught by Carp's Iron Fist of Love. After joining the Navy, will you still not be beaten to death? Perhaps this is the root cause of Luffy and Ace's rebellion. At this point, Laxus himself has some experience. They are all caused by young and ignorant. Of course, compared to Luffy, Ace may also have his father, the One Piece King, Gore Roger. However, Laxus was confident to convince him. Since Ace hates his father so much, isn't it the best farewell to his father's past identity to become the king of the Navy? Okay, I agree to this. Even I can apply to the Warring States period for more holidays or free movement space for you. Do it. Don't let me down. Carp stretched out his hand earnestly and patted Laxus on the shoulder. That would be great. Hee. The 3-3 of Laxus et al. Is this sentence. Although he has now become a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, his freedom of action is not high. With Carp's assist, his life will be much better in the future. Remember to take good care of them, but don't let them really hang on. Carp finally warned with some worry. Understand. Don't worry. Laxus gave Carp a thumbs up, believing himself. He is also learning the healing magic created by Tianchen. Now that the analysis of the characteristics of the Light of Life is almost complete, as long as he successfully integrates into his own magic power, he will be able to learn the Light of Life magic. At that time, as long as Ace and the others don't hang up directly, he can come back with milk. Even now, it can be treated with sunlight crystallization. Tianchen. So, now you have brought Ace, Luffy, and Sabo to your warship to learn about the pirates' ferocity? Are you sure it will work? At this time, Laxus had successfully brought the three of Ace onto the ship, and had already set off to wipe out the pirates from the East Daxia Sea. Laxus, haha? Yeah, just for a long time, I have successively received 4 or 5 origin point reward tips. In fact, it has been more than 200 years. It is gratifying. Sure enough, I still have to only by doing big things for the protagonist can we get more generous rewards. Laxus gave 666 likes for his wisdom. Eagle Eye Myhawk. Is there anything special about these three people? The protagonist. Laxus. Of course it's not just that. Ace is the son of One Piece King Gore Roger. Luffy is the grandson of Carp, and Sabo, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long's son, is now a small character with a general background. But in the future, if the plot does not change, he will become the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Eagle Eye Myhawk. Listen, the situation of these three people is not simple. One Piece Gore Roger, naval hero Carp, Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. Hawkeye felt a little unreal. Such three people actually became worship brothers? Is it still being taken by Laxus to the Navy Road? It always feels like the pirate world will be played badly in the future. Guena. Although I don't understand it very well. Day seems to be very good. Guild Arts. It's a good choice to directly target the protagonist and important supporting characters, and to transform their lives. I hope you can succeed. In everyone's opinion, the greater the power of Laxus on the Navy side, the better. In the future, to overthrow the world government and the Tianlong people, everyone will have a share of the pie. After taking Luffy and the three to wipe out a group of rubbish pirates who invaded ordinary villages and slaughtered the people, Laxus returned to the warship with 3 little guys with different expressions and a little depressed mood, and ordered the adjutant to take charge of sweeping the battlefield, counting the spoils, and cleaning up the aftermath. He himself took the 3 young men back to the opinion office, looked at the 3 Ace brothers and asked, "How? What do you think about this pirate invasion?" The 3 of them hesitated. "Look at me, I look at you." In the end, the big brother Ace took a step forward and replied, "Brother Laxus, the pirates we have seen in the past few days are completely different from what we imagined. Pirates should not be free to exist at sea and take risks." "What? How could they? How can you do such an excessive thing, right?" Laxus asked with a smile. The 3 of Ace nodded together, looking at Laxus with confusion. Expect him to give a perfect answer. When they first encountered the dark side of pirates, their belief in becoming a pirate began to shake a little. It's very good, isn't it? It's all about interests and people's greed. Then, Laxus gave a lot of examples, very objective things to explain the current form of the sea with the three little ones, and the situation of most of the pirates falling into the sea after going out to sea. In the end, he concluded, your thoughts are actually more inclined to take risks. It is said that adventurers are more accurate. Adventurer? That's it. Big Brother Ace and Sabo were suddenly surprised. Only the fool, Luffy, was drowsy and started to drool at the corners of his mouth. New world, in the sky at the edge of the Dressrosa Islands. Arrive. Tianchen and Gildarts arrive here on the fire-breathing dragon. Next, how are you going to act? Gildarts stood up and asked Tianchen. It's okay to just go over. There is no need to make any plans. But, uncle, you have to pay attention to a green-haired expired lowly. The ability to master the childlike devil fruit is very illegal. Enemy attack. Chapter 378. And with a horoscope step and a cloak supported by flamingo feathers, Doflamingo's face was gloomy, staring at the sky in front of him, standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Tianchen and Gildarts, grinning and questioning loudly. Foodie Div, who are you? Sign up. Tianchen, Gildarts. After that, you may not know us. After the two reported their names, Tianchen smiled and looked at the sullen Doflamingo. Gildarts, are you the superhuman fruit crusher? I've heard of you. But what do you want to trespass into my kingdom? Provocative? Doflamingo stared at Gildarts and asked. Gildarts has been very active in the New World in the past few months, killing many well-known evil pirates, and his strength seems not to be weak. Even the well-informed Doflamingo vaguely inquired that this man had played against the red hair, regardless of the outcome. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask much just now, he just shot. This person is sometimes even more jealous than the Navy, and Doflamingo knows it well. It was 23 hours on the day, and he was sure he didn't know him. However, no matter what the reason, Tianchen and Gildarts appearing so blatantly above his kingdom palace is a great challenge to him. The murder in his heart has been revealed. Well, we have no problem if you think about it like this. Tianchen smiled and spread his hands, then turned his head to Gildarts and said, Uncle G, how to distribute? Leave Doflamingo to me, and others to you. Gildarts replied, good. Tianchen nodded, and the next moment, he directly, swish, disappeared in place, suddenly appeared in front of Mahabasi, kicking Mahabasi in the face. Tianchen feet. Boom. The force of horror directly kicked the basics of Mahabasi's face to pieces, directly causing Mahabasi to lose consciousness. Touch. Fell to the ground and passed out. Those who have the ability to squeeze the fruit will do it. **** hole. Doflamingo over there saw him. He was furious, his forehead bulged, and he waved directly. 5-color thread. A few of them rushed towards Tianchen in an instant that was almost invisible with the naked eye, as if they wanted to directly penetrate Tianchen's throat and head. Your opponent is me. Make no mistake. At this time, Gildarts' swipe appeared directly on the attack path of the 5-color line. Gildarts raised his hand with a punch, directly smashing the 5 thin threads with the crushing ability. Then, the ground under his feet burst open, and he rushed straight in front of Doflamingo at an extremely fast speed. Before he could react, he hit his abdomen with a punch. Boom! Doflamingo was blasted out directly, smashing a wall directly, and the whole person was embedded in the other wall. Then, it is directly turned into a silk thread and floated out. Is it a clone? Interesting. Gildarts immediately noticed that something was wrong. He suddenly dodged his body, moved a half-meter away, twisted his body, and punched him behind him. Smash! Super strike whip. His fist rested on a twisted whip that was thick with a bucket and made up of countless silk threads. Boom! A violent shock oscillated in all directions. Gildarts directly used the crushing ability to transfer the reaction force to the ground under his feet, causing the ground to break apart every inch, forming a huge pit. At the same time, Doflamingo's super stripe whip is also under the action of smashing magic. He quickly discarded these thin threads made with power and quickly withdrew more than 10 meters. Bounced the line. Then, he flicked his finger in midair and ejected several bullet-like lines, penetrating toward the vitals of Gildarts' body. This time, Gildarts didn't even care about it, and directly arranged a layer of shattering light on the body surface, and then turned into a streamer to rush towards Doflamingo. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. The two immediately got close to each other and started fighting. Facing Gildarts' horrible physical skills, Doflamingo kept retreating, switching tactics, and using various abilities to attack Gildarts. But nothing works. Any thin line, even physical attacks, will only end in smashing in front of Gildarts. Can't hurt Gildarts at all. Where's the monster? Doflamingo felt bad the more he fought, and became more aggrieved as he fought, and roared in his heart. He felt that this time it was really an unsuspecting disaster. He was sure that he hadn't met Gildarts and Tianchen before, and he probably hadn't complained with them either. Why did these two neuroses come here and start fighting if they don't agree? Line fruit. Awakening. Desolate wave white line. The more you fight, the more you don't go. Doflamingo, who is going to suffer like this, screamed directly in the next moment and activated the fruit awakening ability. Suddenly, the ground within a few hundred meters of the nearby area instantly turned into white lines, and Gildarts sprang from all directions, gathered into 8 strands, and strangled towards Gildarts in the center. Smash awakening. Boom! The next moment, Uncle G's whole body soared, and his crushing power soared more than 100 times. In an instant, he crushed everything within hundreds of meters under his feet and even around him. The Huangling White Line is naturally no exception, and even the space has a faint feeling of crushing. 2, 3, 5. Gildarts was fighting Doflamingo over there, and Tianchen was not idle either. Directly displays 70% of the strength, super fast, one punch, and within a short time, several cadres of the Don Quixote family have been solved. Beat them into a coma, temporarily losing their combat effectiveness. UB ********* D. Kill you. Seeing his companions fall down one by one, Kunka, the Sure fruit ability, immediately roared at Tianchen angrily with a shrill and funny voice. At the same time, the fruit ability was directly applied 313, and the entire castle was activated one after another, turning into a stone giant. Kunka's body directly merged into the stone giant, and began to control the stone giant with a punch towards Tianchen. One sword flow. Broken mountain slash. With a strong sound, Tianchen's grass pheasant sword came out of its body in an instant, and the sword body was instantly covered by the pitch-black armed color. Tianchen drew a knife and slashed at the stone giant. The slash hit the sky, slashing towards the stone giant. Huge stature often means clumsy and slow speed. Kunka couldn't avoid such a blow. However, he was also very confident and did not evade, because he felt that his golem was definitely not cut off by a mere slash. Yesterday, however, reality often likes to slap in the face. I saw the huge blue blow across the stone giant in an instant. In one breath, he split the stone giant into two halves with a single stroke. Ching ching. Kunka was also revealing from the opening crack. There was no injury on his body, but his eyes turned white and foamed at the mouth. He had lost consciousness and passed out. Kunka, UB ********* D. One cadre was stunned, and everyone else was furious. One after another shot to Tianchen. Chapter 379. Baby 5, who was still a little girl's weapon, instantly turned into a cannon and fired at Tianchen with a boom. Buffalo turned into a spinning top, directly using a spinning head like a propeller plane, dived down from midair and hit Tianchen. Rao Ji, Delinger, Duradius, and others also attacked Tianchen, performed their own big moves. Boom! A dozen attacks rushed towards Tianchen in the middle. Xiaowang flashes continuously. Tianchen's thoughts moved, leaving an ordinary clone in place, and then, in one breath, he used more than 10 teleports for contact, and blessed the speed and reflection speed with the light demon. It was directly given to Baby, 5 and others. Bang, bang, bang. Touch, like the roar of a salute. More than a dozen roars sounded in an instant. Suddenly, all the cadres of the Don Quixote family who were present on the scene rushed to the street, unconscious and unconscious. Uncle, I've done it here. Don't grind. Tianchen patted the non-existent dust on his hands, and shouted to Gildarts who was still fighting fiercely over there. Haha, let's end it. Gildarts laughed loudly, his speed suddenly doubled, and his crushing power was fully activated. With an extremely savage posture, he shaped, all the way, using all Doflamingo's line fruit attacks with his whole body crushing force. To crush. Then he stretched out his hand suddenly, strangled Doflamingo's neck, and said to him with a smile, "The farce is almost over. Do it again. Don't blame my crushing power for being merciless." Gildarts held the hand of Doflamingo's neck as he tried to smash it. Threats are full of meaning. As long as he wanted to, killing Doflamingo was just a thought. Feel the slight tingling sensation and danger coming from the neck. Doflamingo, who didn't know when his glasses were broken, smiled embarrassedly. Few. I admit it. Feel free to ask if you have any requests. He could see it. Gildarts hadn't played him seriously before. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Not to mention that he has not yet reached his peak. Even in a few years, he may not be the current Gildarts opponent. At the same time, he could also see that Gildarts and the awesome kid over there weren't here to kill him, but had something for him to do. In other words, there is a need for him. It's just that they obviously didn't want to ask in a low voice, so they simply chose to persuade him and then negotiate terms. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is a disaster without delusion. Doflamingo was angry and depressed at this time. It's a pity that I can't beat it. No matter how angry it is, it's useless. Oh, what? You are quite a master. Gildarts listened, raised his brows slightly, and simply let go of the hand holding Doflamingo's neck, and turned to Tianchen and said, "You say our request." Good. Tianchen immediately flew to the front of Doflamingo, smiled, and raised 2 fingers to Mingo. The purpose of our trip is twofold. First, I heard that I got you Shueshua fruit. I need this. Second, I need you to use your intelligence network to collect devil fruits and information for us in the future. If it is a ready-made devil fruit, we can pay enough. Is there a problem? Foo. Not at all. I agreed. Doflamingo grinned. Although very aggrieved, he had to agree. Otherwise, I am afraid I will not survive today. The 2 conditions are not difficult for him. In addition to the loss of a natural Shueshua fruit, and the need to spend energy and manpower to collect information on the devil fruit, they can also sell the devil fruit they need to Tianchen, which is also a dealer business. He likes to do business. Anyone will do. That's good. Tianchen nodded in satisfaction, flipped his hand to take out a special version of the phone worm and a list of Yixin devil fruits demand information, and used his mind to control the floating to the front of Doflamingo, and said, "Hey, The devil fruit recorded in these materials is what I need here. I will notify you if it is added in the future. In addition, this phone can contact me or my companion. Doflamingo witnessed Tianchen taking things out of thin air and the means of controlling things. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he honestly took the call from the worm and devil fruit demand list and nodded, understood. Then he asked tentatively, Your Excellency is a space-type demon fruit-capable person? He. Tianchen glanced at him deeply and said, It's not impossible for you to think so. Don't be fussy. Bring the shueshue fruit. We are going to leave. I believe you also need time to clean up the mess here. Just don't, it's a waste of everyone's time. Foo. Understand. Wait a minute. Doflamingo grinned, nodded, and immediately used the shadow ride line to take him into the collapsed part of the palace. It took 2 minutes to fetch the shueshue fruit and give it to Tianchen. After receiving the shueshue fruit, Tianchen said to Doflamingo, Okay, let's go. Let me know if there is news about devil fruit. The price will make you satisfied. Speaking of this, he took a deep look at Doflamingo. Of course, if you have not harvested valuable information, then I will think you are worthless. At that time, I don't mind coming back. I'm looking for you. By that time, it won't be as kind as this time. Gone. After that, Tianchen didn't care how ugly Doflamingo's face was, and together with Gildarts, he flashed back to Fire Dragon's back and drove it to leave the kingdom of Dressrosa quickly. Titicaca! After watching Tianchen and the others go away, until they can no longer see them, and can no longer feel the aura of Tianchen and the others by seeing, hearing, and coloring, Doflamingo's face is sullen, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, Deception. Too much. Foo. It's been a long time since I was so threatened by someone riding on my face. Gildarts and that kid, I remember, be cruel to others, even more wolf to yourself. At this time, Mahabasi, who was first knocked out by Tianchen, woke up. He looked around in alert for the first time, and at the same time expressed concern for Doflamingo. Doflamingo is such a person, able to be arrogant, but also tolerant. Of course, now that he is weak and threatened by someone lifting his neck, he can only endure it. Chapter 380. Tianchen. At Gray, shueshue fruit is here. I will send it to you in a red envelope now. With that said, the queen directly stuffed the shueshue fruit into the red envelope and sent Gray an exclusive red envelope. The red envelope is received directly in seconds. Gray, haha. Thank you, Tianchen brother. Thank you so much. Gildarts, don't thank me. I have contributed too. I defeated Doflamingo. Humph. Gray, ahaha. Of course, thank you, Uncle too. It's so amazing. Even if you ask for something useful in the future, even if you call it. Brother Tianchen too. Gildarts, ha. Is this right? Don't rush to eat. Get enough of the source point, strengthen it before eating. Otherwise, let alone add a few fatal weaknesses out of thin air, the law seeds contained in it have not been strengthened good after. Graham, I see. Natsu. Damn it, Gray, you guys are really lucky. I got the devil fruit that fits my attributes so soon. Tianchen, Gildarts, when can I find the fire dragon fruit or fire fruit? Tianchen, wait slowly. I will notify you when there is news. Gildarts, fire dragon fruit or something. I think it is hanging. You can still think about the fire attribute devil fruit. Natsu 317. Okay. Natsu can't remember. Recently, he got on the bar with Gray, always trying to catch up with his strength. The two are simply intolerable, natural enemies, just like the original. The difference is that Gray has been looking for a year since joining, and his strength is a lot stronger than Natsu. Although Natsu is trying hard to catch up, it takes time to smooth it out. This time Tianchen took everyone to the Great Route and didn't hit Natsu. He also felt very unwilling, cultivating crazy these days. Now, even Gray gets the devil fruit earlier than him. Had it not been for Gray, it would be impossible for Gray to have enough source points to support him to strengthen the devil fruit. Natsu would have exploded in place. Zyrona. Things are all over. When will you be back? We still want to go to the empty island to have a fun. With her and Nazi's strength, it is not enough to drive the entire yacht to the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. I felt too bad for consuming the magic crystal reserve in the yacht. Tianchen can't do it on his own, but he can use magic to activate the flying runes on the yacht and take everyone up there. This requires continuous output of magic power. For the time being, CDDJ, only a few people such as Tianchen, Gildarts, Makarov, and Laxus have so much magic power to do it. Tianchen, give me 1 day. I will return now. Sirona, okay, then it's settled. Then uncle, let's separate here. You continue to do things in the new world. Bye-bye. Okay, goodbye. After sending Gildarts to a nearby island, Tianchen rode the fire-breathing dragon and set off again, rushing to the first half of the Great Route. A day later, he returned to the first half of the Great Route on time, found the location of the yacht, and flew back. Still on Gaia Island. They haven't moved at all in these 2 days. But I'm back. Everyone is waiting impatiently. Let's go now. As soon as Tianchen got off the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Sirona and Nazi walked out of the training room inside the yacht, and Sirona said to Tianchen, Row. Tianchen nodded, and immediately Tianchen tapped his feet, directly injecting a lot of magic power into the magic circuit inside the yacht. Activate flying magic circle, floating magic circle, magic shield, etc. Then, the yacht flew directly out of the port and galloped towards the sky. Wow, it's flying. Is this going to the Sky Island? Brother Tianchen is back? Great. Everyone who noticed the movement of the yacht ran out of the yacht one after another, said hello to Tianchen, and ran to the edge of the yacht one by one, yelling not to be beside the yacht. Watching the bottom more and more, the small island was full of surprises. After the red, start the jet thruster to accelerate. Adjust the direction at any time according to my instructions. Tianchen told Hong Empress. Yes, master. Boom. At the next moment, everyone only felt a terrifying back push. Under the action of the propulsion power of the entire yacht was erected almost vertically and flew towards the high altitude quickly. What? It's going to fall. Suddenly, Tianchen heard the exclamation of Kana and others. He grinned, and his mental power had communicated with a magic circle, splitting the magic power out of it, and injected it into this magic circle. Gravity magic circle, activate. Whoa. Suddenly, everyone felt a strong lateral gravity acting on them, and then they plop, fell back onto the yacht. Although the perspective feels a bit awkward, they magically can move on the yacht normally without worrying about falling. Tianchen, you fellow. On purpose. Kana questioned Tianchen in an unpleasant impulse. Others also looked over sternly. They were embarrassed just now. Several people screamed like killing pigs. Their image and temperament were completely ruined. Nothing. Tianchen shook his head like a wavy drum. It was purely an accident. Besides, it's not right to activate gravity magic when it was not upright before, isn't it? It is impossible to admit it. He just wanted to tease everyone and enliven the atmosphere. Humph. Don't let me know you did it on purpose. Kana couldn't see Tianchen's flaws, so she gave a cold snort and walked away. There is the bonus of the propulsion device, the altitude of 10,000 meters, but it will be there in a few minutes. In the middle of the journey, Tianchen constantly used his mental power to perceive the location of the Sky Island and asked the Red Queen to adjust the direction of the yacht's flight. Soon, he broke through a thick cloud and saw the sun again. Wow, Gate of Heaven, is it coming soon? I saw that not far away. A huge portal tens of meters high stood over there. Everyone exclaimed. They can see such a miraculous building at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and they are even more looking forward to the Sky Island. Out 3, just as the yacht arrived at the Gate of Heaven, there was a burst of camera taking pictures and flashing sounds. Everyone turned their heads and saw a short old woman standing there with a camera, taking pictures at them. Tianchen immediately reduced the speed of the yacht. Shanghai people, are you coming here for tourism or war? If you are traveling, please pay the entry fee of 1 billion IQs. If you are in war, no money. The old woman asked blankly. Duh. Chapter 381. Billion? Kana and others screamed when they heard the entry fee figure. It sounds like a lot of money. Come too much, isn't it? They have the urge to beat people. Obviously cheating. However, Tianchen smiled at Mimi and replied, yes. Meow, this is for you. It should be enough. With that said, Tianchen threw a large piece of gold to the old woman. The old woman caught it, took a bite with her teeth, determined that the color was enough, and nodded in satisfaction. Okay. Do you need express shrimp to take you? Everyone. What is okay? 1 billion per person. Feelings are only worth so little gold dash? No need. Thanks. Tianchen smiled and shook his head, immediately instructed Hong to start again, and continued to drive towards the Real Sky Island. So how cheap is the so-called Ike? After the yacht passed the Gate of Heaven and went out a long way, Milo walked over with a question mark and asked Tianchen. Sirona listened and chuckled and replied first. Are you scared? In fact, 1 billion is only equivalent to 100,000 Baileys. The currency exchange rate here is 10,000 times different from Bailey. 100,000 Bailey? Not only Mila, but everyone else was speechless. Why make such a big exchange rate difference? It's not enough to settle with Bailey at all. If you say 1 billion, you typically want everyone to choose war. What? Shouldn't those who can come to the Sky Island be weak? Isn't this sure that you are pitting yourself? Who knows? Tianchen shrugged. By the way, Laxus has been to Sky Island last time, and I don't know if he has made any changes here. Thinking of this, Tianchen opened the group. Tianchen, at Laxus, we are about to reach the empty island now. By the way, the last time you came here, besides looking for the thunder fruit and collecting gold, what else did you do? Laxus, late? Did you actually go to the Sky Island? It's nothing. That is, the god of Sky Island, the old man Gampol and the leader of the Shanya tribe, were beaten, and then they helped them to make peace. Together. I don't know how they are developing now. We will start a live broadcast at that time. When Tianchen listened, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. This is really like what Laxus would do. Kind, but also grumpy. He generally doesn't like to use his brain to solve things with his fists. Tianchen, let's do it. I'll talk later. Kana, no. I have already started the live broadcast here. At all members, those who want to visit the Sky Island, hurry into the live broadcast room. Tianchen, you are really positive. But this is also good. It saves me a lot of things. Makarov, late? Sky Island. Let me see. The old man has long been interested in this place. Immediately enter the live broadcast room. Immediately afterwards, many people also asked questions and joined the live broadcast room. Hawkeye my hawk. Sky Island? Such a place really exists. Guildarts. Of course it exists. Laxus's thunder fruit was obtained there, don't you know? Hawkeye my hawk. Well, I didn't pay attention. At that time, I didn't probably seem to have joined Fairy Tale, right? Guildarts, really? How do I remember that I have joined? Hawkeye my hawk. Forget it. No matter whether you add people or not, I have never seen the scenery of the Sky Island, just to take a look. Koshiro, haha, go with you. Go with you. He had also heard about the teleportation of Sky Island and was extremely interested. Speeding all the way from the Bye-Bye Sea, soon the yacht broke through a cloud and appeared directly in the wide sea. Tianchen directly removed the magic shield and waited for the magic circle. The air from outside flows in directly. Wow, so beautiful. Looking into the distance, I see countless clouds and a city on the clouds. In the other direction, everyone also discovered the existence of a miniature continent. Ahem, don't you feel that you can't breathe? I feel weak all over. There is a feeling of suffocation. Hermione, who is relatively weak in physical fitness and strength, pointed to her chest with a pale face, panting heavily. Cough, cough. Don't say it. It really feels like this. I feel it too. It should be because the high-altitude air is thin and lack of oxygen. It should be fine after a while. At this moment, everyone also discovered the difference between here and Qinghai below, and they discussed and analyzed. But I don't think I can get used to it. Please ask for flowers. Hermione's voice is smaller now, and her face is paler. Tianchen saw it, and immediately walked over, waved a light of life into her body. Call. Hermione suddenly felt the sense of breathing disappeared, and her whole body was warm and very comfortable. Awesome. Thank you. Tianchen. Hermione said to Tianchen gratefully. It's okay. Give this to you, and nothing will happen after you take it. Otherwise, when the light of life that I penetrated into your body disappears, you will not be able to adapt. While talking, Tianchen took out a sunlight crystal and a small group of magic metal, and directly controlled the deformation of the magic metal with a transformation technique, wrapping the sunlight crystal into form a pendant. Raise your hand and engrave several magic runes to make it into a magic item, which can continuously input a small amount of life light to the wearer, avoiding lack of oxygen and other abnormal conditions. At this moment, the yacht has sailed into a port in Yunduo City. After that, Tianchen walked directly to Sirona and Natsi, no matter how mad Kana was. Tianchen put his hand in his trouser pocket, shook his head, and slanted Kana said, with your physical fitness, it will be fine for a while. Don't waste my magic metal and sunlight crystal. Thanks. Hermione blushed and hammered Kana's shoulder with her hand. Wow, Tianchen, you guys are okay. You will really please girls. Make me one too. Obviously, tourists from Qinghai are still very few. Kana didn't know when he came over, and said with a playful look. Hermione's pretty face flushed slightly, and she thanked her gently. After making the pendant core, Tianchen turned over and took out a string, put the pendant through, and handed it to Hermione. No, this soul light, Kana. Chapter 382. Let's go. Go down and take a look. Tianchen immediately greeted everyone to get off the yacht, and at the same time ordered Hongho to activate the defense mechanism to avoid damage to the yacht. Everyone just got off the boat and didn't go far. They saw a group of expectation dressed in white security uniforms, standing upside down while chanting slogans, and rushed over. Are these people sick? Can't walk. Mila held her hands and spit out the strange flowers at an angle. Tianchen and the others just smiled, but on the contrary, the security team who had come over looked embarrassed. However, their face is obviously practiced, and they have long been used to it. Ahem, I saw that the head cleared his throat and said solemnly to Tianchen and them, Welcome to the Sky Island. I am the captain of the security force and the White Beret force, McKinley. We came here to remind you that we must pay attention to the laws and rules here. Please keep this empty 37 island guide in collection and check it again. Please also try to strictly abide by the above laws and rules, otherwise, we will reserve the right to arrest you. Above. After finishing speaking, this guy didn't wait for Tianchen to say anything. He just shouted slogans, led the team, and slowly left in the form of jumping push-ups. Everyone. The brains of these people are not normal? Sauron tilted his head with a question mark on his forehead. Don't talk about them. Are you still a superb road idiot plus attendant? Goena on the side spit out angrily. What nonsense. I'm not a lunatic, I just got lost accidentally. As for attendant or something, it doesn't exist anymore. Don't want to slander me. Sauron blushed and quibbled. Call. Goena curled her lips in disdain, slanted Sauron's face, and directly let Sauron almost light up her waist, staring at Goena inviting to fight. Want to fight? Wow. Some people want to be beaten. I naturally have no objection at all. I just happen to ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 2.2.3. 50. Dash 2345 times in total. Every time you fail miserably. Only, there is no such thing. The last few times, we have almost tied it, haven't we? Sauron struggled with his neck brace. Goena. However, you still lose. Sauron. I will definitely beat you next time. Goena. But you haven't beaten me yet. Sauron. No road race. Sauron was so angry that he ran away. Yeah, a couple. Kashiro, who came over through the live broadcast, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, smiled, and shook his head. Goena and Sauron had been on the bar since the first meeting, and even his father's persuasion was useless. He has given up persuading. Anyway, the relationship between the two is far better than looking. Goena looked at Sauron, who ran away embarrassedly and smiled happily. However, she had a different thought in her heart. Sauron's progress is getting faster and faster. From the beginning, I was killed by a single shot, and now it is almost tied. Sure enough, this fool has a better talent than me. Find a way to work harder to improve my strength. I don't want to lose. Wow, there are so many special shells here. Yes, this cloud spraying shell can actually spray white clouds, which can be stepped on by people. Wouldn't it be made into cloud cotton, cloud island, etc.? I want to buy more. Me too. Me too. This air-breathing shell is also very good. It can be used to make power. I think this sound shell is also very fun. It can be used for recording and can be used as a technology product. Nature is so amazing that it can give birth to so many amazing shells. Sky Island is really dreamy. This fish is very special and delicious. This soft and delicious texture, like cotton candy, is amazing. The portion and extra lightness. Girls mainly go shopping. Tianchen took Gray and Sauron to eat the snacks here. Unexpectedly, the seafood and meat here are very unique. Help me buy more. I want to try cooking special fish and meat. Please, Tianchen. Because the little master is projected, he can't taste the food here, nor can he directly collect the ingredients here. He can only ask Tianchen. I need some here too. Master Gidi and Master Shirkwan sent out requests one after another. It's strange that they are not interested in this peculiar ingredient produced at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This is a strange and dreamy ingredient in their world that I can't even think of. No problem. Tianchen nodded. I will collect more. Maybe I can try to create a lake on the clouds in the race area for cultivation. Anyway, I can adjust the planting area as much as I want. In addition to the white clouds on this side, just cut some more and go back and load some seawater here. That's better. Thanks. Little Master and Master GD said cheerfully. In this way, they will continue to obtain this kind of ingredients from the sky in the future. Otherwise, it won't take long for them to catch Tianchen this time. In the future, it will be extremely troublesome to get it regularly from the Sky Island. Actually, it's not as troublesome as you think. I have forgotten. I can already use Thunder God to teleport over long distances. Tianchen muttered. He just remembered it too. Speaking of which, he returned to the yacht from the New World before, but he ran the wrong way for a day. Snapped. Tianchen couldn't help but patted his forehead. Really? There are so many things that I have been busy recently. I forgot. What? Little Master, they all laughed happily when they heard it. Then we need the ingredients here. We will trouble Tianchen for you to run away. Little Master said quickly. Cultivation belongs to cultivation, but for one, it takes time, and the output will be limited. Between the two, what is cultivated is still a little different from the original, right? Perhaps. Suddenly thinking of the spiritual function of the ethnic zone, the Little Master is a little uncertain. 3.9 From the example of ordinary fruit trees turning into spirit fruit trees, perhaps the empty island fish cultivated in the planting area will become special spirit fish. At this point, one or two of the pirate world fish stocked in the lake in the planting area can already be spied out. No problem. As long as I can get the time. I look forward to you can make new varieties of food by then. Tianchen replied with a smile. I won't let you down. Hey, the Little Master nodded heavily. This is what he wants most. Cooking is something that brings happiness to people. He will definitely make more and better dishes to benefit all mankind. Chapter 383. A group of people in Tianchen spent 3 days playing on the Sky Island. In addition to the Sky Island, they also went to Appiato to experience the scenery there, and Tianchen took Robin to the ancient Golden City. No, it's just a piece of historical text. In the future, just follow us with peace of mind. Don't worry about the Navy's pursuit, and don't worry about it. In addition, I will take you to see many historical texts when I have time. I know there are better ones in the location. Tianchen pointed at the huge black stone in front and said to Robin. In the past 2 days, he was not communicating with Robin. So are Hyrona and Nazi. Robin has relaxed a little, and his mind is calmer, and initially had some trust in Tianchen in them. Tianchen is adding more chips this time. Just want to keep Robin. While changing her destiny, she can also gain a fortune, isn't it? As for the protagonist group, according to Laxus, these days, he has taken the 3 brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo to kill the pirates. Let them recognize the pain and tragedy caused by the pirates to ordinary people, and try to guide them a little bit. The Navy's route. 23 Although the Navy also has many bad things, Laxus has already revealed to them that he wants to change the idea of the decaying part of the Navy. I want the 3 Luffy brothers to help him. He will also work hard to teach them how to become stronger. According to Laxus proudly, everything is progressing smoothly. Kapu Nahua was so happy that he drank a few more bottles of wine every day and ate hundreds of donuts every day. If things go on like this, the protagonist group is basically gone. What more archaeologists? Thanks. Robin looked at the historical text in front of him, turned his head, and said to Tianchen in gratitude, with a sincere smile on his face, and said, I will consider it carefully. I will translate the historical text first. Go. I'm going around too. See if there are any missing gold grabs. AAA. Then you go. I wish you a fortune. Robin smiled heartily, and immediately walked to the historical text, carefully recording and translating it. Tianchen ran around and looked around, and also went to see the huge golden clock. He actually thought about moving this clock away. It's just that this is the sacred object of the Shanya people, and there are guards. Moreover, Laxus gave up at the time and stayed here, and he was embarrassed to take it away. It's a pity that's such a large piece of gold. There must be dozens of tons, right? Tianchen shook his head with regret. Even if it doesn't melt into gold, this thing is still a good collectible. Robin's translation work was very fast, and it took more than 10 minutes to complete. After that, She visited the ancient sites of the Golden City and recorded some patterns and patterns of the Golden City. When Tianchen came here, she was almost busy. Would you like to see the historical text I translated? Seeing Tianchen coming back, Robin smiled and raised the notebook in his hand and asked, "No need. I'm not very interested in this thing." Tianchen shook his head and refused. Whether it was Robin's temptation or not, he was not going to ask. However, he remembered the content of this historical text and immediately said to Robin, "In addition, I should know the content of this historical text." If he guessed it correctly, the record should be 3 ultra-ancient. Isn't it the content of the Neptunus of weapons message? Oh, Robin was stunned slightly. How did you know? Do you also understand ultra-ancient writing? Do not know. Tianchen spread his hands, but I have a special information acquisition channel. The content of this piece of historical text happens to be within the scope of my information acquisition. Otherwise, how do you think I know there is a piece of historical text here? You are really mysterious. Your Excellency Tianchen. Robin took a deep look at Tianchen, and she felt that Tianchen did not lie. This made her more curious about Tianchen. Now that Tianchen knows it, she is no longer selling guanzi, and immediately nodded and said, "You are right. This historical text does record the position and ability of the Sea King. Since you know the content, you know the Sea King. Where is it?" All right. Tianchen definitely nodded his head. Unlike Heaven and Pluto, Sea King is a living creature. The contemporary Sea King has almost been born. I'm not sure if the power of the Sea King is awakened. She is the Princess White Star of the Mermaid clan. That's innocence. Child, remember not to say it. Mermaid Princess Baixing? I will keep it secret. Robin smiled and nodded. She likes Tianchen's attitude towards Haiwang. I'm done visiting here. Do you want to go? 07. After visiting Apiato, Tianchen bought a lot of things, fished a lot of seafood, and caught a lot of animals on the empty island. Then I went to Baika Island to stroll around and met Amy Road, who was still a kid, and then returned the same way, left the empty island, and returned to Qinghai. Next, you continue to practice along the route in the first half of the Great Route. I have to go to other things. In addition, I left an improved version of Thunder God on the yacht, and I can go back to the yacht at any time. Please feel free to contact me if you have anything. I will be there soon. Tianchen explained to Sirona and Natsi. Got it. Go. Go. I can't keep you. Sirona waved her hand. Does Naruto World need our help? I can purchase the right of entry over there. Nazi looked at Tianchen and said. Tianchen saw it, stretched out her hand to touch Nazi's cheek, smiled and shook her head. I don't need it for the time being. It's not suitable. Let's talk about it later. He hasn't completed the preliminary layout there yet, so let's wait until Tsunami is in charge for 4 generations. Yeah, then you be careful. Nazi Chow blushed slightly, while Sirona was playful. Yes. Bye. 317 bye-bye, X2 ding. Accept Nicole Robin, change his destiny, and reward the origin point, 156 points. At the same time, Natsi and Sirona also received both information prompts, but they only received 23 and 15 origin points respectively. Naruto World. After 7 days, Tianchen came back here again. He first rushed to the tent where the wooden avatar was located and lifted the wooden avatar. Suddenly, a large amount of information came into his mind and was quickly digested and absorbed by him. Oh, has the battle started again? It seems that it is impossible for Sha'in to just give up like this. You have to hurt them. Tianchen shook his head after checking the information. These days, his wooden clone has followed the Watergate squad, and Hong and Xian have done several second-level and above tasks. The difficulty is not small. Fortunately, Watergate is very powerful, Tianchen's wooden clone is not bad, and the task is successfully completed. This made his golden streamer name more and more louder. Even, listening to Tsunade said that he has been offered a reward in the underground black market. There is a total bounty of 100 million, very high, second only to the shadows of the 5 major countries. Chapter 384. However, the ninja who took the task to assassinate him hasn't met yet. I don't know if I haven't found it yet or arrived, or haven't dared to do it easily. After all, the information circulated from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind showed that Tianchen's record began to be terrifying. Most mediocre hands don't dare to do it at all. It's true that Tsunade's sister has done a good job recently. Through fighting and rescuing the ninjas, she has gained a high reputation in the camp here. The plan to obtain the 4th generation position is very smooth. Next, I should help add one. Put it on fire. In addition, Dashuin has to take a good solution. Tianchen felt his chin and thought. It's not about killing Dashuin or controlling him or something. Although this guy is a bit perverted and dangerous, it is undoubtedly a top scientific research talent, and Tianchen has plans to pull him into fairy tale. Forget it. Let's take a look. This is not an honest person. Tianchen shook his head. Tianchen, are you there? This is the red call from the tent. Yes, come in. Tianchen responded quickly. Then, Hong poked his head in from the outside and looked at Tianchen and said, Jilai, Master and Tsunade-sensei asked you to come over. Huh? Do you know what it is? Tianchen was slightly surprised. At this moment, what is the matter with them looking for themselves? I don't know, but it should be a good thing. I think Tsunade-sensei is very happy. Red stuck out his tongue and said, Then go. Tianchen nodded and immediately got out of the tent and went to Jalaya's teacher's account with Hong. At this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade were here, as were Hyuga Nissa and Nara Shikahisa. Tianchen is here. Seeing Tianchen coming in, Jilai also directly handed a letter of appointment to Tianchen. Hey, this is your appointment letter for promotion to Shinin. Collect it. In addition, there are several sets of Shinin costumes you will look for later. Pick it up from the logistics side. Finally, congratulations. Haha, you are probably the youngest shinobi. Jiraiya smiled kindly. Go on, don't be complacent. Tsunade warned by the side. Nara Shikahiza and Hyuga Nissa also sent their blessings one after another, congratulating Tianchen on becoming Shangnin. At the same time, the two of them were also lamenting Tianchen's extraordinary in their hearts. It seems that the three generations also attach great importance to Tianchen. Is it possible that the Qianqiu clan has reappeared and risen again? The two can't help but think. I can't help but they don't think so. After all, Tianchen awakened Mu Dun, and Tsunade expressed his support in a clear-cut manner. If they really wanted to, the return of the Qianqiu clan would not be impossible. The disappearance of the Qianqiu clan was mainly caused by the automatic dissolution of the clan in the first and second generations. I understand. Thank you. Tianchen nodded clearly. Arrogant? Because of a title of Shinobu? What a joke. This thing seemed to him to be dispensable, and at best it was convenient for him to work in Konoha next time. In addition, I have a new appointment on my side, and I need you to go to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Earth with Watergate. At this time, Jilai also continued. The battlefield of the Land of the Earth? Is there a war over there? Tianchen is a little different. He really didn't know this. Yes. Jilai also nodded solemnly. 3 generations of Tukage suddenly launched an attack on the Country of Fire. Because of the sudden incident, the front line was repelled a lot and some cities were taken away. The 3 generations have appointed Ashimaru as the coach. I have led 5,000 ninjas to the front. Because I saw Yanin's 4-tailed and 5-tailed pillars on the front line, considering that the high-end combat power over there will be insufficient, so I specially dispatched you and Watergate to support. I hope you can do more. Jalea looked at Tianchen solemnly and said, please. Logically speaking, at Tianchen's age, he shouldn't be like this. But there is really no way. Konoha is now attacked on both sides. High-end combat power is limited, and I heard that Yunin and Wuing are all about to move, and have to use all the combat power they can use. Tianchen was able to be promoted to Shangnin so quickly obviously because of this. Otherwise, given the jealousy of the 3 generations now, it might really be overwhelming. I see. Let's prepare now. Tianchen nodded and replied. Just go? Either way, that's good. Seeing that Tianchen agreed without hesitation, Jilai smiled happily and said, don't worry, we will solve the war as soon as possible and support you. With your last attack, Sha'in suffered a heavy loss at the level of Shinobu. They can't support it for too long. Originally, Sha'in provoked the war this time. It would be best if he could win. No, they could also frighten other countries with a deadly posture. Don't be defeated by others. The main thing is, now that the country of the earth is at war with Konoha, they have solved one of the biggest hidden dangers. There is no need to worry about the country of the earth launching an attack on Sha'in at the risk of people, and the idea of war is also much weaker. Of course, the main thing is that he can't beat Konoha. Yeah, then I'm leaving now. Tianchen nodded, greeted Tsunade, and went out of the handsome account. How? Is there any task for us? When will Tsunade-sensei return to the team? As soon as he came out, Hongha Xian, who didn't know when he rushed up and asked, is there a female mission? Tianchen smiled slightly and said, next, we will go to the battlefield of Taziguo with Brother Watergate. In addition, I have been promoted to Shinobu. As for teacher Tsunade, she will stay here. Shangren, so fast. Tianchen Jun is so amazing. Both Hong and Xian were surprised and happy for Tianchen. How long is this? Tianchen was promoted from lower ninja to upper ninja in no time. It's a long way apart from them. However, the two were not surprised. Tianchen naturally has no objection. Kakashi couldn't help but return. Second goods. People rely on real credit. If you can kill more than 10 national ninjas at once, you can also be promoted to ninja. Immediately following, the two teams set off directly. On the road, the soil whispered and complained. You guy was promoted to Shinobu so quickly? It's not fair. Good luck. Congratulations, Tianchen. You are promoted to Shinobu. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. The situation on the battlefield of Earth Kingdom is very urgent. No delay. Okay. Tianchen rushed here with Hong and Xian to meet the Watergate squad. Brother Watergate. Watergate smiled brightly. Good enough, Zhao. To send blessings to Tianchen, and then continued. Chapter 385. That's better than you, right? Kakashi glanced at the dirt with a pair of dead fish eyes. Take the soil, angrily said. You are worse than Tianchen. Kakashi. You are Shinobu. Bring soil, you. Seeing that the two are about to enter the infinite loop quarrel mode again, Lin quickly interrupted the two and said, okay, don't say it. Tianchen is promoted to Shinobu. We have to be happy for him. At the same time, I also have to work harder. That's fine. What is a quarrel? Roar. Lin went out, brought the soil, and instantly became a good baby, and started spinning around Lin. Kakashi looked at the husky, a black line on his forehead. He quickly stayed away from some of this guy. He was worried that the idiot's mental retardation would infect himself. As for Tianchen to become Sharan before him, isn't this taken for granted? Tianchen is much better than him, and recently, he has been teaching him Kendo and physical training. He is more grateful and catching up to Tianchen. But there is no unwillingness and jealousy. The group of people rushed quickly and encountered no enemies along the way. It took only 3 days to reach the border between the country of fire and the country of grass. Kill. When will the rescue arrive? Be careful. Damn Iwanen, I fought with you. At this time, in the border of the country of grass and the country of fire, in Konoha's camp front, the remaining more than 200 ninjas of Konoha fought to the death in 317. Facing the Iwanen troops of more than 5,000 people, they were defeated steadily, but still unwilling to give up, seeing to be destroyed by the group. No, be careful with the soil. Tianchen, let's go ahead. From a distance, he found that the unfavorable water gate over the camp suddenly changed his face, and immediately confessed to Dai Tu and the others, and then greeted Tianchen to take a step forward together. Good. Tianchen hurriedly responded, speeding up to keep up. I saw that Watergate was holding a flying thunder god Kowu in one hand, and moving forward quickly, he rushed to the battlefield between 2 breaths. Then, he quickly threw out dozens of Fei Leishan Kowu. Swipe it. Then, the whole person turned into a golden light, shuttled back and forth between the various flying thunder gods and kunai at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Every time he shuttled, he waved the kunai in his hand across the neck of an IWA shinobu, taking a person's life. Konoha's golden glitter? Kill. Can't let him continue to raging like this. Otherwise, the low-level ninjas will crash. Iwaki, you guys come on with me. The abnormal situation on the Watergate was soon noticed by the upper ninja in Iwabuki, and under the command of the leading Iwabuki Sodoma, several upper ninjas directly besieged and killed the Watergate. Mudun, birth of the tree world. At this moment, a soft shout came. Both Iwanen and Konoha's remaining ninjas suddenly noticed that there was a violent vibration from the ground. Boom. Then, countless tree roots came out of the basement, and in the blink of an eye, a forest with a radius of 1,000 meters took shape. Under Tianchen's control, the tough and living tree directly attacked the nearby Yanin, tied them with branches, and quickly absorbed the chakra and vitality in their bodies. The weaker ninja took a breath before being sucked into a corpse and died directly. Even Zhongren couldn't escape the entanglement of the branches that kept coming. One was not careful, and he was directly trapped by the branches. Then, the end was not much better than the lower ninjas, so he insisted on 2 more breaths and stepped on the lower ninjas one after another. In the footsteps, only the upper ninjas, or the lower ninjas and middle ninjas who had reacted to the group, could barely rely on their own strength and ninjutsu to clean and destroy the entangled branches and resist with difficulty. In a single encounter, the number of Yanin received in Tianchen exceeded 300. Get me closer here. Focus on breaking through. Sodoma, who found the unfavorable rock hidden shadow, made a decisive decision and quickly gave up besieging the Watergate, and instead yelled loudly to order the Iwanen people to concentrate. Then he instructed the Yanin people to use the earth to escape, while resisting the erosion of the tree world, while starting to break through to the rear. Earth escape. Earth core movement. Earth escape. Earth flowing river. Earth escape. The art of earth dragon bullet. For a time, countless earth flew out, or defensive, or attack and destroy Mudong, or break through. Thousands of soil escape ninjas set fire, and the attack scene was extremely spectacular, CDD, and powerful, which greatly increased the pressure on Tianchen, and soon, the balance of payments was broken, and the consumption of chakra increased greatly, and it was impossible to replenish enough Mudun in time. Branches. He could only give up a few output chakras, and instead drew out the pheasant sword around his waist, and rushed into the nearby Iwanen crowd. What? Strike back. Strike back. For a time, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, many Yinrin were beheaded by Tianchen with a sword at every moment, as if entering an uninhabited state. Neither lower ninja nor middle ninja could stop Tianchen for a while, so Shangren could barely contend with Tianchen with 2 moves. But Tianchen's speed is too fast, even the average Shangren can't keep up with his speed. Unable to influence him, he can only let him slaughter his companions. Earth escape, rocky spear. Earth escape. Earth crack, turning hull. The distant rock hidden shadow Sato saw him. His eyes were about to split, and he immediately rushed over with a few Shangren, and directly Jane used the earth to attack Tianchen. For a time, dozens of rock pillar guns made of rocks protruded directly from the ground, and directly slammed towards Tianchen in the center. At the same time, there were several cracks on the ground torn to Tianchen. One sword flow. Break mountain continuous slash. Tianchen didn't notice the slightest panic when he saw it, and accelerated instantly, swiftly swiping the pheasant sword in his hand, and hit more than a dozen huge blows in one breath, directly severing the rock pillar guns and other earth escapes that struck. Tuduan, Tuliu City Wall. Where? Brother Watergate, your role is not small. Shadow-level deterrence is still very strong. Then began to treat those Konoha ninjas who were extremely injured. Tujian's complexion suddenly changed, and he quickly commanded his followers to jointly display the Tuliu City Wall and cut off Tianchen and Iwanen. Retreat. Hurry. He has learned medical ninjutsu and mastered it to a very high level, so he can be treated with ease. The aftermath of the slash was cut on the solid soil wall tens of meters high, cutting out deep marks one by one. Immediately, the ninjas in their early 4000s leading the remnants accelerated to retreat from the country of grass. Hurry up and defend. At the same time, the slashing attack had not been disintegrated, and continued to slash towards the Yanin crowd. Tianchen jumped up and landed directly on the towering dirt wall. Looking at Iwano, who was retreating crazily in the distance, but did not chase it, but returned to Konoha, directing the remaining Konoha ninjas to search and rescue. They are still alive. Konoha ninja, thanks to you. Tianchen, it is not your mood done. This time it is not so easy to defeat the enemy. Tianchen smiled and shook his head. He also separated more than a dozen shadow clones to help treat the wounded together. The next moment, Tuma chose to retreat temporarily without hesitation. At this time, a golden light flashed by Tianchen's side, and the water gate appeared directly next to Tianchen's body, with a grateful expression on his face. Chapter 386. Is it true that IWA Shinobu can't beat it? Not necessarily. If they have the intention, they will try hard not to remember the casualties. Even if they consume it, they will die. Well, it seems that they won't consume Tianchen and Shuemen. Both of them can fly Thunder God, and they want to go, but they can't stop it at all. However, they must be forced back. However, the commander over there is obviously a wise man, and he chose to retreat temporarily, mainly because he was caught off guard by Tianche's birth of the tree world. Square inches are in chaos. Then, Tianchen and Watergate rushed into the Yannin crowd at a very fast speed to slaughter them. If you continue to fight like this, the gains outweigh the losses. It is better to retreat first, find out the intelligence, and then design a coping strategy before engaging in battle. Tianchen, Teacher Watergate. At this time, Hong and Lin hurriedly arrived. Seeing the ruins of the tragic battlefield at the scene, everyone gasped. It's too tragic. There are corpses, limbs, and ruins caused by ninjutsu everywhere. Lin, it happened that you were here. You are responsible for helping treat and bandage the lightly wounded. Kakashi, you help. Tianchen immediately ordered several people. Yes, seeing Tianchen's skillful command, and he also separated more than a dozen shadow clones to treat the wounded, they took their orders without hesitation and began to help deal with the wounded one after another. Watergate was not idle either, and quickly organized a ninja that was not injured or had mobility to clean the battlefield and clean up, just in case IWA Shinobu strikes again. They are all ninjas, and they are very fast to clean up and repair, but in more than an hour, they are basically done. Because there were not many ninjas left, most of them died, and Tianchen's treatment took only over an hour to complete. Of course, this is thanks to his extremely high medical ninjutsu attainments, as well as the power of the light of life ninjutsu. The treatment is very fast. Basically, the slightly injured ninja regained his mobility and part of his combat effectiveness after the treatment. Patients with moderate injuries can move on their own. Even severely injured patients have saved their lives. For a time, Tianchen's reputation in the camp skyrocketed. Every surviving ninja looked at him with eagerness and respect. These surviving Konoha ninjas also remembered the scene where Tianchen had performed Mutin before, and they talked in groups. Before, Master Tianchen displayed the first generation of Mudun, right? Yes, absolutely. That power. It is indeed the super Taoism mastered by the talents of Chuhua Ingdai. It really is far beyond our imagination. That's what I say, but doesn't this also explain the greatness of Master Tianchen? Even if ordinary people awaken Mudun, they may not be able to exert their due power, right? Not everyone is a first generation. Indeed, such a wide range of ninjutsu, without the support of extremely large chakras, is simply impossible to achieve. In addition, control is also very important. Don't you know, I saw that Mudun accurately swept away hundreds of Iwanin in an instant, but our Konoha ninja was intact. What a powerful control. Force. Really. Anyway, long live Master Tianchen. Master Watergate is also very good. Yes, they are all our Konoha heroes. Tianchen-sama's medical ninjutsu is also superb. You deserve to be Tsunade-sama's disciple. I feel that his medical ninjutsu is no worse than Tsunade-sama. I agree with this point. I participated in World War II and received treatment from Tsunade-sama. I vaguely feel that Tianchen-sama's medical ninjutsu is even worse than Tsunade-sama. Ha ha ha. They are all amazing. These are nothing. Master Tianchen's appearance is the most important thing, okay? Have you ever seen a man more handsome than him? Makes sense. Ha ha. After treating all the patients, Tianchen came to sit in front of the defense line and rested while scanning the situation ahead with mental energy from time to prevent IWA Ninja from returning to the carbine. How does it feel to be famous? At this time, Watergate came over, handed Tianchen a tube of drink, sat down beside him, and asked with a smile. It's not bad. Tianchen smiled slightly, took the drink, took it in his hand, and looked at it, looking at the Watergate a little strangely. I didn't expect you to bring this kind of thing to the front line. Very rich. Pack lightly before watching the Watergate. This thing can only be sealed in the seal scroll. Sealing scrolls are not cheap. They should be very expensive. It is definitely a luxury to use things like drinks. Hey. Watergate smiled awkwardly. I don't want it either. I must be forced to give it to Joshinai. I haven't been willing to take it out before. I took it out here. Please ask for flowers. Also, have you forgotten? The sealing scroll, both I and Kushina can make. The cost is actually not much. This is sophistry. Is it not money to do it yourself? Isn't it the same to sell it? No need to explain so clearly. Tianchen waved his hand amusedly. I have recently been studying the storage equipment in semi-permanent space, and I have a clue. When it is successful, I will send you and Sister Joshinai one by one. You save me. Waste. What? Mizumon listened and smiled in surprise. I heard Kushina mention this. It seems that Tsunade-sama told her. Your kid is really amazing. Even if you improve your strength and ninjutsu so quickly, time to study the sealing technique. Haha, trivial. It's not worth mentioning. Isn't this cheating with the shadow clone technique? Zero Tianchen smiled and waved his hand. Since learning the shadow avatar, his progress in learning and research has increased dozens of times. It's not a big deal to study a space bracelet with a seal technique version. With the experience of converting the technology version to the magic version, things are much simpler. He estimated that it would be almost the same in 10 days. This is because he only separated 1 or 2 shadow clones to work on this matter. Watergate listened and shook his head with a wry smile. That means everyone can use this method, let alone a dozen or so. It is just 1 or 2 shadow clones, which are used for cultivation and research for a long time, and they are not ordinary people. Can bear it. Chakra is on the one hand, and mental endurance is on the other. One is not good, and it is easy to break down mentally and physically. Watergate was quite envious of Tianchen and Jiu who possessed such immortal human bodies. You can use the shadow avatar to open and hang as much as you like. Yes, not only Tianchen, Kushina has also done this before learning seal art and ninjutsu. 2. Tianchen nodded. Big brother Watergate, you have good talents and savvy, but your physical foundation is a little worse. Watergate smiled helplessly when he heard it. He feels that he is actually not that bad in this respect. However, it pales in comparison with Tianchen and Jiu. Chapter 387. The whole night passed by, and Konoha camp was very peaceful. Iwa Shinobu did not attack last night. Even, in the next day, Yin died and stayed on the campsite. He didn't move out, and he didn't know what he was planning. It was another night, and Tianchen and the others finally waited for Konoha's main reinforcements and Ashimaru. With the joining of thousands of ninja troops, Tianchen and the others can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the head coach's camp, Deshimaru summoned Tianchen and Watergate. I've heard all about you. It's done very well. Even if it's me, I'm afraid I can't do it to your level. You deserve to be the 2 great geniuses of Konoha's new generation. Deshimaru looked at Tianchen and Watergate with a hoarse voice. However, the main gaze was still on Tianchen. Obviously, he was very interested in Tianchen's awakening of Mudan. The look in the eyes that wished to unscrew Tianchen made Tianchen chill behind his back. Are you crazy? Finally, Tianchen couldn't help but glared at Deshiwan, and this guy withdrew his eyes with a smile. There, this is what we should do. In fact, if we can come earlier, maybe we can save more companions. Watergate shook his head and said. Obviously, he was not satisfied with what he did. If possible, he hopes to save Konoha's ninjas. Of course, he also knew it was impossible. That's humble. Deshiwan smiled and waved his hand. You go down and rest first. Get your energy up, and then there is a tough battle to be fought. Inevitably, you need to use your place. Yes. Tianchen and Shuimin left the teacher's account one after another, leaving Dashuan alone. Ahem. Very interesting, very bold kid. When Tianchen and the others moved away from the Shui account, Dashiwan mumbled playfully. Is it strong enough and fearless? Or is it purely shocked? Dashiwan couldn't help but guess the stare before Tianchen in reply. He is more inclined to be the former. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now after watching it, he realized that he has always underestimated this little devil, Tianchen. Even without awakening Mudon, I am afraid it is not a simple character. Tsunade is considered a treasure. It's a pity, I can't move it rashly. Dashuan deliberately arrested Tianchen for research. This is more interesting and valuable than studying the cells between the columns. Unfortunately, he is not allowed to do so for the time being. Dashuan, this guy is really not good. He actually dared to give me the heart of Kaijian, and if you want to subdue him, you have to teach him a few meals and let him suffer. Returning to his camp, Tianchen thought a little uncomfortable. This is definitely an extremely dangerous guy. Even if you pull into Fairy Tail, there is not enough lesson. Tianchen must be careful that he poses a threat to the other members of Fairy Tail. He himself is fine. As long as you join in Fairy Tail, Oshimaru can't even threaten him, even doing things that are unfavorable to him. Iwa Shinobu is here. Iwaninkage Satoma passed the information here back to Iwanin village through Hiyori more than 2 days ago. Shinsho Tianchen has grown to this point. Damn, what does the intelligence department eat? I haven't found any news before. 3 generations of tying Inoki roared angrily. Tianchen alone took more than 300 lives of Yanin from them at once. It's strange that he is not angry. Fortunately, he was still gloating for Tianchen to kill more than 10 Misha ninja shinobi before. Now this kind of thing has fallen on their Yen Shinobu, which is really bad luck. The intelligence minister on the side didn't dare to look up at all. They don't want this kind of thing either. In fact, this Chinsho Tianchen seemed to have suddenly emerged, and it grew to its peak all at once. It's simply appalling. Never seen such a perverted genius. Immediately send my order. From the front line of the Kingdom of Rain, the 4 and 5 people will be transferred to the battlefield of the Country of Grass. In addition, from there, the main force of 3,000 will be sent to the battlefield of the Country of Grass. After Inoki calmed down, he immediately ordered. Since Konoha's main force was on the side of the Country of Grass, it would not be helpful for them to transfer the main force to the front of the Country of Rain. If Konoha breaks the front of the country on the grass, then Konoha can directly threaten the land of the land. This is something that Anoki cannot allow. Yes. The intelligence minister on the side immediately took the secret order written by Anoki just now, and walked out. In the next 2 days, neither Konoha nor Iwabuki did not launch a general attack. Instead, they scattered their respective investigative ninjas and collected the other party's intelligence with all their strength. On the 4th day of Osaki to Maru and they came to the front line, they noticed that Iwanin started to move again and attack towards the front line, and Osaki Maru ordered Konoha's ninjas to move. Detected the presence of 2 extremely large chakra primarchs on the other side. Okay, it seems to be human Julie. It's the 4-tailed man Julie Laozi and the 5-tailed man Julie Han. On Konoha's side, the intelligence and perception department quickly discovered that the 2 unusually large chakras from the enemy came from the opposite side. Then the information was reported to Deshiwan. Sure enough, human Julie was dispatched. Oyemu didn't hide it at all. Deshiwan narrowed both eyes and immediately called Tianchen and Shuemin to tell them the situation. Then, he went on to say to the 2 of them, "The other party has 3 shadow ranks, and I can deal with one person Zhu Li. The other person Zhu Li and the shadow rank strong Tujin need to be handed over to you. Is there a problem? 4-tails, leave it to me. I will fix him as soon as possible to support you." Tianchen spoke directly. Even if he doesn't use abilities other than ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and physique, he can handle 4 or even 5 tails. It's just that he didn't have a big deal, he just chose one. In addition, Mu Dun itself is very restrained from the tailed beast, especially the chakra of Tianchen, which is more powerful than the Xianshu chakra. It can display a weakened version of the Shinfa Mudong, and it has more restraint on the tailed beast. Deshimaru glanced at Tianchen in surprise, and smiled. Mimi nodded and said, "Okay, let me give you the 5-tailed strength. Mizumon, Iwanin Sato, I'll leave it to you." Yes. Watergate immediately took the command. The battle started soon. Without waiting for the other party to call, Tianchen, Dashuan, and Watergate immediately locked on their respective targets as planned and killed them. One sword flow. Broken mountain slash. Tianchen rushed out hundreds of meters. On the way, he drew out the pheasant sword and slashed it at the 4-tailed man Zhu Laozi from a distance. Suddenly, a terrifying slashing plow that was more than 10 meters long opened the ground and blasted towards Laozi on the side of Yanin. Chapter 388. Tailed Beast Clothing, Melting Escape, Lava Bomb Art. Laozi suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Without even thinking about it, his body was directly covered by the red-tailed beast chakra, forming a tailed beast suit. Then, a huge lava bomb was condensed out of his mouth, spraying out at the attacking slash. Boom! The slash and the lava bomb collided with each other, making a violent roar. The entire lava bomb was more than 10 meters in diameter, and it was cut with a cut several meters deep. For a time, magma splashed out in all directions, and many rock ninjas in the battlefield below were scalded by the magma. Unfortunately, it was even directly glued to the forehead by magma, and half of the head was melted away, and the dead could not die again. "Leave me far away. Leave it to me here," Laozi yelled when he saw it. Yes. The surrounding Iwanin listened, and fled out of this area one after another, and slew towards Konoha's ninja army. Cut. Tianchen over there saw the slash being broken by the magma bomb, and Laozi's attack enveloped him. Without even thinking about it, he cut out 2 more. Cut the lava bombs directly into pieces. One sword stream, instant light, slash. In the next moment, Tianchen turned into a stream of light and rushed directly to Laozi's face, without any pause. The grass pheasant sword in his hand was covered by a layer of golden chakra, and it was cut down according to Laozi's face. Zizi. The tail animal clothing on Laozi collided with the golden light, making a sound of melting. At the same time, it was quickly cut apart. Whole. Feeling the fatal crisis, a huge amount of hot chakra gushed out of Laozi's body instantly, and within a short breath, she directly entered the tail beast form, and Laozi completely handed over the control of the body to the 4 tails. Tianchen's attack was also directly blocked, only enough time to make a hole more than 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter deep in Laozi's chest, and the sword, and even the whole person were blown out by the huge tail beast chakra. Perhaps because of Rinju Li's injury, the 4 tails were extremely angry. Right now, he opened his mouth and began to gather the tail beast jade. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. Seeing Tianchen, I didn't even think about it. The grass pheasant sword was in the front space, and a large number of seal runes flowed towards the void in all directions, forming a technique with a space of about 1 meter in diameter in Tianchen's body. Boom! The next moment, Siwei directly sprayed the tailed beast jade towards Tianchen, and in the blink of an eye, it swept through the void of tens of meters, and it was very coincidentally that it blasted the space technique in front of Tianchen. There was a strong attraction from the space technique, and it instantly sucked in the terror-tailed beast jade that was more than 10 meters in diameter. For tails? What's going on? Obviously, Siwei was a little confused by Tianchen's methods. Boom! In the next second, an identical spatial technique suddenly appeared on the top of the 4 tails head, and a tail beast jade suddenly appeared and directly hit the top of the 4 tails head. The violent explosion has completely submerged the 4 tails by the terrifying magma tide. Flying Thunder God? And it's still the advanced use of Flying Thunder God to guide mine? Tianchen has actually learned it? Didn't tell me. Mizumon, who had just fought with Awakener Sato, noticed the movement on Tianchen's side. His eyes widened, and he thought in astonishment. The dirt room not far from him was also taken aback by the movement there. Looking at the 4 tails who had been drowned, he couldn't help but worry. Is it all right? This is just the beginning. If this is defeated or even killed, how strong is the day? Does this war still need to be fought? Hiss, God of Thunder? Or God of Thunder who has no less control than Watergate? Lord Tianchen, I am really more and more curious about you. Is there anything else you can't learn? On the other side, De Shiwan, who had just handed over with the five-tailed man Zhu Lihan, licked his long tongue, thought to himself. First is the fairy human body, then Mu Dun, and then demonstrates the shadow-level physical skills in Kendo. In the eyes of De Shiwan, Tianchen was shrouded in mysterious clouds, constantly rubbing him to explore. Roar! At this time, the battle on Tianchen's side had made new progress. I saw a loud roar from the sea of flames over there, followed by a furious voice. Boy, I'm going to kill you. Bump. The next moment, the sea of fire was broken, and he was embarrassed. There were a lot of broken four tails rushing out of it, flying into the sky, from top to bottom, swinging his fist and directly hitting the sky below. Teleport. Tianchen smiled slightly when he saw it. Swipe. Disappeared directly in place, and appeared abruptly on top of Siwei's head. Picking up the empty left hand, hitting the head of the tail is a punch. Weird power fist. Bang. Immediately, Siwei felt a sharp pain coming from his head. His whole head was almost blown, and his eyes almost flew out. The force of horror acts on it, directly smashing it down from midair. Boom. It hit the ground directly, smashing a huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters on the ground. Teleport. Weird force technique. Then, Tianchen didn't give it a chance to breathe, teleported again, and appeared on top of Siwei's head. Take the pheasant sword back into the scabbard on the waist. Half squat, raise two fists, and open the bow from left to right. Boom, boom, boom. According to the four-tailed brain, it is a strange force boxing meal. Proud. That's not going to fly, Thor. He clearly didn't see Tianchen throwing out the Flying Thunder God Kawu, or planting the Flying Thunder God technique. How could he suddenly teleport into the midair with nothing? Watergate thought. The tail beast and tail beast clothes dissipated, revealing the four-tailed man Zhuli Laozi who had been unconscious. The four-tailed tails screamed tenderly. MMP. If he couldn't beat Tianchen, he really wanted to go out and fight Tianchen desperately. When the four tails in the sealed space inside Old Z heard this, they were speechless for a while. He hasn't heard of Flying Thunder God, but he shouldn't be so abnormal. When Tianchen saw it, he curled his lips in disdain. K it for a long time, so casually. It's a tail beast. The little monster I brought? It's actually so strong? Just physique and swordsmanship is already surprisingly strong. What happened to the space ninjutsu before? I can't feel the law of movement at all. Chapter 389. Watergate suspected that he had directly learned a fake God of Thunder. It seems that Tianchen himself deduced the more powerful space ninjutsu. Ask it at that time. Watergate thought so. He didn't even think about the cultivation method of teleporting directly from Tianchen. He just asked to understand the situation. Of course, if Tianchen was willing to say some principles, he wouldn't refuse it pretentiously. His relationship with Tianchen doesn't need to be like this. The big deal is to compensate Tianchen from other places. Is it true space ninjutsu? It's interesting. Deshimaru also noticed this, and became more and more curious. Of course, Tianchen's jealousy is even stronger. Don't dare to start with Tianchen easily. Tianchen over there looked at Lao Zi, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and thought for a moment. The 5 fingers of his right hand spread out, and the fingertips faintly revealed a seal technique. He leaned over and slapped Lao Zi's abdomen. Zizi. Suddenly, a powerful 5-element seal was added to the seal of the tail beast on the belly of Lao Zi, temporarily completely sealing the way out of the 4 tails, making it temporarily unable to come out and make trouble. After doing this, he grabbed the collar behind Lao Zi's neck with one hand, and took him a few steps, crossed the battlefield, returned to the Konoha camp, and directly handed Lao Zi to the left behind of 2 ninjas. He also confessed that this is the 4-tailed man Zhuli, and let them take care of it strictly. Then he turned around and hurried back to the battlefield. This process does not take much time. Because the battle on their side was too loud before, those Yen-Ren were far away, and it was too late to stop Tianchen from taking away the 4-tailed force. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Everyone went to Konoha camp. Damn it. When the 5-tailed man Zhu Lihan and Tujin met, they both cursed. Now, they all have the urge to retreat. One-on-one, they still have no choice but to take the Dashuan and Watergate. If you add a Chinsho Tianchen that looks even more terrifying and weird, how about a fart? Withdraw. Thinking about this, Han and Tujin glanced at each other. Before Tianchen could catch up, they flew back and loudly announced their temporary withdrawal. Immediately, Iwanin began to retreat like a tide. Chasing. Konoha would naturally not let go of this good opportunity for chasing. Under the command of Ashimaru and others, he chased him for several kilometers, chasing it to the opposite line of defense before stopping. Withdrew back. Tianchen Jun is really amazing. Much more powerful than I thought. Today's victory, you are the first to contribute. I will report your achievements to the village. In the head coach camp, De Shiwan, after handling other chores, went back to Tianchen alone and praised him. Where? I just produced some trivial power. It's everyone's credit. Tianchen waved his hand modestly. I was wondering what Dashuan wanted to do. That's humble. Deshimaru looked at Tianchen meaningfully and said, just relying on you to defeat and capture the 4-tailed pillar power alive. It is not what ordinary people can do, and even your strength has surpassed me. The facts are really so. It is impossible to easily defeat the four-tailed Zhuli with this strength after changing the Ashimaru. He is both curious and fearful about Tianchen now. Now it is more about trying to pull the relationship and get a little familiar, and then I will get a little of his blood from Tianchen in the future. People don't move, but it's okay to get some blood or something, right? No, I'm still far behind. There is still a lot to learn. Tianchen said modestly again. At the same time, I complained in my heart. Can you say something straightforward? I have to go after I say it. Carrie is wordy. He really doesn't like intrigue and calculation. Correct. Sure enough, Deshimaru asked curiously the next moment. Tianchen Jun defeated the four-tailed man Zhuli before the actual battle. Is the flying thunder god? Why do I see different from the water gate? You can directly travel through the space without the aid of the medium. Yet, space ninjutsu. If he can learn it, he wants to learn it too. It's a pity that this thing is too talented. Except for the second-generation developer, he has also learned about Watergate. It's not that Ashimaru has never tried it, but unfortunately, just like Tsunade, it has failed. It can be understood. I improved Flying Thunder God. With my current Flying Thunder God accomplishments, I can already teleport directly within a certain range. Of course, the cost is not small. Tianchen picked and picked, choosing something that could be said, 7 points true, 3 points false, and said to Dashimaru. I see. Deshimaru nodded clearly. Congratulations. Today is like talking about it. I still have things on my side, so go ahead. After speaking, he waved his hand to Tianchen. Tianchen nodded, got up and left Dashuan's teacher's account. As for Dashuan, do you really believe it? What is the relationship? Sizzle. A while after Tianchen was out of the teacher's account, Dashuan licked his tongue and muttered with a hot face. It's really a powerful vitality and a powerful talent. I really wanted the defeat at the front line soon passed back to Iwanin village. Cole. Old Z was easily caught alive by a kid. Why didn't he die? Anoki, who received the defeat, was directly exploded in anger. A slap smashed the desk in front of him, and angrily got up and said to the Ambi ninja beside him, assemble the staff immediately and let me go to the front line. Regardless, Rensley must be recovered. Whether it is grabbing or swapping. Seek support. Seek first order. Seek flowers. Seek collection. Favorites. Seek rewards. Seek subscription. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. Unlike the furious Inoki, Saratobi Hizen received the victory report from Ashimaru and narrowed his eyes. At the same time, no? Even half an hour earlier than the third generation. Yes, Master Tying. Danzo also received the battle report from the front line. It just so happened that they also captured many Konohan ninjas alive in their previous raid on the Land of Fire, which can be used as a bargaining chip for negotiations. Not only is he happy for the appearance of a super genius in the village, but also sad for Tianchen's perverted talent. Actually, Jiang Fei Leishin also learned, and even made improvements. What a genius. Originally, he thought it would be good to be able to hold a stalemate. However, this time Tianchen's performance made him understand that this kid has really grown up. After all, the opponent has 2 people with Zhu Li and 1 shadow-level combat power, and their side is strictly speaking only 2.5. Okay, 3 generations shook their heads helplessly. It is even more powerful than the average shadow-level powerhouse. Thinking about this, Danzo set off immediately and arrived at the Hokage office in a short while. After watching it, Dan Zhang's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. It seems that the Lord's talent has been exposed a lot. You can't just watch it like this. You have to go to the Saratobi Sun / 3 generations ago, Tianchen did not regard Tianchen as a shadow-level combat power. Chapter 390. At this moment, the 3 generations have just received the frontline battle report and finished reading it. Seeing that Danzo was coming, he asked with some bewilderment. You are here, Danzo? What's the matter? I'm here for Qinsho Tianchen, Tuanzong said with a cold face. Okay. 3 generations heard this and suddenly frowned, looking at Tuanzong and said, what do you want to do again? I said Tianchen can't move you, and you can't make a fortune. He is a genius in the village. Confused, Danzo heard this and angrily tapped on the ground with the crutches in his hand. This kid is too talented, and he has clearly begun to lose control. And this time he is still making such a great contribution on the front line. You are sure to continue. Can you still control him? In addition, Utsanade has no bottom line support. Maybe he will threaten our status and the stability of the village. So, it is best to give him to me and train him as a knife in the village. Choose. Why don't you understand? Danzo said with awe-inspiring righteousness. However, this is totally different from the ears of 3 generations. He understands that all this is just an excuse for Danzo. He is the strength and talent of Kaijin Tianchen, who wants to reclaim his own use and achieve his ulterior motives. Danzo's mind. How can the 3 generations who are his good friends know? Originally, he was still a little afraid of Tianchen's talent and 320 strength. Now that he has the deterrence of Danzong, the 3rd generation thinks that Tianchen should be well maintained and protected. While trying to win and appease him, he must never let Danzong approach him. The expression changes of the 3 generations were all seen by Tuanzong, and he instantly understood that his goal had been achieved. In my heart, I praised my wit. Lord, the old slave is sharing your worries for you. Danzo thought, you are not allowed to mention this. I said, Tianchen is a genius in the village. I don't allow anyone to harm him. No discussion. 3 generations of righteousness watched, Tuanzong warned. Then at least transfer him back from the front line. If this continues, his reputation will surpass you and me. At that time, you won't be able to move him. Tuanzang retreated and sought the next best thing. This was actually requested by Tianchen himself when he sent a message to Danzo. He feels how strong he has shown. If this continues, he doesn't know whether Tsunade can gain enough prestige. He must have a reputation. At that time, is he going to be the 4th generation of Hokage? Don't say that the 3 generations will not agree, and he also doesn't want it. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble for Tsunade's plan to become the 4th generation, he felt, CDD, that he had to be retired by his accomplishment. Of course, it is better for Danzo to handle such things. Isn't it in line with his personality? Hearing this, the 3 generations hesitated. He actually has this plan too. Now that Danzo has come up with it, that's naturally better. Just let Danzo be the back of the pot, isn't it? Of course, on the surface, he must show hesitation and reluctance. Can't compromise his wise martial arts, isn't it? Danzo is indeed his good partner. Seeing through the 3 generations' thoughts at a glance, he immediately tapped the floor several times with a cane with a solemn expression. As if the 3 generations disagreed, he was going to posture on his own, and the 3 generations were very satisfied. Immediately borrowed the donkey on the slope, and sighed helplessly. Hey, doing this will make the ninjas in the village feel that we are suppressing those who have merit. I can't do this. Then just push the responsibility on me as usual. I don't care. He must be contained. Danzo replied without hesitation. Me, Danzo, Konoha Nakich. Take the initiative. Okay. So be it. 3 generations hesitated for a while, and nodded helplessly at Shang Tuanzang's indisputable eyes. After confirming this, he then turned around. But the front line has to make other arrangements too. Four-tailed man Julie was captured. Oyemu is afraid that he can't sit still, and rushed to the front line. It seems that I must go there. Deshimaru and Mizumon can't handle Oyemu. In addition, there was news from Yunin that the 3rd generation of Lei Ying has been mobilizing troops and may increase troops on the front line at any time. Later, I will hold a meeting of ninjas and patriarchs of all races and gather a group of ninjas to give to you and leave it to you at the Yunin battlefield. No problem, right? Judging from the current intelligence, Yunin clearly intends to go to war with Konoha. The 3 generations cannot wait passively and can only take the initiative to attack and take the initiative in his hands. Give it to me. Danzo nodded solemnly. You must be careful, 3 generations said with some worry. When I reach the front line of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Earth, I will transfer the water gate to help you. With the support of 2 shadow ranks, I believe you can stabilize the situation there. I will resolve the matter on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Earth as soon as possible and come to support you. 3 generations are obviously very informative about themselves. Understood. Danzo nodded nonchalantly. He doesn't think the 3rd generation will have this opportunity. Anoki is not so easy to deal with. Of course, the 3 generations of Lei were even more difficult to deal with, and Danzo himself actually had a little drumming in his heart. After that, the 3 generations sent people to summon the remaining Shangren in the village, as well as the patriarchs of all ethnic groups, and talked about the frontline matters. Then, a group of family ninjas were gathered from all races, mixed with the remaining 2,000 ninjas in the village, and totaled 5,000 people. They were led by Danzo, and set off tomorrow for the battlefield of Thunder Country. This side of the village and the logistics are up to you. I will also immediately rush to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Earth to face Onogi. After explaining other things, the 3 generations turned to Koharu and Mito Minyandeo. Leave it to us. Be careful. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Minyan nodded solemnly. 2 hours later, the 3 generations who had confessed everything took the 4 shinobu, hurriedly rushed to the front line of the battlefield of Taziguo, except Konoha. At the same time, a transfer order had been issued a few hours ago, and when the 3 generations had been on the way for a day and was still halfway there, the transfer order had already been received by Dashimaru. As expected, is it still the same? Teacher Saratobi. Danzo. Seeing Tianchen's order from above, Dashiwan shook his head in disappointment. These 2 people are really the same. They haven't changed at all. The desire to control power has reached a morbid degree. However, none of these can be changed by him. He immediately called Tianchen and handed the contents of the transfer order to Tianchen to see. What do you think? When Tianchen finished reading, Dashiwan asked with a smile. Very good. It just so happens that I think the front line is a bit boring, so I can go back. I can practice and study ninjutsu. Tianchen shrugged. This is his arrangement and plan. Dashimaru and the 3rd generation are not the same people, but he did not give a false performance. Chapter 391. Ahem. You look very open. It seems that you have already expected this scene. Shouldn't it be Tianchen-jun? Even so sensitive to politics. Dashimaru looked at Tianchen with a little surprise, and then waved his hand. If this is the case, then you should leave as soon as possible and return to Konoha. I want to take Hong and Shiyin back together. I also asked Master Ashimaru for help. Tianchen said with a smile. Are your 2 small teammates? Yes. Dashiwan gave Tianchen a playful look and nodded in agreement. Immediately thanked Tianchen for a task list and asked Tianchen to take Hong and Shiyin to rush to Konoha. Return to Konoha? What? Hong and Shiyin, who got the order from Tianchen, asked with a puzzled expression. Soft? Are you going back? Lin and Tai-Tu next to them also have different faces. At this time, shouldn't Tianchen be a very important combat power? Should he stay on the front line? Master Naruto responded to Master Danzan's request and sent us back to repair, saying it was to protect me. I can't help it. Tianchen spread his hands helplessly. Is it afraid that you will continue to make contributions? Kakashi said suddenly. Hearing these words in Hong and their ears, they suddenly tasted a different meaning, and suddenly an unnamed anger rose in their hearts. This is not fair. They never thought that there would be such a dark side in the village. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. Upon seeing this, Watergate quickly cleared his throat, interrupted everyone's cranky thinking, and defended Sandai and Danzong. This matter must have their considerations for the 3 generations and Danzong. After speaking, he smiled and said to Tianchen again, don't think too much. Just go back to practice and repair. I'm actually quite envious. In addition, I look forward to you as soon as possible to study the further results of Fei Lei Shin systematically. At that time, if I can't say I have to ask you for advice. Haha, welcome anytime. Tianchen smiled slightly. Then, let's set off now? Lin, Kakashi, Taitu, and Brother Watergate. Take care. You too. Be careful on the road. Now it's not more than usual. Pay more attention. Watergate urged. I see. Goodbye. Take care of yourself. Be careful. Tianchen. Immediately, the 3 of Tianchen bid farewell to the Watergate squad, left Konoha camp, and hurried to Konoha. On the way, Tianchen told Tsunade about his situation through the chat group. Tsunade. So, you were just transferred back to Konoha to be lazy? You can do it. She was a little speechless about Tianchen's show operation. What is this? Pit yourself? Tianchen, ahaha. Don't say that. I'm not all for you. I really want to continue like this. My prestige surpasses you. How can you become a 4th generation? Tsunade rolled his eyes when he heard it. Tsunade, for generations or something, I didn't have much interest in the first place, okay? It's all you asked for. So, be careful that I quit. A waste of time and energy, not to mention, there is not much gain. Tianchen, don't. After the big deal, if you go to another world, I will help you too. Tsunade, that's what you said. Besides, when I become a 4th generation, you have to think of a best of both worlds for me to solve most of the affairs of Hokage's position. I don't want to be trapped in the village all the time. Superior. Tianchen, sure. I have a detailed plan. I promise to make you Naruto easy. Isn't it just a village chief? With the experience of Tianchen's later generations, it is okay to transform the job structure in some villages and let Tsunade be a relaxed Hokage. Of course, at that time, it was not that simple. At least 3 generations, declining Xiaochun, Mido Yin, and other older generations of careerists must be resolved. Danzo doesn't matter. He is already from Tianchen. It will only help. Sirona. So are you free now? Do you want to come to our side? Tianchen, hey? Where are you now? Sirona. It's almost the Drum Island. Tianchen. Huh? Isn't the Drum Island already over? Are you going back? Nazi. Because, we just remembered that we missed Chopper. Ready to take him on the boat. It's so cute, a small boat doctor. Everyone thinks you can't miss it. As for the protagonist group, hearing from Laxus, Luffy stopped calling to be One Piece now, but was silent a lot, and so was Ace. Asking for flowers. Now follow Laxus to fight the pirates everywhere. Tianchen. Okay. It seems that before Laxus has a result, the protagonist group has been demolished by you. However, at this period, are you sure you can invite Chopper? The doctor has not yet died? Even if he is dead, Chopper probably hasn't been with his adoptive mother for long, and may not go with you. Kana. Always try, right? Anyway, we don't have a clear goal where we must go. As long as we can fight the evil pirates and mix up the original point of reward, it will be the same everywhere. Tianchen, yes? Then I won't disturb your interest. If you have something to find my wooden clone, if it doesn't work, call me again. I need to study the ninja version of the space bracelet recently. Sirona, that's it. Then you are busy. Zero, Tianchen. Don't set up flags randomly. Tsunade late? This is good. This is good. After researching it out, I can use the space bracelet openly. Come on. Tianchen. I am optimistic about you. Laxus, who has eaten the enhanced version of the thunder fruit, is swelling for a while. Makarov, Tianchen, and Laxus. Don't forget the S-level assessment after 12 days, so be prepared. This time, it won't let you pass the level easily. Urza, there is a conspiracy. Gildarts, reassure. President, my mouth is the tightest. Guaranteed to be tight-lipped. Makarov, wow ha ha ha. You will know by then. Wait and see. Now please allow me to sell it. Gildarts, you are not allowed to say ha. Gray. I always feel that the chairman is planning something bad. On the whole cover, Tianchen thinks that the old man is definitely professional. Tianchen, father, you don't have any silly ideas, do you? Makarov, wow. Wow. I won't let you down. Laxus. Duh. Chapter 392. Mirajane, huh? Any conspiracy, in the face of absolute strength, will be invisible. Chairman, I think my strength is enough. Let me also participate in the S-level assessment. As long as Urza can become an S-rank wizard first, she can crush Urza to death. It will take a year to wait for the next S-level assessment. Hehe. Lisena. Sister Mila, don't mess around. Makarov, no. You little girl is still far behind. When will you be able to control the soul of Satan freely? Let's talk about it. Now, whether it is strength, control, or mission experience, you are still not qualified. What are the young people thinking now? Is the S-level assessment that you can participate in if you want to participate? No rules, no standards. Not only for the reputation and order of the guild, but also for the safety of guild members. The March 20th S-level wizard has a different meaning to a public return. Need to have enough strength and ability to complete S-level and even S-level tasks above. This kind of task, if you are not careful, even an S-rank wizard can easily die, and no jokes are tolerated. Myriad, huh? No. I will continue to work hard. Urza, I will not lose to you. Urza, I don't know what you are talking about alone. I went to practice. Naruto World, Konoha, and Senju Compound. Tianchen is studying space sealing technique in the retreat room. 11 days have passed since he came back. In the 11 days, in addition to self-cultivation, Tianchen also separated a clone who would teach Hong and Xian every day to help them improve their strength. The current results are pretty good. Red is making good progress in physical and illusion, and Xian's Kendo has also improved a lot. Tianchen's body and 5 shadow clones have been studying the space sealing technique. Finally, today, great progress has been made, and a feasible seal technology version of the space bracelet has been successfully developed. It took 2 hours and Tianchen finally created the first space bracelet of the seal technique version. He tried to test it. Whether it's storage or taking out, it goes smoothly. The space inside the entire space bracelet is only 1 cubic meter for the time being. Next, it's time to increase the storage space in the space bracelet. With the first successful case, the next step is much simpler. It took half an hour for Tianchen to successfully complete a space procedure of 50 cubic meters, 100 cubic meters, and 1,000 cubic meters of seal technology. After testing it again, it was found to be stable, and Tianchen stopped. Wave these space bracelets into the small space, and then flash back to the small space. The Red Queen. Record and upload the seal technology version of the Kong Yin bracelet production technical data, and at the same time, put it on the shelf in the exchange mall. Tianchen waved his hand and took out a large stack of paper materials and ordered Hongho. The next moment, the Red Queen projected a projection and returned. Okay, master, how much is the price? Just 10,000 points. It's the same as the magic version. No one may buy it. Tianchen smiled and replied. At present, in the small space, the only people in Naruto world are Tsunade. She Tianchen will give her 1,000 cubic meters. She may not want to study the production principles of these things. It's almost the same after changing Dashuan. Okay, master, the Red Queen answered, canceled the projection, sent a robot to take over the data, and started scanning and recording. Tianchen flashed back to the Hokage world and cleaned up the closed room. Then I came to the living room to post and sit down and open the group chat. Tianchen, I have successfully developed the seal technique version of the space bracelet. I will send you one with a red envelope. With that said, Tianchen immediately sent 1,000 cubic meters of space bracelet to Tsunade. Tsunade seconds charge. Tsunade, okay, thanks. It just works. You don't need to use the space bracelet in secret. She is currently using the space bracelet of the Pokemon World version. Tianchen, how is the fighting situation on your side now? Tsunade, what else? Stalemate. Although we have the upper hand, Sharon is also very tenacious and has been in a stalemate. The old witch Chio has changed his methods to research and use various new poisons for a while. Give me trouble. I'm almost annoying. Would you like to help? Tianchen, I'm on vacation now. Besides, the 3 generations won't agree. In fact, he just didn't want to join in blindly, leaving the space to Tsunade. According to his understanding, Tsunade is now in the Konoha camp on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, and his reputation and popularity have been exploded. The coach of Jalea can't compare you with her at all. The medical ninja is taking advantage. There is a medical ninja of Tsunade's level. Tuna, shout. That old man is not very capable, but he is full of infighting skills. I heard that he hasn't taken advantage of the battlefield of the soil country for a while. He was matched by the old man Inoki. Even, for the sake of captive, exchanged all the strength of the four-tailed man. Now that the opponent is a shadow-level combat power, Konoha's pressure has doubled, and Ashimaru has sent a secret letter to me to complain. The loss of the ninjas in the village increased, and Tsunade was also a little bit heartbroken. But this is not what she can stop now. Tianchen, I know all of this. Danzo's news is still very clear. The Thunder Kingdom battlefield has the upper hand. Brother Watergate used the Flying Thunder God to show off his power and kill more than 30 Thunder Kingdoms at once. Shinobu and a large number of middle to lower shinobi. The reputation is so dry. Now it has a golden glitter name. Not only that, Pratunum also fought Ai and Karabi a few times. At present, the country of Lei has shown signs of withdrawing troops. During the whole process, the 3 generations of Raikage did not appear, and I don't know what they were thinking. Tsunade, Watergate is indeed amazing. However, no matter how powerful it is not as good as you. Fei Lei Shun does not mean much to you, does it? By the way, has your general version of teleport or Fei Lei Shun researched it? Tianchen, it's almost there. However, the threshold for learning is also relatively low. It should be easy to learn when your Meow Meow gives 3.9 force feedback superpowers. Tsunade, that's enough. Urza, teleport? Is there any difference compared to superpower teleport? Tianchen, there is still a difference. Urza, have you mastered the teleportation of superpowers? Urza, no. At present, my superpower level is still too low, so I can't reach the elite level. Sister Nazi said that at least I have to wait until the elite level or even the peak of the elite level to master the superpower teleport. Gray. Indeed, the difficulty of teleporting the superpower is not small, and there are hard requirements for the superpower level. Watching our current superpower elf level, it is still a lot worse. Chapter 393. Fortunately, they are all magicians, their spiritual power is stronger than ordinary people, and they are constantly improving in meditation. Make the speed of superpower increase a lot. Otherwise, relying solely on the power feedback of the super elf, unless it is a natal elf, at least it is possible to cultivate the super elf to the heavenly king level. Natsu, have you all gained superpowers? Why is mine still not working? Gray, who asked you to cultivate the little fire dragon first? And most of your energy was given to the little fire dragon. Isn't this normal? Natsu, Konoha, in the careful training ground in the front yard of Tianchen's house. At this time, Tianchen's shadow clone was discussing with Hong and Xian. Tianchen's shadow clone used one enemy to two, training the two of them for actual combat abilities, and was still comfortable with it. Hong and Xian didn't feel any frustration. They already knew Tianchen's strength, and they were able to easily suppress the existence of the four-tailed people with their own strength, and a shadow clone to deal with the two of them. Wouldn't it be a very reasonable thing? Flap. Stop. Let's rest for a while. At this time, Tianchen's body came over, patted his palms, and said to the 23 women. At the same time, this shadow avatar was cancelled. A piece of information entered Tianchen's mind, and it was absorbed by him in the blink of an EYE.AS for the fatigue that came back. In just one breath, he was wiped out by his powerful body's resilience. Come on, these two space bracelets are for you. Let's bind them with a drop of blood. With that said, Tianchen gave a silver metal bracelet to the two women and one person. Recognizing the main rune, Tianchen has long derived from the magic rune, and then deduced the seal technique version of the main recognition technique. It is completely fine to get the main program. Space bracelet? What is this? The two women took the bracelet with a confused look and asked with a blushing face. Fortunately, it is not the ring. Otherwise, the faces of the two of them will only be redder. But the first time Tianchen gave them a gift, the two women were still happy. Does the seal scroll know? The two women nodded again and again. I know. This is equivalent to a permanent seal scroll, and it's still available for storage and retrieval. Very convenient. Very easy to use. I will teach you how to use it. With that said, Tianchen used the light attribute chakra to condense a thin gold needle, pierced the tip of a finger of the two women, took out a drop of blood, and dripped it on the two space bracelets respectively. Suddenly, the two women felt that they had a certain connection with the bracelet. Try to put your mental power into this bracelet. Tianchen guided. Good. The two girls tried immediately, and they were surprised to find that they sensed a kilometer-sized space. Impressive. Suddenly he exclaimed with an incredible expression on his face. They have used the space scroll, but it is completely different from the space bracelet, and it is impossible to feel this kind of magical storage space. Next, under the guidance of Tianchen, the two began to experiment with collecting things. This time I was hooked. Can't stop. After more than half an hour, he stopped embarrassingly and thanked Tianchen. Thank you, Tianchen. They have realized the preciousness of this thing, but they didn't refuse. Instead, they thought about how to compensate Tianchen from other places. Cultivate hard. For the time being, don't disclose the space bracelet information. Wait for a while. Let's talk about it. Tianchen told the two women. He is not ready to sell this space bracelet for the time being, so he will wait until things ferment for a while. We understand. Hong and Xian nodded repeatedly, and I swear in my heart that they won't reveal all of them to death. Next, Tianchen redivided a shadow clone and continued to teach the two women. He thought about it and ran to make 6,000 cubic space bracelets. It took only half an hour this time. The speed becomes more proficient. Then, he went out and came to Zhou Xinai's house. It's Xiao Tianchen. You haven't seen my sister for a long time. Really? Did you forget your sister? Huh. As soon as he knocked on the door, he was greeted warmly by Juxinai. At the same time, Juxinai grumbled. It seems that if Tianchen doesn't give her a reasonable explanation, she is about to do it. Tianchen smiled helplessly. Isn't I busy studying the sealing technique? Xiao. As soon as the results came out, I sent them to my sister. Give it a try. With that said, Tianchen handed Jiao Xinai 2 space bracelets and explained to her the usage and general principles of this thing. After Jiao Xinai dropped blood to recognize the Lord, he experimented. Suddenly shocked as a heavenly man. How did your kid do it? How did you think of it? This level of sealing technique can be researched. Juxina asked in horror. It is precisely because she is also proficient in sealing technology that she knows how high the level of sealing technology in this space bracelet is and how difficult it is. Even if the ghoul seals this forbidden technique, the level and difficulty are far less than this new version of the space seal technique. Hey, thinking about it, just study it out. Sister, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Tianchen touched the back of his head and smiled. Before his sealing technique was basically all from Kushina, Tsunade only provided part of it. I now give some feedback to Jiao Xinai, and Tianchen doesn't think there is anything. In addition, without his permission, Jiao Xin Na will not spread it out. It's okay. It just happens to be boring recently. I just look at some headaches. I guess it won't take a short time to learn. Kushina made a rough judgment and said bitterly, she is really interested, but she is more resistant to difficult studies. There were countless number of magical runes on it, which made her scalp numb. However, Tianchen is very kind. She can't refuse, can't she? In the end, they agreed. For this reason, Jiao Xinai is still aggrieved. Now, I have gotten used to it a lot. Goodbye. Remember to come and accompany my sister often. I will teach you at first, and then I will give you the detailed information. and you can learn it according to the information above. It was not until the afternoon of the same day that Tianchen had taught Joshinai the space sealing technique and the method of making the space bracelet, and then he bid farewell to Joshinai and left Watergate's house in the reluctant farewell of Joshinai. There is also talk of Danzo and the 3 generations of 2 partners who transferred him back. 323. I know. I will. Although this was a torture for her active, she could only endure it silently in order to make the village feel at ease and not to worry Watergate. Chapter 394. The little guy has become stronger. He has become mature. He has also become better. Looking at the distant figure of Tianchen, Joshinai murmured. Then, her face sank, and she thought to herself, however, Sandai Hituanzong is too much this time. Wait, this is not over. If you don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how many eyes the Lord Ma has. I will let you deeply realize that my younger brother Joshinai is not that easy to bully. From a distance, Tianchen roughly sensed Joshinai's expression, easily guessed her thoughts, and a touch of emotion suddenly appeared in his heart. Kushina really regarded him as a relative. It will definitely not let you and Watergate die like the original. Tianchen secretly made up his mind to say. However, what is the trouble with Kushina going to Danzo? Danzo is now his own. However, considering the rationality of the matter, Tianchen felt that Zhou Xin Na should go to Danzang's trouble, and he shouldn't stop it. I'm not prepared to stop it. Early the next morning, Tianchen returned Hokage from the world to the long-lost fairy tale world. Woo, Tianchen, good morning. I heard that today is the S-level test for you and Laxus, so go for it. Wakaba sat at a table in the guild hall with a cigar in his mouth and waved hello to Tianchen. Definitely. Tianchen nodded and walked over to the empty chair opposite Wakaba and asked under the table. It's you. When will you get married? What about the guy in Macau? Why doesn't you see people? It's not that you got married and abandoned your good foundation. Are you friends? These 2 people used to be the same as a Siamese baby, rarely separated. What is this now? Don't have a good friend if you have a wife? Sure enough, it's very realistic. You kid. Wakaba heard this, rolled his eyes and smiled. Lisa is pregnant. Macau has been with Lisa recently. I have done a lot less tasks. Pregnant? Tianchen was a little surprised. It's pretty fast. It seems that their son is about to be born, so you have to hurry up. How did you know that it was a son? What if it was a daughter? You wouldn't be the patriarchal kind, right? Wakaba leaned off Tianchen, contemptuously. What mentality? The daughter is the good baby of the father, okay? How is this possible? Tianchen waved his hand. Of course I also like my daughter, but the first child of Macau is definitely a son. How about we make a bet? Wakaba, not coming. Wakaba's head shook like a wave. Bet with Tianchen. He is not so stupid. This kid has always been mysterious. When did he suffer? I'm afraid Lisa is really pregnant with a son. It's just, how did Tianchen make the budget? Foreknowledge magic. Wakaba said he couldn't figure it out. Then get married early, and I will give you a big gift at that time. Tianchen shook his head funny. This guy is still quite clever sometimes. Wakaba listened. His eyes lit up. He suddenly smoked a few cigars and said cheerfully, then dare to love. It will be a few months. It has been basically settled. However, the other party is not a magician, just an ordinary person. I just don't know if it will affect the magic talents of future generations. If possible, Wakaba certainly hopes that his descendants will not lag behind the Macau kid in magic talent. Of course, more than is better. He fell in love with Macau for more than 10 years and was born without a split, so he can only pin his hopes on the next generation. Well, is that so? Tianchen listened and felt his chin thinking. Wakaba saw him and looked at Tianchen expectantly. Is there anything you can do, kid? Let's talk about it first. Except let me change my partner. Wakaba was also afraid that Tianchen would play tricks on himself, so he was vaccinated first. He and his wife are really in love. What do you think? I won't be joking with you about this kind of life event. Tianchen shook his head funny, and then said to Wakaba, I have figured out a way. I will make a warm necklace for you in a few days, and then you can let your daughter-in-law carry it all the time. Don't even have a baby. Take it down, and when the time comes, it will naturally gradually improve the child's aptitude. Tianchen plans to use sunlight crystals and magic metal to make a magic necklace that will nourish and improve physique for Wakaba. Some of the runes in the incubation circle are also ready to be assembled. It should be able to improve the qualifications of the unborn baby. At worst, it can also improve the physique and vitality of babies and mothers. Hey, dare to love you. I'll leave it to you. I owe you a favor. If you have anything to do, please say hello. Wakaba promised cheerfully. Trivial. I hope that the next generation in the guild will be as talented as possible. Tianchen smiled and waved his hand. Tear. At this moment, suddenly there was a thunder in the guild hall. Tianchen immediately turned his head to look at the bar and said, It's a long time Laxus is early. Are you ready? Do you know what the old man's problem is? I know it's a ghost. It's impossible for the old smelly man to reveal it to me. However, I always feel a bad premonition, and I don't know if my experience is wrong or not. Laxus reluctantly recruited a bottle of wine from the bar, opened it, and took a few mouthfuls. Of course, he was not afraid when soldiers came to cover the water and earth. Tianchen shook his head. No, your spiritual perception should be correct. I also have some bad premonitions. I always feel that the old man is not ready to let us pass it so easily. At least, a beating is certain. Tianchen asked silently. I hope the old man will be a man. 2 legendary ranks. Don't you think it's too much to come and bully us, little machine? He feels like he is likely, and he has guessed the truth of the situation. Good. The more Wakaba smoked a cigar, the more playful his face became. Laxus. Ding ding ding. The character of the president is really possible. Maybe guild arts will be brought in. However, it is very exciting, isn't it? Tianchen. How cute is your kid? It's a lot of hard work for me. You have to take it well. Laxus kept his face black all the way, gurgling wine into his mouth without speaking. At this time, the old man who heard their conversation walked in from outside the guild gate with his hands on his back and said solemnly, "So, are you really going to end up in person? How about guild arts? What is the assessment process?" Chapter 395. Wow. The old man smiled triumphantly and said, "I shouldn't have told you in advance, but since you have all guessed a lot, let me just say it." Speaking of this, the old man gave a thumbs up. This S-level assessment has only one link, and that is against me and guild arts. Laxus, your assessor is me, and Tianchen, your assessor is guild arts. You can only be promoted to S rank if you are recognized by our men. How? Is this assessment process very concise? Great. Tianchen. Laxus. It's so awesome. Tianchen weakly gave the old man a thumbs up. You are great. If you want to take us upright, just say, why are you looking for so many excuses? They are talented and even confident to surpass the old man in the next few years. But does this take time? Laxus versus Guildmaster. Tianchen versus Guildarts? Ha ha ha. There is a good show here. Who said no? I think the president is getting worse and worse. Which is the S-level assessment? This is obviously to suppress the arrogance of Tianchen and Laxus. Have they been arrogant lately? Why don't I know? Ahem. 2. Genius. Is it an arrogance in itself? Isn't it okay to take a blow? 2. At this time, 7 or 8 people had already arrived in the guild hall. Hearing the conversation of old man 323, they all gloated and talked about misfortune. These bastards. Don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, one by one, prepare me for picking up. Humph. Laxus gave these people an uncomfortable look. Several people shrank their necks first, and then continued to gloat. It's just a fight. Can't there be 1 or 2 games in the guild that day? The wine is sprinkled. Soon, the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the beach behind the guild has been cleared. Almost everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild came, gathered around a kilometer away, looking down. Even, not only from Fairy Tale Guild, but also some wizards who came after hearing the news chose to watch. Come on, Laxus. We'll be long hitting down. Hey, Natsu, don't be too presumptuous. How can you say that the president? Worried that the president will look good to you? Wow, ha. What does it matter? I'm not afraid. Natsu's voice was loud. The old man over there heard it, and turned his head to look at Natsu, showing a meaningful smile. Natsu doesn't know yet, because his words will directly lead to his miserable life for the next month. When Gray heard Natsu Gizang's speech, he subconsciously moved away from Natsu by 1 meter. Does this idiot know what he is talking about? He has already mourned for Natsu's future in his heart for a second. In this S-level assessment, everything is kept simple due to special reasons. First of all, the first round, I will test it myself, and the subject is Laxus. Are you ready? The old man looked at Laxus on the opposite side and asked, "Bring your horse here." Laxus was covered in thunder and lightning, and looked at the old man opposite with a warlike look and shouted. He waited for this moment for a long time. Not only is it an S-level assessment, he also wants to try his current strength and the strength of the old man. I've been listening to Tianchen saying that the old man has broken through to the inhuman level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishujiar, that is, the legendary level. He didn't have a specific concept in his heart, and it was just time to verify it. He has eaten the enhanced version of the thunder fruit and possesses the seeds of the laws of thunder. It means that the road to the legend has been completely opened for him. As long as his strength is accumulated, he can easily break through the legendary rank. Now is a good opportunity to experiment and understand the legendary information. Then I announce. The quiz begins. Following that, Guildarts shouted. Boom! Lax's whole body turned into a golden light, and in a flash, he crossed a distance of tens of meters and slammed his fist towards the old man. Magic of light, shield of light. The fist full of bursting thunder and lightning directly hit the golden shield half a meter in front of the old man. Seeing this huge light shield magic consisting of all hexagonal light shields, Laxus's pupils shrank slightly. CDDJ, yes. This is the light defense magic that I learned from Tianchen. How about it? Not bad, right? The old man smiled triumphantly, and the next moment, the whole person instantly swelled into a muscular giant 7 or 8 meters high, waved and slapped Laxus's brain. Tear. That terrifying palm forced directly violently all the surrounding air, making bursts of roar. Not good. Tear. Laxus suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis coming from the top of his head. Without even thinking about it, it turned into an electric light again and rushed out from the side. Boom! The old man's giant palm fell and directly shot a few meters deep palm print on the ground. Even the sand seems to have been smashed into a rock. Call. The strong impact wind pressure directly lifted Laxus away, who had not had time to escape too far. Cut. The next second, the old man grinned, and the sand exploded under his feet, and the whole person turned into a shadow, after he caught up with Laxus and punched Laxus in the chest again. The giant-shaped old man, with the increase in the system, did not feel cumbersome or dull at all, but was rather agile. This time, Laxus couldn't escape and was hit hard with a punch. Although he was elementalized in time, how could Makarov not know the characteristics of elementalization? The fist of the bombardment was originally attached to the light demon. Vomit. The fist hit Laxus' abdomen and did not pass as he expected, but directly hit the entity. Laxus suddenly bowed his back like a shrimp, let out a retching sound, and was bombed out directly. In an instant, he was severely injured. This is also the result of elementalization reducing at least 70% of the attack power. Only the mystery can fight against the mystery. In the same way, the finalization of the element is only the preliminary application of the element and the rudiment of the law. With the master's knowledge of magic, it can attack the entity without the need for armed color. In fact, elemental magic reaches a certain level, and the damage to elementalization is still considerable. Damn, do you want to be so cruel? Being hammered twice by both, Laxus' eyes twitched. It's too cruel. It didn't leave him a chance to breathe at all. The key is that the old man is still driving all the way. Perception and prediction have been greatly improved, making Laxus unavoidable. Among the three color domineering, the Overlord Color Master has not yet awakened, and the armed color is not weak. According to the classification of entry, Xiaoqing, proficiency, great success, and perfection, the Master's armed color is already large and small. Chapter 396. But seeing and hearing color has reached the Deshang level. In this regard, Laxus relies on the development of the lightning electromagnetic wave, but it has only reached the proficiency level. At most, the scope is wider than the ordinary proficiency, but the accuracy is far less than Deshang. How to fight the old man? He felt that the old man didn't want him to pass the S-level assessment at all. How can he be willing? Immediately began to fiercely, and the combat power was fully deployed. Thor mode. In the next moment, he broke out directly. Countless thunder and lightning appeared all over, and a thunder giant condensed all over. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Thunder Dragon's Crash Fist. The dazzling gold and blue thunder wrapped Laxus' fist and directly hit the old man's huge fist with one punch. With the increase in the fruit of the thunder, the power of this dragon-killing magic has not only doubled. Boom! The terrifying air wave shook directly from between the two fists. In the next second, Laxus flew out directly, retreating a full tens of meters before stopping his figure. The thunder giant even fell apart in half, but was quickly repaired by the supplementary thunder. Even Makarov stepped back 3 steps before stopping. The old man grinned, showing 2 neat rows of white teeth, and he smiled and praised. This punch is barely okay. Come again. If you have any tricks, please use it. Although you don't expect you to beat me, but the performance won't let me. If you are satisfied, don't even want to pass the S-level assessment. At the beginning of the fight, the old man was not prepared to have Laxus and Tianchen defeat him and Guildarts to pass the assessment. This is basically impossible. Anyway, they are also extraordinary powerhouses of the legendary rank. The magician who has not reached the legendary rank can't understand the power of the legend at all. Even if the old man didn't use the power of the legendary entry-level law just now, it is not comparable to the non-legendary level. At the legendary level, not only the magic power will get a qualitative leap in transformation, but also the body will get a sublimation. Not only the lifespan will be greatly improved, but also the vitality, 5 senses, nerve response, body strength, etc. will be improved in an all-round way. Ordinary Yuanshu-type magician, the improvement of the body is fairly small. The existence of giant magic like Makarov has a very strong physical fitness, and the sublimation obtained by breaking through the legendary physical fitness is even more terrifying. No way, race. I underestimate others. Over the past year or so, I have also grown. Amplification of Thunder Dragon's roar. Laxus replied uncomfortably and took a deep breath. A terrifying wave of magical power condensed in his mouth, and then a roaring beam of light sprayed out towards the old man. Good job. When the old man saw him, he didn't mean to dodge at all. The giant's right hand was directly wrapped by the golden light demon, which looked like a huge light bulb. Giant light demon fist. Raising his hand at the rushing thunder roar, he blasted past. Boom! The attacks of the two collided, and there was a violent roar directly. The continuous thunder roar was blocked by the light fist 3 meters around the old man, unable to make an inch. Teleport. Exterminating Dragon Upanishad. Super. Thunder Dragon Fong Tianji. Laxus roared and sprayed out. Without waiting for the thunder pillar to disappear, he teleported and disappeared in place, and appeared in the sky more than 20 meters above the old man diagonally in an instant. Countless thunders in the hands of the thunder giant gathered and directly condensed into a huge thunder square halberd with a length of 278 meters. On this square halberd, there are 2 colors of lightning intertwined with gold and blue, and runes appear faintly. Cut! Laxus plummeted, waved the thunder dragon Fong Tianji in his hand, and slashed down the head of the giant man. At this time, if it is hacked, even with the defensive power of the old man, I am afraid that it will have to be severely damaged, right? Pity. Guildarts, who was watching the battle with his hands and arms, smiled and shook his head. The gap between legendary and non-legendary is too big. Not to mention that the old man has also repaired the pirate system. How keen to see and hear, and how powerful is the physical skill. Light Demon, Giant Impact Punch. The old man did not evade, bent his knees, and slammed his punch upwards. The huge fist that wrapped the golden light demon directly collided with Laxus Thunder Dragon Fong Tianji. An unprecedented roar sounded, making everyone who watched the battle in the distance only felt their ears humming, and there was a feeling of deafness in both ears. Then, a strong shock wave swept across the sky, rolling up the sky from the sand and dust, so that many people were wiped out with a thick layer of sand and dust during the spectator, which was really embarrassing. Ahem. Puff. Damn. I've got sand in my mouth. The battle is too fierce. Is this still an S-level assessment? If it is all this kind of combat power, then I will never want to be an S-level for the rest of my life. 4 flowers, damn. My eyes. Help me blow the sand. I can't stop the tears. It's so uncomfortable. Who is not? Don't even think about blowing. There is dust everywhere. Please run. The sudden dust caused many viewers to suffer. The mouth, eyes, nose, ears, etc. were all sand. A few were spared. If Gildarts, within 10 meters of his body, there would be no sand or dust. All the dust that wanted to enter this range was broken down by him with smashing magic. Blessed were the people near him, and they were not affected. Uncle, isn't it too powerful? I haven't seen you make a move. Gray was surprised. Even Natsu and the talented little guys are full of enthusiasm, and they can't wait to become as strong as Laxus soon. Wakaba was smoking a cigar in a different way. Macau nodded helplessly. Macau, it seems that I have to work harder. Wakaba, yes. Do more tasks in the future to earn money to support the family and nurture offspring. At the same time, you can also accumulate more points and redeem more sunshine crystals to assist in cultivation. This is their rhythm to be completely eliminated. Wakaba and Macau glanced at each other and showed bitter smiles. It can only be this way. Control, that really surprised me. Gildart's control was not strong before, right? Now, it should be considered terrifying control, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand with Tianchen and the others, and that would hurt their self-esteem too much. Unknowingly, not only did Laxus horribly shock their old guys, but did Gildarts become so strong? Although they don't expect them to be better than Tianchen and their perverts. Those who can come up with Magnolia's Gildarts mode because they can't control the smashing magic well, can imagine how poor Gildart's magic control power was before. They felt that they could still rescue it. But at least it can't be too weak, isn't it? Duh. Chapter 397. Damn it. Laxus is already so powerful. I won't admit defeat. Natsu shouted with excitement on my fist. Me too. Gray on the side also stared scorchingly at the battlefield over there. Laxus, who was constantly fighting against the old man with various lightning magic skills, secretly vowed. He feels that he is still not working hard enough. When will this continue to catch up with Laxus? When will you have enough strength and ability to reverse absolute Bingjia and save Alu? Not far away, Urza and Mira looked at each other, then snorted at the same time, and continued to stare at the battlefield over there with scorching eyes. The two of them were very unconvinced, and they planned to redouble their efforts in the next time, and they must catch up, become an S-rank wizard as soon as possible, and even surpass Laxus and even Tianchen. Laxus 323 are only 2 or 3 years older than them, and Tianchen is even more of the same age as them. They still don't fully understand how strong the Nadir is, but judging from past battles, they might not be weaker than Laxus. They are all rivals, and their goal is to catch up and surpass. Yaha! Everyone's enthusiasm has been aroused. Not far away, Tianchen was wearing a golden light shield, shielding everyone within a radius of 10 meters around him, freeing everyone from the trouble of sand and dust. Hearing the conversation between Natsu and others not far away, and seeing the emotions of Urza and others, Tianchen smiled and shook his head. It is not good. Standing next to Tianchen and projecting the phantom through the live broadcast, Sirona hugged her hands and said with a smile. 2. Tianchen smiled and nodded. Such combat power, neither Laxus nor His Excellency Makarov is inferior to the Admiral, right? The projected Kashiro spoke. The eagle eye on the side listened and shook his head and said, no, Laxus may reach the rank of Admiral, although it is still a long way from the current Admiral, but it is not bad. However, His Excellency Makarov can be far away. More than that, I feel that he hasn't even used 10% of his strength, and his true strength is probably even more than the 4 Emperor's white beard. This is the rough judgment of Hawkeye. He has also recently learned about the legendary rank, which has surpassed the commonplace and reached the real transcendence, far beyond the comparison of the 4 Emperors whose life essence is metamorphosis. Of course, the 4 Emperors are not weak. The physique and physical skills of Pirate World are obvious to all. The general legendary wizards can't compare in this respect. It is a pity that Makarov is that extraordinary wizard. Laxus is constantly using the thunder magic, and even uses the thunder magic that he has developed from his recent thunder fruit. But it's still useless. The old man was able to sling him by relying on giant magic alone, not to mention that his old man also used light magic assist. Although there is no full combat power, it is enough to make Laxus a headache. Tianchen, I hate you. Laxus couldn't help but growl loudly as he hit it. Hey, Ismao. Tianchen, who was watching the battle over there, tilted his head and asked with a magical booster voice. Why do you blame me for coming up? What do you say? Laxus's tone was very resentful. A thunder dragon resisted the old man's attack, and his figure flew back tens of meters to free up a bit of breathing opportunity. He replied in annoyance. Why do you develop so many light magic? It's developed. Why give it all to the old man? He didn't have such a big light magic before. The key is that these light magics developed by Tianchen are very powerful, and, when one set is complete, They are very comprehensive, making Laxus frustrated. The old man's previous combat system was not so perfect. Now, there are no shortcomings and loopholes to attack, like a hedgehog, so that Laxus can't start. Blame me? Tianchen spread his hands helplessly. The old man is interested in the light magic that he developed. Can he hide it? When I want to learn some magic, the old man is very supportive, and of course I should give back to the old man with the same attitude. The reason why Laxus complained, Tianchen felt that his own combat power was not enough. Hey, this can't be said to Laxus, otherwise, this product will have to explode in place. The battle between the old man and Laxus lasted for another half an hour, and it ended when the old man called to stop. Ahem. Looking at Laxus, who was staring at him with a gloomy look, the old man cleared his throat and said, "Given your previous performance, I think I barely meet the standard. Therefore, I officially announce that you are qualified. Starting today, you are an S-rank sorcerer in our guild. I hope you bear in mind the self-blame of being an S-rank sorcerer and don't let up. I know, it's long-winded. Is it all right now? Do you want to fight?" Laxus waved his hand impatiently. He is very tired now, his magic power is almost exhausted, and his physical exertion is huge. With the old man, he is still too young. No need to fight. The next step is Tianchen's assessment. Hand over the venue to them. With that, the old man and Laxus walked towards the audience. Soon I came to Kildart and Tianchen, and said to the two of them, "It's up to you next. Behave well. Tianchen, don't let me down. Gildarts, you are not allowed to let the water go. Give me a good test of this. Where is the limit of the kid?" "Haha, no problem, President." Gildart smiled, and touched the back of his head, and replied, "All right." Tianchen smiled helplessly. It seems that it will be difficult to hide this time. Gildarts is difficult to deal with. For one, the gap in rank is there. Both, his smashing magic plus the ability to smash fruits, allows Gildarts to easily deal with any magical attack. Immediately, Tianchen and Gildarts walked to the beach below. At this time, there were huge potholes everywhere on the beach, like a dog chewing, and there was almost no good place to stay. Tianchen thought about it, and stomped the ground lightly. Transformation magic. Suddenly, the sand 3.9 beach squirmed, and it quickly sorted out a plane with a radius of 50 meters and composed of sand. "Come on, let me see your growth." Opposite Tianchen, Gildarts used his cloak and stared at Tianchen Dao with scorching eyes. Before, when the two went to play Doflamingo in the kingdom of Dres Rosa, although Tianchen also showed a lot of tricks, Gildarts felt that Tianchen was far from trying his best. "Just see it today? Okay, take it." Magic of light, roar and jet light. The next moment, Tianchen suddenly took a deep breath and sprayed out a mouthful of light demon towards Gildarts. Chapter 398. Wow. Suddenly, a light demon breath blasted directly at Gildarts. "Haha, it's good, but it's not enough. Show your true skills." As he said this, Gildarts raised his hand to make a fist, punching the breath that hit. Kaka. Immediately, the whole breath seemed to have stopped, and then countless cut-like rays appeared on the surface of the breath beam. Then, the whole breath was directly broken down into countless pieces, and then directly annihilated into dots. Magic of light, blessing of light. Light magic. Light spear rain array. When Tianchen saw it, he immediately cast two magics in a row, one to boost himself in front, and the other to be a super wide range attack. I saw that a huge golden magic circle with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer appeared in the sky yesterday. In an instant, countless light spears with a length of 1 meter and the thickness of lychee shot out from the magic circle. Shoo! They all attacked at Gildarts over there. Oh, is it an upgraded version of Light Needle Rain? It's useless. Seeing this densely packed, countless light spears flying, Gildarts grinned, and the Overlord said, "Overlord color, smashing domain." Suddenly, 23 Overlord's color combined with the power of the law of smashing directly covered the side of the light spear. Any light spear that entered this range was instantly decomposed by the power of smashing, turning into stars and light spots and disappearing into the air. Hey, cheating. Gildarts, Overlord color can still be used like this? Why don't I know? Seeing this scene, Tianchen's face went dark, and he asked, bluffing. Although he never expected this move to really hurt Gildarts. But what is this scene now? Overlord color can also add the power of crushing. Ha ha ha. Gildarts over there, Matt, raised his head and laughed loudly. Isn't it ignorant? What do you think the legendary rank is? The domain is just the foundation. Within the domain, what's the point of adding the Overlord color? When you reach the legendary rank, you will understand. Tianchen listened, and was speechless for a while. Feelings, and the Overlord's color was additional. Smash domains. It seems that I still underestimate the legendary powerhouses. After that, I have to find the old man and Gildarts to ask. Thinking of this, Tianchen immediately canceled the light spear rain burst attack. Since it's useless, it's boring to dry it. He put his hand on the pheasant sword hanging from his waist, slowly withdrew the pheasant sword, and said to Gildarts in the distance, "Then go to the next round." One sword flow. Broken mountain slash. A huge blow tens of meters long slashed out and slammed towards Gildarts. Smash. But Kilda still smashed it to pieces with a punch. Tianchen was not discouraged. His figure swiftly accelerated, and at the same time, he was constantly waving a long sword in his hand, sending out a series of terrifying slashes to attack Gildarts. Gildarts unhurriedly smashed these slashes to pieces, and at the same time looked expectantly at Tianchen, wanting to see what he could do with it. One sword flow, instant light, continuous cutting. The next moment, Tianchen swipe, disappeared in place, suddenly appeared behind Gildarts. The whole person turned into a golden light, and he waved the long sword in his hand. Shoo! Kept turning back, facing at the speed of thunder. There was a sudden burst of cutting as Gildarts. The horror of its speed surpasses anyone in the guild, including Gildarts. Smash the field. Knowing that the speed cannot fight Tianchen in this state, Gildarts simply does not fight the speed with Tianchen, and directly spreads the condensed crushing field within 1 meter of his body. Within it, the power of smashing reached a very terrifying situation. I saw that Tianchen's slashing slash was in the smashing field, entering the cow into the sea, failed to make the slightest ripple, and could not break the defense at all. Hey, this is a bit exaggerated, right? In the distance, watching Laxus muttered in disbelief. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the old man. Old man, don't you also use this kind of rogue trick? Legendary field. Of course I will. It's just that the attributes and functions are different. Makarov shrugged. What he has mastered is the field of light magic, and the field of energy is also thanks to the mini light magic created by Tianchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easy to condense this field, and similarly, he wouldn't be so easy to break through the legendary rank. As for the field corresponding to giant magic, too difficult. He can't do it yet. The battle over there was still going on, and Tianchen would switch to another attack if he missed a hit. Even, distracted with 2 uses, light magic and Kendo combined to launch an attack. Using the technique of wooden clones, they separated the clones and attacked Gildarts together, but they were all destroyed by Gildarts one by one. During the entire battle, Tianchen was very aggrieved. Magic of light, mirror assassination domain. Smash the domain. Break it to me. The magical spear of light. Smash a punch. Magic of light, light of retribution. Smash the impact. No matter what kind of magic Tianchen casts, Gildarts is very calm and very simple to annihilate it with crushing power. Most of the time, it was a punch, and Tianchen egg was very painful to see. You are Gildarts, not Saitama, the one-punch man. He almost feels unable to fight anymore. It seems that there is only one trick. As soon as Tianchen gritted his teeth, the light demon on his body converged and turned into another wave of magical power. Space magic, dimensional slash. The next moment, waving his hand at Gildarts was a sword. Cut. He no longer took care of his outfit and forced him to stay where he was, and he teleported away from the place. Gildarts clenched his fist and asked. The blow was blocked. Facing Gildarts' fist, Tianchen teleported away from the spot without even thinking about it, and appeared dozens of meters away. The fist wrapped in the power of smash collided with the pheasant sword full of space magic, making a roar. Of course it is the spatial assassination mode. As soon as he teleported his head in another place, Tianchen had already teleported to appear here, slashing his head at Gildarts. Gildarts made a big jump under this sudden attack. With his excellent knowledge and sixth sense, he could clearly feel the great horror contained in this attack, and he felt that the domain may not be able to prevent it. Tianchen shrugged cheerfully. A transparent slash that was almost invisible to the naked eye, spanning a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, appeared directly on Gildarts 323's chest. Boom! The smashing field did not actually play a big blocking role. UB ******* D is too insidious. Give me a punch. Hey, what are you? Damn. Danger. Flash. Chapter 399. Although Tianchen still feels he can't beat it, at least it can pose a big threat to Gildarts, isn't it? Space magic slash. Even Gildarts who owns the domain dare not care. Damn. You kid. I'm serious. The smashing realm is open. Smash consecutive punches. In the next moment, Gildarts' magical power spread to the surroundings, instantly covering the whole body by 1 meter. His momentum skyrocketed, and his hair and cloak were fluttering handsomely. Then, he directly used the shave to rush towards Tianchen. In the middle of the journey, double fists continuously bombarded, and countless huge magic fists full of crushing power attacked Tianchen from all directions. The whole sky seemed to be shattered. Teleport. Tianchen didn't even think about it, teleported directly and left the place, appeared dozens of meters away from Gildarts' right side, shook the pheasant sword in his hand, and slammed at the sting that Gildarts found. Suddenly, the first half of the entire grass pheasant sword disappeared strangely. Before the audience over there were surprised, Gildarts turned to face the air on the right and punched out. Powerful. Suddenly, everyone saw that Gildarts' fist collided with the pheasant sword half of the space full of power, making a roar. Without a single blow, Tianchen could only withdraw the attack helplessly, and shook his head helplessly. It is trouble to see that the color and spiritual sense are too strong. You kid, is this a combination of space magic and Kendo? Is this a space Kendo? Gildarts also unexpectedly stopped the attack, and looked at Tianchen unexpectedly and asked. Yes. Tianchen nodded, and then helplessly spread his hands. Unfortunately, it's useless. I still can't attack you. Ha! Gildarts listened and laughed loudly. Don't say that. I was almost injured just now. You are very clever in the space Kendo. It may not be able to block it if you change yourself. I also reached the Deshang level because of seeing and hearing. I barely reacted until my spiritual power was increased. I almost got hurt. He didn't tell lies. It was really dangerous just now. This kid, how many magics have you figured out over the years? Even space magic has produced so many famous people. You can't even learn time magic, right? Gildarts murmured in his heart. It should be impossible. Thinking of this, Gildarts shook his head again. It's not that Tianchen's talent can be learned, but that Tianchen has no way to learn time magic. There are too few things. So far, Gildarts, who has extensive experience, has not seen an existence that masters the magic of time. Relatively speaking, people who know space magic can occasionally see or hear it. Of course, most of them are space wizards who are awakened, and only a handful of them have learned to become space wizards. It's not only the problem of the scarcity of space magic books, but also the problem of talent. Do you still fight? Uncle. Seeing Gildarts in a daze over there, Tianchen yelled a little speechlessly. What's up? Being in a daze during the battle is deadly. Gildarts is also a bit natural in itself. In the past, I often wandered while walking, and then it was not rare when I crossed mountains and ridges. Ahaha. Sorry. Lost. Gildarts came back to his senses, touched the back of his head apologetically, thought about it, and then turned to look at the president's side. After getting the president's nod and approval, he really solemnly said to Tianchen, let's fight here. I already understand your basic situation. With your performance now, it is enough for the important task of our guild's S-level wizard. I declare, Tianchen passed the S-level assessment and successfully promoted to the fairy tale guild's S-level wizard. Tianchen listened, grinned, retracted the grass pheasant's sword into its scabbard, and walked back to the guild leader's side. La, congratulations. Congratulations to brother Tianchen. Ha! Our guild has one more S-rank wizard. Long live fairy tale. Long live. Fiore first. Fiore first. Hey. Don't be too arrogant. Quite number one. Have you ever asked our guild? Huh? What guild do you belong to? Blue Pegasus? Oh, it's you. The second is for you. Wanna fight? UB asterisk 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 D. Come and come. Who is afraid of whom? The audience is very happy here. Some have sent blessings to Tianchen. Some have promoted fairy tale, and some have refuted it. They're already fighting. Of course, all are just joking. Blue Pegasus and fairy tale are old friends, and they often joke with each other. Fairy tale is still unclear about the virtues of Pegasus. Of course, Tiama has a lot of weirdness and weirdness. Don't laugh at anyone. Little ones. This year's S-level assessment is officially over. Come back to the guild with me. The banquet is up. After Gildarts also came over, Makarov used magic power to amplify his voice and announced loudly. Ugh. Suddenly, everyone cheered, and under the leadership of the old man, swarms swarmed towards the fairy tale guild hall. Obviously, it was already ready here. A large amount of food, snacks, and drinks had already been arranged. Everyone sat in groups and began to celebrate. You guy, space magic has actually been developed to this level. Presumably, there are a lot of flower heads created by lightning magic. Get some out and see. On the bar side, Laxus took the initiative to sit next to Tianchen and said with one hand over his shoulder. Laxus knows his own creativity. The difference is not bad, but it depends on whom it is compared with. Others, Laxus is confident that it will not be bad. But Tianchen already has a lot of previous convictions, and his research ability and creative ability are obvious to all. All kinds of magical skills of the light element have been played out by him. There are many powerful high-level skills. Although Laxus has obtained a lot of thunder skills developed by the predecessors from the inheritance of the thunder fruit, how can he have too many good skills? What Tianchen can take out must be fine products. Alright Zhao, let's go. It just so happens that I recently converted more than 10 kinds of lightning magic from thunder-type ninjutsu. I will upload it to the exchange platform tomorrow, and you can choose by yourself. Tianchen shook his head funny. It's rare that Laxus would also beg. Of course he must be satisfied. Hey, thanks. Tell me roughly, do you have any powerful and easy-to-use lightning magic skills? Laxus looked good with the brothers, and said a little bit of flattery. Tianchen looked at Laxus like this a little speechless, but nodded and introduced. If it is strong, thunder magic, Kirin, thunder activation mode, thunder cut, and Thousand Birds Flow series, all are good. In addition, the thunder skills of Pokemon are good for me. A lot of powerful lightning skills have also been transformed. I uploaded them all at once. You can pick them when the time comes. Chapter 400. It doesn't have to be Ninja World's thunder skill, isn't it? Many of the lightning skills of the elves also have places to go. Of course, it's not bad that Tianchen has also independently developed some new mind skills, not borrowing skills from various worlds. Are you capable of Pokemon World? Thanks then. Laxus listened, and he was taken aback for a moment before he remembered that his electric dragon did have a lot of good lightning skills. He also tried to learn a few before. The level of the electric dragon was not high, and the thunder system skills he mastered were not strong, but he had forgotten. Now that I think about it, I can think about it. With his own understanding of the skills of the thunder element, even without Tianchen's help, he can still learn these skills from the electric dragon. He, Laxus, was not weaker than anyone in his life. Humph. Early the next morning, after washing up, Tianchen opened the group. Tianchen, can you come here too busy? Give me a piece of Haiwang seafood noodles. Can I have a piece of steamed dumplings? Since they joined the group since their childhood, everyone likes to order food from them. If Little Master is too busy, you can also contact Master GD and them. Of course, everyone has to pay a certain amount of points. This is also the intended meaning. Zaidangia, no problem. Dumplings are available here. For seafood noodles, it will take half an hour. Seafood noodles can only be made temporarily. half 327 hours is already a little master's cooking skills. After the improvement of the cultivation base, the current limit speed can be reached. Tianchen, okay. Then give me 5 cages of dumplings first. I want to cushion my belly. Little master. No problem. I will send it to you. Please pay attention to receive it. A few seconds later, Tianchen received a red envelope from Xidangia. After receiving it, Tianchen changed hands and sent a red envelope of points to Xidangia, then took the shovel and went through the gate of time and space to the pirate world on the side of Boryu Island. Tianchen is here. Have you had breakfast? Come here in the yard and see Sirona and the old man eating breakfast in the pavilion here, and when they see Tianchen, they say hello one after another. Not far away, Natsu and Gray have already begun to exercise. I'm getting ready to eat. I even ordered dumplings and noodles from the head of my childhood. Tianchen walked over with a smile, took out dumplings and spirit juice from the space bracelet, and greeted everyone to eat together. Next, you have no other arrangements, right? The old man asked while eating chaos. There must be arrangements, but if necessary, I can spare time at any time. Do you always have anything to do? CDD, Tianchen stuffed 2 steamed dumplings in his mouth and chewed it. At the same time, I thought to myself, this dumpling tastes good and looks like the meat of a beast of cattle. It's not that you and Laxus have just become S-rank wizards. The guild has accumulated a lot of S-rank missions, and some people have voted for the S-rank mission list. Want you to help clean it up. The old man replied with a grin. Yesterday's few assessments were conducted under a large crowd. The battle was so dynamic and there were so many people onlookers, which well publicized the reputation and strength of the Fairy Tail Guild. There are a lot more people who come to deliver tasks. Fairy Tail's powerful name is gradually expanding. S-level mission? No problem. I'll check it out later. Tianchen nodded and did not refuse. This is the job of the S-rank sorcerer. Occasionally, I also have to take into account the development of the fairy tale world. Tianchen is still waiting to harvest the origin point rewards of this world in the future. Haha, that's good. You and Laxus each have to complete 1 to 2 S grades for me every month, right? Otherwise, old man and I can't be too busy. Guild Arts is playing his pirates again recently. That's true. Occasionally we have to take care of the development of the guild. If this continues, his name will be forgotten. The old man shook his head and complained. Tianchen listened and smiled slightly. Uncle wants to earn more origin points. This is what it should be. You should not complain when you are old. It is better to train Natsu, Urza, and others so that they can grow up as soon as possible. When the time comes, the guild there is no shortage of S-rank wizards, and no matter how many S-rank or higher quests can be wiped out. There are many geniuses in the guild now, but most of them have not grown up yet. After Tianchen and Laxus, the next step is Urza, Mira, Gray, and Kana. Natsu and Winnie both have lower batches. It's not a question of talent, but a question of how long to practice fairy tale. When the talent gap is not too big, the longer you join, the stronger your strength will naturally be. That's true. Everyone's growth is still impressive. Especially recently, Hawkeye and the others have obtained a lot of bodybuilding exercises from the world of martial arts. The law has been improved a lot, and the efficiency is much higher. The old man nodded affirmatively. The cultivation system of each world has its merits, and he will not use the wisdom essence of the predecessors of the different worlds in small countries because the world level is not high. Tianchen replied with a smile. Then he said goodbye to Sirona and Natsi, and followed the old man back to the Fairy Tale World Guild. SS level is also called 10-year mission. That's for sure. Everyone is making progress. It should be seen that they are also the top geniuses in the world, or the kind that have grown up, and their wisdom cannot be underestimated. Speaking of it, Hawkeye and the others have done a good job in Fengyun World recently. They are secretly planning to help people pass through the Central Plains, in the war, and are still trying to find the source of the Millennium Catastrophe, trying to eliminate this so-called catastrophe. The world environment can limit the strength and the height of the cultivation system, but it cannot limit the wisdom. After eating breakfast, Tianchen exercised for half an hour. After waiting for his seafood noodles, he just exercised for a while. He was hungry again and finished the seafood noodles. The two went straight to the second floor, and the old man pointed to a small task panel over there. There are some S and above tasks in succession. Look at the selection. By the way, today, there are still a few points left. You can also pick one. However, SS level and above cannot be picked up for you and Laxus for the time being. You are still a bit naive. He thinks he has always been stable. Does he seem like a reckless person? They are all good deeds of boundless merit, and they can definitely get a lot of original point rewards. Tianchen thinks it's pretty good. Tianchen shook his head funny. The SSS level is called the 100 Years Mission. These tasks are extremely dangerous and difficult tasks, and they will easily lose the lives of the wizards who perform the tasks. Of course, it is impossible for the old man to agree to Tianchen and Laxus now.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.